Chapter 2899. Yang Kai reappeared in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The mountains and rivers bell had also transformed into a massive object that floated in front of him. It constantly emitted an ancient and desolate sound. Sound waves surged down the bell, knocking down countless demon race clinging to the evergreen god tree. The weaker demon race exploded into bloody mist before they even hit the ground. Only the slightly stronger demon race could resist. However, even the demon commanders bled from their orifices. Their minds were muddled and they were heavily injured. Only the demon king level experts could barely hold on. However, they constantly fell to the ground, pulling away from the mountains and rivers bell. The bell rang a dozen times, and the demon race on the evergreen god tree were all purged. Only Moto's massive body continued to rise. The sound waves gathered by the mountains and rivers bell slammed into his body, creating ripples. However, they could not stop him. "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Moto roared angrily. He climbed even faster. Through the layers of leaves, his massive eyes stared in Yang Kai's direction. Finally, he passed through all the obstacles and saw the puny barbarian. Moto grinned viciously and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge, or rather, he could not dodge. The demon saint's casual strike contained the principles of the great Tao. It did not seem fast, but it was the essence of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily dodged. The large hand grabbed Yang Kai as if he was an unremarkable bug. Moto brought him in front of him and applied some force. There was a cracking sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Even with the dragon form secret technique, his body could not withstand the demon saint's brute strength, especially when the demon saint was at his peak. However, Yang Kai did not show any pain. Instead, he was calm. Moto was extremely displeased when he saw this. "What other moves do you have? Let's see if you can stop me." Moto snorted coldly. The air that came out of his nostrils formed a gust of wind. "You really do have a move." Yang Kai smiled at him. Moto was speechless. He did not expect this puny barbarian to still have a move up his sleeve. However, his expression quickly became indifferent. No matter what move the other party had, it would not be effective in front of him, who had recovered his peak strength, unless he had the same strength as him. Moto did not say anything else. Moto instinctively had an extremely bad feeling. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, as if something big was about to happen. The demon saint was extremely sensitive to danger, so he trusted his instincts. The power in his hand suddenly increased, but at that moment, Moto's expression changed. His already large eyes widened even more, as if he had seen something inconceivable. An inexplicably powerful resistance appeared in Moto's hand. This resistance gave Moto the feeling that it came from the same source as his demonic aura, but it seemed to be even more ancient. It came from an even more distant era, which shocked Moto. The pitch-black energy spread out from between his fingers like glue, gradually gathering in one place. It gave off an aura that made one's heart tremble. The right eye of the puny barbarian in his hand suddenly turned pitch-black. It was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. When he suddenly met that pitch-black eye, Moto was dazed for a moment. He felt uneasy, and his soul trembled. The next moment his expression changed. He shouted, "Why do you have the aura of an ancient devil?" He finally understood what was going on with this barbarian's aura. It was clearly the extremely pure ancient demonic chi. The ancient devils were even more ancient existences than he was. They were the ancestors of the demon race, the first creatures born in the demon territory. It was these ancient devils who opened up territory in the demon territory, creating a space for the demon race to exist. After thousands of years of reproduction, the demon race was born. The ancient devils had not gone extinct. To this day, there were still ancient devils living in the demon territory. Every ancient devil was an extremely powerful existence. Even the demon saint had to treat them with respect. But although the ancient devils were powerful, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts. They relied on their instincts to act. Even the great demon god could not command them. In the demon territory, there were very few ancient devils. Not to mention the ordinary demon race, even the demon saint-level powerhouses might not see an ancient devil in their entire lives. They lived in the worst and most hidden environments. They would not easily appear in public. Moto had been lucky enough to see one once. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place where several ancient devils lived. In the end, he had been treated as an intruder and chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He had almost died. His memory of the ancient devil's aura was still fresh. How could Moto not be shocked to suddenly see the ancient devil's demonic chi in this world? However, he finally understood why the demonic chi formed by his demon heart did not work on this barbarian. He had the ancient devil's aura inside him, so he could naturally resist the corrosion of his demonic chi. But why was this? How could the ancient devil's aura appear on an outsider? Yang Kai did not answer. He did not know if he did not want to answer or if he did not hear him. At that moment, he only felt his soul become restless. After undoing the gold and silver seals on the dantian, he immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out of the dantian. It surged through his body. With the support of this power, he could not help but feel like he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars and capture the moon just by raising his hand. As he obtained this great power, the various evils hidden deep in his heart were awakened and magnified. He gradually lost his mind. His perfect left eye twitched violently, up and down, left and right, as if it was not under his control. However, his right eye, which had turned pitch black, was still empty. It was a stark contrast to the liveliness of his left eye, making it seem even more strange. A pitch-black aura inexplicably swayed in his sea of consciousness. This aura seemed to have a strong infectious power. Wherever it passed, everything dimmed. The light balls of memories were dyed pitch-black, losing their previous colorful brilliance. Yang Kai hid his soul on the island created by the colorful soul-warming lotus, relying on this treasure to maintain his last trace of consciousness. It was not the first time that he had become the demon race, but this time it was a little different than before. He found that the power he obtained was even stronger. It was as if he had gradually adapted to the unsealed demonic chi in his body. He was able to exert its effect to a greater extent, but correspondingly he had to pay a higher price. This was his last resort. He would not dare to use it unless he had no other choice. Because every time he used it, there was a real danger of becoming the demon race. He might lose himself, become a demon, and not recognize his own family. But in the face of a demon saint's aggressive pressure, Yang Kai had no other choice. His body, which was originally only 6 meters tall, grew even taller after becoming the demon race. The immense power directly pushed Moto's hand away, only stopping when he was 10 meters tall. The short horn on his forehead had also grown a bit longer. Then, Yang Kai discovered a phenomenon that gave him a pleasant surprise. The dragon form secret technique seemed to have a restraining effect on becoming the demon race. Even though his sea of consciousness was in chaos, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was not only due to the colorful soul-warming lotus, but also because of his dragon form body. He did not understand why this was, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the golden divine dragon origin energy. His dragon form was a secret technique that relied on the golden divine dragon essence power as a foundation. Up until now, he had not even unleashed 1% of its full power. If there came a day when he could unleash the full extent of the golden divine dragon essence power, he would most likely transform into a dragon and roam the myriad worlds of the universe. He would no longer be in his current dragon man form, which was only 30 feet tall. The golden divine dragon origin energy had a divine nature, while the ancient demonic chi had a demonic nature. The two were originally opposing existences, but now they were coexisting in Yang Kai's body and being used at the same time. This produced an inexplicable phenomenon. Yang Kai thirsted for power. The ancient demonic chi gave him an advantage, allowing him to become the demon race. However, he did not want to lose his consciousness. Thus, his dragon form body and the colorful soul-warming lotus protected a trace of clarity in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from completely losing his sense of self. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from every part of his body. Kai Yang felt as if his whole body was being shattered and then reassembled. This wasn't just the reconstruction of his flesh and bones, but also his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. No one would be able to endure this kind of pain. However, Yang Kai, who had maintained a sliver of clarity, felt it 10 to 20 times more. He had long since surpassed his own limits. He raised his head and roared, his body trembling violently. His left eye twitched even more violently. Moto's expression changed even more. He discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not close his hand again. He could not crush this unremarkable little bug to death. This outsider had, in an extremely short amount of time, gained the strength to fight against him. Moto could not accept this outcome. He used his feet to stabilize his body, then reached out with his other hand to grab Yang Kai's head. His expression was savage and vicious. Kai Yang's angry roars came to an abrupt end, stopping without the slightest warning. The cracking sounds coming from his body also stopped. As far as the eye could see, he had been completely enveloped by a ball of black qi, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. However, the most bizarre thing was that the pitch-black area around his right eye could be seen clearly. It was extremely abrupt. This was a very unusual phenomenon. Ancient demonic eye. Moto finally discovered what was special about this eye. He was greatly alarmed. Chapter 2900. The ancient devils in the demon territory came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but all of them were strong. Mo Duo knew that there was an ancient devil whose body was incomparably huge. It was like a mountain and had a single eye. That eye could unleash an unimaginable divine ability. So, when he saw the abnormality in Yang Kai's right eye, he couldn't help but recall all sorts of memories of this ancient devil. His heart jumped, and he prayed that his guess wasn't true. If it was, then this outsider might really be able to fight him. Black Pupil Purgatory, Eternal Darkness. The outsider's low chant made Moto feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the colors around him disappeared as well. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. And in this dark world, a giant eye hung high in the sky. In this pitch-black world, it was the only thing that seemed so unique. Everyone could see it clearly. In this pitch-black environment, every creature could clearly sense that gigantic eye. It was like a black moon that hung high up in the sky, looking down on everything under the heavens. All the members of the demon race couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the eye. Panic appeared on their faces, and then they bowed down in worship. Even the Demon King was no exception. They suddenly became dazed, forgetting what they were doing. Like the other members of the demon race, they looked at the giant eye with worship. The eye hanging high in the sky seemed to have turned this world into a cage. All the members of the demon race who were trapped inside seemed to have lost themselves. Moto was shocked, because he realized that things were developing in a direction he didn't want to see the most. That single eye really was the ancient devil he knew had, and this so-called Black Pupil Purgatory was the ancient devil's divine technique. This outsider had actually obtained the ancient devil's black pupil? How had he obtained it? How had he fused with it? Since he had fused with it, why hadn't he been assimilated? All sorts of questions rolled through Moto's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Yang Kai's attack arrived. The giant eye hanging in the sky suddenly blinked, and then a profound light came from above. Caught off guard, it struck Moto's head. Moto's expression went blank for a moment. Even though he was a demon saint, he could not help but hallucinate after being hit by such an attack. He seemed to have returned to demon territory. Sitting in his own palace and enjoying a comfortable life, far away from conflict and slaughter, such a life made his heart calm and his will to fight gradually lost. The big hand that had been clenched loosened a little. Yang Kai took the opportunity to jump out. However, Moto was a demon saint in the end. Even though he was affected by the black pupil, it only took him a short moment to dispel the illusion in his mind. Without any hesitation, he swung his fan-like hand at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, summoning a war hammer into his palm. He did not care about Moto's attack. He raised the warhammer and smashed it at Moto's head. With a boom, their attacks were effective at the same time. Yang Kai's 10-foot-tall body was sent flying by Moto like a rag sack. However, Moto's head was also smashed by the demon weapon warhammer. His head immediately began to bleed, and the enormous force penetrated his body. Looking down at the impact, he could no longer maintain his climbing posture. His enormous body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. With a rumble, the demon race on the ground, who had lost their minds and were still worshipping the black pupil in the sky, were crushed and rolled by Moto's body. A large number of them were instantly killed. Moto stood up, shaking his head. Blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision, but his expression became ferocious. He closed his eyes, resisting the various illusory powers of Black Eye in the sky. He searched for Yang Kai in the darkness. Yang Kai had no intention of hiding. After becoming the demon race, his temperament had changed greatly. Even though he had the dragon transformation and the rainbow soul warming lotus protecting his soul, the release of the ancient demonic chi and the use of the divine techniques still had a huge impact on him. The desire to kill in his heart was magnified infinitely. He only had one goal in his eyes: kill that 300-foot-tall demon saint. For this, he would pay any price he could. After being sent flying by Moto's slap, Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body. He raised the demon weapon warhammer high and charged at Moto aggressively. He instinctively activated his spatial laws and appeared in front of Moto. With such an obvious attack trajectory, Moto naturally easily grasped it. Moto raised his fist and charged forward. The demon weapon warhammer collided with the huge fist. Violent energy swept out, turning into sharp blades that reaped lives. A large number of the surrounding demon race members instantly died. Moto's fist bones cracked, and Yang Kai was sent flying. He spat out blood in midair, cutting a sorry figure. However, he did not seem to feel anything. After stabilizing his body, he pounced at Moto again. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in a fierce exchange of blows. Moto's huge body held some advantage at this moment. Although Yang Kai injured him every time, the demon saint's physique was extremely good, so these injuries did not affect him much. On the contrary, every time Yang Kai pounced, he would be met with a storm-like counterattack, sending him flying again and again. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was like an unkillable cockroach. Relying on the divine technique of the Black Eye Purgatory, even though he was at a great disadvantage, he still fought with Moto to the death, unwilling to retreat at all. The shockwaves from their battle caused the demon race to suffer greatly. Beside the evergreen god tree, millions of demon race members were gathered. When Yang Kai used the Black Eye Purgatory, it surrounded them all. Facing the ancient devil's black eyes, they prostrated themselves in worship and fell into all kinds of illusions. They did not know how to dodge or retreat. The shockwaves of the battle caused them to fall in droves. In less than half an hour, half of the millions of demon race members had been killed or injured. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. It was like a true hell. Moto was already furious. He could only watch as the giant tree continued to grow, but he could not stop it. He had never felt so vile before. If possible, he did not want to tangle with Yang Kai like this. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy the evergreen god tree so that the giant tree would not block the world path. Before Yang Kai had become the demon race, he had not felt that this mission was very difficult. It was just a giant tree that only knew how to grow. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, after Yang Kai became the demon race, he found that this mission was almost impossible to complete. Unless he could kill that outsider called Wizard Ox first, but if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a dozen more exchanges, Moto's body was covered with a dozen wounds of varying sizes. While Yang Kai was sent flying, he raised his head and looked up. Then his face turned ashen. This was because he discovered that after delaying for so long, the giant tree was about to reach the bottom of the world path. The giant tree crown was almost about to block off the existence of the world path. Based on the tree's growth rate, in just 15 minutes, it might really be able to block off the world path. Moto roared angrily. Ignoring Yang Kai's entanglement, he strode toward the evergreen god tree. When he was 1,000 feet away from the evergreen god tree, he leapt up. His 300-foot-tall body displayed unimaginable agility. In an instant, he leapt several hundred feet into the air and grabbed onto a tree trunk. Then he used his hands and feet to climb up. Before he could advance much, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared above his head. The demon warhammer was wrapped in thick demonic chi and exuded an aura that could destroy all things. It smashed down at his head. Moto's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to block. The warhammer smashed into his arm, breaking his bones. Moto's massive body suddenly shrank, almost falling down. However, he was still unwilling to let go, doing his best to stabilize himself. The second hammer came down, followed by a third, a fourth. Boom, 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 boom. Moto was like a punching bag. He no longer had the dignity of a demon saint. The arm above his head had long since been twisted out of shape. It was like a noodle, the bones shattered. In the end, he could no longer hold on and was struck down from the tree by Yang Kai. But during the process of falling, he grinned maliciously. Because another Moto had appeared in the sky at some point. Although it was not 100 feet tall, it was still a dozen feet tall. This was clearly a clone. No one knew when Moto had created this clone. Even Yang Kai did not sense it, or perhaps he could not sense it at all. After becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's senses had greatly weakened. He only had one target in his eyes, and his reactions to other things were extremely weak. Moto had used this to easily send his avatar out. At this moment, this clone was standing in front of Black Eye, its hands constantly forming seals as it muttered to itself. An extremely profound aura emanated from its body, making it seem very mysterious. Looking at the clone's posture, it had clearly been in this state for some time, and it was only now preparing to end it. Moto's clone suddenly stopped and raised his hand to point at Black Eye. A dot of light suddenly appeared above Black Eye. This light seemed to have an extremely strong infectious power. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it occupied half of Black Eye, and it showed no signs of stopping. Yang Kai finally felt that something was wrong. He stopped in midair and turned to look at Black Eye. Then he roared and pounced at Black Eye, as if he wanted to stop the light from spreading. But it was too late. When the light filled Black Eye, the light of the entire world returned. The pitch-black illusory world was broken. Yang Kai, who was flying away, let out a miserable cry as if he had been struck by lightning. A large amount of blood seeped out of his right eye. He fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Chapter 2901. Black Eye Purgatory's divine technique had been broken by Moto. Yang Kai suffered a backlash, his blood roiling, his head splitting, and he howled in pain. Moto used this opportunity to finally break free from Yang Kai's entanglement. He leaped up from the ground and flew up. In a few short breaths, he had climbed thousands of feet and was about to reach the top of the tree. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him. Holding the demonic warhammer in one hand, his demonic chi surged as he smashed it at him. Moto hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tree and dodged Yang Kai's attack. The two looked at each other from afar. Moto's expression was furious. Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic chi, so his expression could not be seen. However, his eyes were even more spirited and clear than before. He rested the demonic warhammer on his shoulder and raised his head. He said coldly, "I really have to thank you for letting me regain my senses. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to break free from that state." Moto's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Without Black Eye's divine technique, how can you stop me?" He could also tell that after Black Eye's divine technique had been broken, Yang Kai's aura had withered greatly. Although he had regained his senses, he was definitely not his match. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the skyway. "Perhaps I cannot stop you forever, but I just need to delay you for a while." Hearing this, Moto's expression sank. Yang Kai was speaking the truth. Even though he was no longer Moto's match, he could still create some trouble for him and delay him. As long as he had this bit of time, the evergreen god tree would have a chance to seal the world path. The tree crown was already directly below the world path, completely covering it. As long as it continued to grow, it could grow into the world path. Try it. Modo roared angrily. He stomped on the branch he was on and shot up like a cannonball. In midair, he suddenly punched to the left. Strangely enough, Xianxia actually appeared right in front of his fist. It was as if he had bumped into it. Xianxia's face was filled with shock as he was caught off guard by this punch and was sent flying. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant he was sent flying, he executed the spatial divine technique. With a teleportation, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Modo's head. The demonic chi on the demonic warhammer churned and wriggled as it smashed down at Modo with world-destroying power. Despicable! Modo roared. He raised his hand to block. A loud sound rang out. Modo's massive body fell more than 100 feet before stabilizing again. His two window-sized eyes were about to spit fire. After the black eye purgatory was broken, Xianxia's strength had indeed dropped greatly. This could be seen from the power of the hammer. If Xianxia had used this hammer before, it would have been enough to send Modo crashing to the ground. However, Modo had only fallen 100 or so feet. Even so, Xianxia was still the sturdiest obstacle in front of him. If he did not break through this obstacle, he would not be able to break through it. Modo felt that he might not be able to continue forward, but how could he have the time to tangle with this outsider? He had underestimated him. All the demon saint had underestimated him. If they had known that this outsider was so powerful, they would have sent 2 demon saint to deal with him. Modo let out a long howl, wanting to summon helpers. However, he received no response. The other 4 demon saint were currently fighting with the 4 barbarian wizard saints. They were evenly matched, and no one could easily escape. Everything rested on him. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Modo's eyelids twitched, and he looked up. At the entrance of the world path, the enormous tree crown had already surged into the world path. It was being squeezed by the world path's power, and the tree crown began to distort. However, it gradually filled the passageway between the 2 worlds. It was too late. Everything was too late. Modo's heart was ashen, and his entire body was cold. Xianxia laughed loudly. Although he was in a sorry state, his laughter was incomparably savage. This laughter entered Modo's ears. It only made him feel that it was incomparably ironic and mocking, and the suppressed volcanic anger in his chest completely erupted. Xianxia's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. It was extremely abrupt. Modo's expression also turned cold. He had clearly sensed something. The 2 of them looked up at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the void and reached the depths of the world path. Inside the world path, above the treetop, a black cloud suddenly appeared strangely. The black cloud slowly pressed down. It seemed slow, but it had a very strong oppressive force, as if nothing in the world could stop it from falling. In the process of falling, the black cloud gradually twisted and changed, transforming into the shape of a big hand, and covered the treetop. Demon God Master! Modo exclaimed. Great Demon God! Xianxia roared. In the demon territory, the strongest person was Great Demon God. He was an existence even more powerful than the demon saint. It was he who tore apart the barrier of the great world and opened the passageway between the demon territory and this world, bringing destruction and disaster to this world. The demon saint was already powerful enough. So how powerful was Great Demon God above him? Xianxia had been pondering this question before, but he had been unable to come up with an answer. It was just like how he had been unable to imagine the terror of a Dao Source Realm Master when he was still in the Origin Returning Realm. Without reaching a certain level, no matter how rich one's imagination was, it would still be lacking. Great Demon God stood at a completely different height, one that Xianxia could not fathom at all. However, at this very moment, he easily experienced the horror of the Great Demonic God. Just a palm formed by the black clouds seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was a power that even the great demonic saints and shamans would tremble in fear. As the gigantic hand pressed down, cracking sounds rang out from the crown of the evergreen divine tree. It was actually unable to continue growing. Instead, it was showing signs of being pressed down. Modo watched this scene without the slightest hint of joy in his eyes, instead filled with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks as his 300-meter-tall body began to tremble. As a demon saint sent to this world by great demon god, he had failed in his duty and failed to organize the plan to seal off this world in time, causing great demon god to personally suppress it. After this battle, even if the demon race won, he and the other 4 demon saint would not be able to escape punishment. And the punishment of great demon god was not something he could bear, even if he was a demon saint. Whoosh! A strange sound rang out. Modo turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. You dare! Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, Wuxian actually flew up with a solemn expression and rushed towards the world path. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to block the great demon god's attack all by himself. This caused Modo to pale with fright. It was not that he was afraid the wizard bull had the ability to do this. Since great demon god had already made his move, no matter how strong the wizard bull was, he was just an ant struggling. It was just that he could not allow the wizard bull to hinder great demon god in the slightest. He followed closely behind, wanting to stop the other in advance, but his body was too large and his movements were not as nimble as the other. He could only watch as the other charged into the world path and disappeared. Modo was in a panic. His demonic chi surged wildly as he used his hands and feet to climb up. He had not been able to reach the top of the tree no matter what before, but now he reached it in less than 10 breaths. Modo had no intention of staying here. He also charged into the world path, wanting to capture Yang Kai. The world path was filled with nothingness and chaos, making it impossible to determine one's direction. It gave off an uneasy feeling. Even the demon saint could not easily get rid of this feeling. This was because this was the endless void. No matter how powerful an expert was, if they lost their way here, they could be trapped here forever. An unimaginable pressure came from above. Modo looked up and just happened to see great demon god's giant palm pressing down, but that wizard bull had disappeared without a trace. That palm was great demon god's attack. Even though there was a world between them, it still felt invincible. He did not dare release his divine sense to search for Yang Kai's figure here because the surrounding chaotic streams of space would devour all of his divine sense. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai suddenly and strangely appeared beside him, slamming into him like a cannonball. A terrifying power spread out. Modo could not stand steadily and was sent flying. Yang Kai stuck close to his waist. The power of space law surged from his body. Chaotic streams of space surged, bringing him and Modo toward that palm. Modo's face was pale. He tried his best to resist, but in this void, where space law dominated everything, he found that he could not break free from Yang Kai's push. He was getting closer and closer to great demon god's palm. What are you doing? Modo was both shocked and angry. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. I'll lend it to you. Yang Kai grinned at him, but Modo clearly did not see it. These words made Modo's face turn green. His massive body began to tremble. He resisted with all his might, almost breaking free from Yang Kai's push several times. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently, causing countless streams of turbulent void to appear around him, transforming into ropes that bound Modo. This time, Modo became much more obedient. Do you know what you're doing? Modo realized that he could not break free. He could only hope to persuade Yang Kai to change his mind. You'll die too. Yang Kai did not say a word. He used all his strength to push Modo toward that giant palm. Madman! You're a madman! Modo cursed. I won't be used by you. It's my honor to die at the hands of great demon god. What you're doing is meaningless. You have the ancient devil chi and the ancient devil black eyes. Although you're from the barbarian race, you can be considered half a member of the demon race. Besides, you've already proven your strength. Give up. Great demon god will forgive you. You'll get whatever you want from the demon race. Why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop now, it'll be too late. Modo continued to roar, the panic on his face growing more and more apparent. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, when great demon god's giant palm descended on his head, Modo shut his mouth. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. Even if Xianxia let him go, he would not be able to dodge Great Demon God's attack. Chapter 2902. The giant palm above his head pressed down, and a destructive aura swept over him. Modo sighed, closed his eyes, and thrust out his neck. At this moment, Xianxia's furious roar exploded in his ears. "Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to die?" This roar was like a decree filled with magic. Modo suddenly opened his eyes. Driven by his survival instincts, he activated the power of the demon saint and raised his fists to meet the attack. He suddenly realized that the power restraining him had disappeared, and the space turbulence restraining him had also disappeared, allowing him to unleash his full strength. But the moment he attacked, Modo regretted it. He asked himself, just what was he doing? As a demon saint, he was actually resisting the great demon god? All of his actions were instinctive, without any thought. They were driven by his desire to live. On the brink of life and death, no one could think too much. No matter what, this was the full power of his demon saint strength. At the same time, Xianxia, not far from him, had a solemn expression. He raised the demon warhammer in his hand, poured his demonic chi into it, and smashed it down at the giant palm. Space laws swirled around the demon warhammer. Wherever the hammer passed, the void shattered. Not only that, Xianxia had also mixed in some time laws. At this critical moment of life and death, Xianxia unleashed an attack that surpassed his own limits. This attack was stronger than anything he had ever displayed before. It was an attack he had never imagined before. In the passage between two worlds, one was intentional, the other was unintentional. Xianxia and Modo worked together perfectly, unleashing a stunning counterattack. The giant palm paused for a moment, and then a giant hole appeared in its center. Endless demonic chi poured out of the hole. It flowed in all directions. But a moment later, the giant palm pressed down on Xianxia and Modo, as if it had destroyed two insignificant ants. It continued to press down. Modo's groan was extinguished as soon as it appeared. His 300-foot-tall body instantly collapsed. It turned into pieces of flesh that floated through the endless void. Xianxia also felt like he was shattering. His body had completely disappeared. Only his soul continued to fall, as if it would fall into the endless abyss. Was he dead? Xianxia didn't know what death was like, but if even the demon Saint Modo couldn't block this attack, he definitely couldn't survive. He probably really was dead. In a daze, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten many things, and then he remembered something. He could feel that he was still falling. This kind of falling seemed to have no end, as if it would continue on endlessly. For no reason, he felt his whole body relax, as if he no longer had to think about some things that annoyed him. It was not bad to continue falling like this. Suddenly, the feeling of falling disappeared and his vision changed. When Xianxia came back to his senses, he was already in the middle of a starry sky. He turned his head and looked around. He lowered his head. Then his eyes widened. He saw a massive tree that connected the heavens to the earth. It towered over the battlefield covered in blood and corpses. The majestic tree crown reached into a crack in the sky and was in the process of growing. He saw a few strong humans hiding under the tree to avoid the slaughter of the demon race. He also saw millions of humans and demon race engaged in a bloody battle in the vast wilderness. On the other side of the sky, 8 powerful experts were fighting. These were the saints of the two races. They seemed to be evenly matched. He shivered. He suddenly remembered what he had just forgotten and recalled something even more distant. He was the Wizard Ox, the Wizard King of the barbarian race's southern barbarian tribe. He commanded an elite army called the Wizard Ox tribe. He was also the Xianxia, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the astral boundary. Especially his second identity, he didn't know when he had actually forgotten it completely. When he had just arrived in this world, he would still remember it from time to time. He remembered that he was just a passerby in this world, and that he had only come to this mystic realm to gain experience. But as the war between the two races broke out, his memory of this identity became more and more blurry. He gradually got used to the identity of the Wizard Ox. In the end, he completely forgot the name of the Yangkai. Just now, he had dragged a demon saint and launched a suicidal attack on the great demon god. Was he trying to imitate the sacrifice of the evergreen god tree? If he remembered his identity as the Yangkai, he definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. After all, this was just an arcane realm. Everything could be just an illusion. But if he looked at this matter with the identity of the barbarian wizard ox, it would seem normal. The wizard ox would definitely make such a choice. Any barbarian would not hesitate to make such a choice. Even if they would die, as long as there was even the slightest chance of success, their death would be worth it. The only thing he couldn't understand now was what was going on. Was everything here an illusion? Was he really dead? Isn't it amazing? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't expect someone else to be here, but he didn't immediately turn around because he recognized the owner of the voice. He stood in the void and pointed below. Is this all real or fake? It's real, but it's also fake. A petite figure slowly walked to his side and stood still. Her beautiful eyes stared down as she looked at the scene below, together with Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look at her and curiously asked, "Answer me." There's falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood. The woman winked at him, looking a little mischievous. This was an expression she had never shown before, which made Yang Kai stunned. Yang Kai continued to look at her and didn't say a word. The woman said, "This battle is real. In ancient times, there was a war between the two races. It wasn't much different from what you are seeing now, but the scale was bigger." Yang Kai frowned. Then what about the wizard ox? It's because there were countless wizard ox in that battle. This land was preserved, and the demon race was forced to retreat. Yang Kai suddenly said, "The wizard ox I saw and experienced was just a miniature version?" Yang Kai said, "I understand. Everything I experienced was just an illusion, but this illusion wasn't an empty fantasy. It was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, this illusion lasted a little too long. It lasted for a full 2 years. However, Yang Kai believed that this was a war in ancient times. It definitely couldn't have ended in just 2 years. Perhaps it was 20 years, or perhaps it was 2 centuries. It was just that the miniature version he saw shortened the time. That's right, so congratulations on your contribution in this battle." The woman smiled. Yang Kai sneered, "I'm already dead. There's nothing to congratulate me about. It's just that you're in this world. You're still alive." The woman smiled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I want to see the final result of this battle." The woman nodded and stretched out a hand. A moment later, it was as if Yang Kai had become the incarnation of a god. With a single thought, everything below him could be seen clearly, down to the smallest detail. First, it was the passage between the two worlds. After the great demon god's attack destroyed the demon Saint Modo and Wizard Ox's resistance, it continued to press down. However, Modo and Wizard Ox's sacrifice was not in vain. A hole appeared in the giant palm. A large amount of demonic chi leaked out and was absorbed by the surrounding void, greatly reducing the power of the giant palm. Moreover, as the giant palm pressed down, its power decreased. In the end, when the giant palm slammed into the crown of the tree, heaven and earth trembled. The huge treetops suddenly shortened by a bit. Countless broken branches and leaves flew through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the towering tree trunk, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, the evergreen god tree only swayed for a while before stabilizing again. Green light blossomed from every leaf and every branch of the evergreen god tree. An astonishing burst of life energy erupted. The tree crown, which had already entered the passage between the two worlds, suddenly expanded as if it was glowing with the light of spring. It immediately sealed off the crack in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless green lights flew into the sky like fireflies. They rushed into the sealed world passage and disappeared. Soon, the realm path was filled with green light as well. The life essence that the evergreen god tree had gathered for tens of thousands of years rapidly shrank. All of the life energy turned into green light and was used to seal off the world passage. When the world passage was completely filled with green light, the evergreen god tree suddenly shook. The side branches fell one after another, leaving only a bare main trunk. The world passage gradually shrank under an inexplicable force. In the end, it closed and disappeared. The entire process lasted for a very long time. After the world passage disappeared, the evergreen god tree seemed to have lost its life force. The tree trunk that connected heaven and earth turned into fine powder that fluttered in the wind. The evergreen god tree sacrificed itself for a righteous cause. The world passage was finally sealed. When they saw this scene, all of the barbarians cheered in surprise. However, the demon race that was fighting the barbarians looked as if they had lost their parents. After losing their connection to the demon territory, the low-level soldiers and the demon king seemed to be greatly affected. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could no longer fully display their strength. The barbarians fought back and killed countless enemies. The battle of the holy saints that had been in a stalemate finally changed. The 4 demon saints were gradually not a match for the barbarians. Under the relentless pursuit of the wizard saints, they fled pathetically. In less than half a day, 2 demon saints were killed on the spot. The other 2 demon saints knew that the situation was hopeless and began to flee. The wizard saints chased after them separately. The demon saint either died or fled. The demon race below could not do anything. The battle was over, and all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 2903. Yang Kai retracted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. He had already foreseen the outcome of the war between the 2 races. Just as he had expected, the barbarian race had won after paying a huge price. The invaders had been exterminated, and as for the 2 great demon saints who had escaped, even if they were omnipotent, there was no place for them to hide in this vast world. In a way, this experience was very successful. Yang Kai himself also gained a lot, especially his understanding of the ancient wizard's magic. This was something that no ancient book could compare to. The only flaw was that the wizard bull died. But in that situation, as a wizard bull, Yang Kai couldn't think of a better way to deal with the great demon god's attack. Now there was only one last problem left. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the petite woman beside him and asked seriously, "Who are you? What should I call you? Or should I call you like before?" Dai smiled as if she sensed the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's heart and softly said, "I am a witness to history, a recorder. What you have experienced is only a drop in the ocean that I have recorded." "This illusion was created by you?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Dai shook her head. "I am only responsible for witnessing and recording. What kind of illusion one encounters after entering this place is completely the choice of the person undergoing the experience." Yang Kai frowned. "I don't remember choosing anything. After entering this place, he woke up as Tsangnan villages on Niu. When did he ever have the chance to choose?" Dai smiled. "Something in your body will help you make a choice." Yang Kai thought for a bit. Ancient demon chi? Only the ancient demon chi could be related to the illusion of the war between the 2 races. As soon as he said this, he was shocked. He remembered that he had unlocked the gold and silver seal on the Dantian. He had already become the demon race, but now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He wanted to check his condition, but now he didn't even have a body. He appeared here in a similar way to a soul and communicated with Dai, so he couldn't check his condition. Butterfly seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Everything is at a standstill here. You can deal with your own difficulties after you get out." Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "You said that you are a witness to history, a recorder. Can I understand that you are the illusion itself?" Butterfly looked at him with bright eyes and said, "You're really smart." "That's right, I am this illusion itself." Yang Kai said, "Everyone who comes here will experience different illusions, right? What I experienced was the invasion of the demon race. The war between the 2 races. If other people came, they might experience something else." "That's it." Butterfly chuckled, feeling that it was never tiring to talk to smart people. "Furthermore, what you experienced this time was a war between 2 races. Perhaps the next time you come here, you will experience something completely different. Everything is changing, and everything has its own cause and effect." "Does this mystic realm have a name?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm." Butterfly replied, her petite body suddenly turning around and exploding with a bang. Yang Kai was slightly startled. But soon he calmed down and stared at a huge butterfly in front of him with blurred eyes. The place where Butterfly originally stood was now occupied by a 5-colored butterfly as tall as a person. This butterfly was brightly colored and gave off a feeling of extreme beauty. It gently flapped its wings, causing fluorescent light to flow around it, dazzling those who looked at it. Butterfly's voice came from the other side. I am the 1,000 illusionary butterfly, the master of this mystic realm. So you are the key to opening this mystic realm. Yang Kai suddenly realized. Princess Lan Sun had once told Yang Kai about this before. There were many mystic realms in the 5-colored treasure pagoda's 5th layer, some of which required specific keys to open. For example, the Great Illusionary Dream Realm she once mentioned required the Golden Armor Heavenly Book to open. Star Soul Palace's elder Tan Junhao was killed by Yang Kai in Flowing Shadow City. The Golden Armor Heavenly Book also fell into Yang Kai's hands, causing some of Star Soul Palace's disciples to be trapped inside the Great Illusionary Dream Realm, unable to leave. In order to recover the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, Star Soul Palace had no choice but to agree to Yang Kai's request to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for a month. The key to the Great Illusionary Dream Realm was the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, and the key to the 1,000 Illusionary Dream Realm Yang Kai experienced was Butterfly. It was also the 1,000 illusionary butterfly she had transformed into. Butterfly chuckled, Key? I am not just the key, I just told you, I am the mystic realm itself. Yang Kai didn't know what the difference was, but he instinctively felt that this so-called 1,000 illusionary butterfly was of a higher level than the Great Illusionary Dream Realm Lan Sun spoke of. Nodding, he said, I roughly understand, but since you are the master of this mystic realm, why appear beside me as Butterfly? Are you monitoring me? Butterfly said, I can easily see everything in this mystic realm, so there is no need to monitor anything. As for why, I just felt like it. I have been in a deep slumber for many years, and this time I was awakened by you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with some interest, So you are saying that there is something special about me to you? Can I take you with me? After pausing for a moment, he changed his words, Are you willing to come with me? If he could take Butterfly with him, then he would be able to control a mystic realm. Moreover, this mystic realm was ever-changing and suitable for any cultivator to enter. He was now the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, so he had to consider many things. Every great sect had its own foundation, such as Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple's Astral Winds, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Hall. Each of them had their own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable strength to the development of their own sect. The strength of a sect wasn't just limited to having a few masters in charge, it also had to consider the future development and the growth of its disciples. Currently, the High Heaven Palace didn't lack masters. The Monster King was a guest elder, and he was also under Yang Kai's command. There were also Emperor Ray Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Masters in the palace. There was also a territory crossing space array that connected the north and south, so cultivation resources weren't a problem. Yang Kai was still thinking about Tian Yen. If he could help Tian Yen reconstruct his physical body and free him from the Divine Ascension Mirror, then the High Heaven Palace would have a master on the level of great emperors as a backer. Even if it wasn't a sect of great emperors, it wouldn't be far off. What the High Heaven Palace lacked was a foundation that could help several or even several dozen generations of disciples grow. The 1,000 Illusions Dream Realm was undoubtedly an excellent choice. That was why Yang Kai really wanted to take it with him. The 1,000 Illusions Dream Realm was one of the many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Butterfly was the key to this sealed realm, so as long as he could take Butterfly away, the High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed realm in the future. As for whether or not Star Soul Palace would discover or stop him, Yang Kai didn't think there was anything to worry about. There were many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and there were some sealed realms that even Star Soul Palace couldn't open or find. If he took one of these sealed realms, Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't know. What's more, even if they found out, what could they do? This was a benefit that Yang Kai had gained from his experience. Star Soul Palace couldn't bully the weak and force him to stay, as that would be a blow to Star Soul Palace's reputation. With this in mind, Yang Kai asked. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to persuade Butterfly if she refused. He wasn't very confident in this proposal. Sure. Butterfly said softly. Yang Kai froze for a moment, not having expected Butterfly to agree so readily. The few words of persuasion he had just prepared were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. I said sure, Butterfly repeated. Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. Butterfly agreeing so easily made him a little unable to respond. On the other hand, Butterfly saw his concerns and chuckled. I can see the changes and interpretations of history in you, so I need to record them. It's not convenient to stay in this place. Yang Kai grinned. I don't know what the future will be like, but I think my future should be very exciting. You may record a lot of things. I hope so. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Butterfly gently flapped her colorful wings, her beautiful body suddenly turning into a stream of light and flying into Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai gently grasped it and looked down to find a butterfly-like hairpin in his hand. It was small and exquisite, looking exactly the same as the 1,000 illusionary butterfly that Butterfly transformed into, except its size was countless times smaller. Butterfly disappeared and turned into a butterfly-shaped key that remained in Yang Kai's hand. All of a sudden, everything around him began to distort, becoming grotesque and variegated. Then, Kai Yang felt an irresistible suction force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if it wanted to throw him into hell. He couldn't resist and could only guard his mind. With a loud rumble, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had traveled through an endless space-time tunnel and arrived at a familiar residence. He opened his eyes and immediately confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. However, his body situation was extremely bad. A rich demonic chi wrapped around him and his physique was pulsing, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura. This aura impacted his soul, causing it to become turbulent, as if he could be demonized at any time. After becoming the demon race in the 1,000 illusionary dream world, his body really gave a very realistic response. In other words, although what one experienced in the 1,000 illusionary dream world was only an illusion, it was still inextricably linked to the person who experienced it. For example, in the current situation, Yang Kai had become the demon race in the illusion, which meant that he had really become the demon race. Without time to think too much, Yang Kai hurriedly urged the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea to protect the clarity of his soul before immersing himself in the sealed world bead and guiding the sealing power of the gold and silver trees in the medicine garden into his body. Gold and silver light quickly gushed out and flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Under the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree, the demonic chi that was surging in his limbs and muscles seemed to have encountered nemesis and was forced back towards the dantian, like a rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon, revealing a sense of panic. Chapter 2904. After spending some time, Yang Kai finally resealed his demonic chi and returned to normal. However, this action consumed the sealing power that the Tsang tree had accumulated with great difficulty. In the medicine garden of the small sealed world, the Tsang tree no longer had its gold and silver colors. Instead, it looked a little withered. Obviously, Yang Kai had absorbed too much of its power before. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a jade bottle. A drop of mercury-like liquid slowly rolled in the bottle. Supreme Divine Water. Yang Kai had exchanged this treasure with a master from the Emperor realm who went to Azure Sun Temple to participate in the coronation ceremony a few days ago. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Supreme Divine Water could promote the growth of spirit plants and greatly shorten the growth period of spirit plants. However, this thing was rare and valuable, so very few people could obtain it. With the Tsang tree's sealing power exhausted, Yang Kai had to make plans to use this Supreme Divine Water to supplement its consumption. Otherwise, if he was forced to become the demon race again, he wouldn't have any extra sealing power to resolve his crisis. After becoming the demon race several times, Yang Kai found that he needed to use more and more sealing power. According to his estimation, he was afraid that he could only become the demon race 2 or 3 more times at most before he could no longer seal the ancient demon chi in his body. At that time, he might be reduced to a demon forever and lose his mind. Perhaps, the dragon transformation secret technique was a way to delay it. This time, while becoming the demon race, he maintained the dragon transformation secret technique, so his mind was much clearer than the previous 2 times. It could be seen that the dragon transformation secret technique had some restraining effect on becoming the demon race. At the very least, it could keep him sane. Should I find Zhu Qing and go with her to Dragon Island? There were a lot of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island. He could collect them and refine them into dragon blood pills, which could help him perfect the dragon transformation secret technique. However, Zhu Qing had gone to the northern frozen earth. So far, there was no news of her and he didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't want to think about it anymore. Once again, he checked his condition. There wasn't much of a problem with his physical body. After the demonic chi crisis was resolved, he only felt a little weak. This kind of weakness would only require a few days of rest to recover. However, Yang Kai was shocked by the injury to his divine soul. In the dream world of 1,000 illusions, although everything he experienced was just an illusion, after all, he participated in it with his soul. Moreover, in that lifelike environment, Yang Kai completely forgot his original identity and thought of himself as a wizard. All the damage that the wizard bull suffered would be directly reflected on his soul. The heaven-shaking battle with Modo had already left him heavily injured. At the last moment, the great demon god had struck him across space, causing his soul to scatter. This was an unimaginable encounter. Yang Kai suspected that if he didn't have the protection of the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, he would have died in the illusion. This was the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, a treasure of heaven and earth. It had protected his soul and allowed him to return to reality. If it had been anyone else who encountered such a thing, they definitely wouldn't have been able to wake up at this moment. All illusions had the ability to pass off as reality, let alone a top-level secret realm like the dream world of 1,000 illusions. Only now did Yang Kai feel a sense of lingering fear. At the same time, an indescribable exhaustion swept over him, making him want to immediately fall asleep. However, he still remembered that this was the other party's territory. Moreover, he had been in the 5-colored treasure pagoda for more than 2 years, completely breaking the agreement with Star Soul Palace. He didn't know what kind of questions he would face after leaving. Opening his palm, the butterfly-shaped key was still in his hand. The cold touch let Yang Kai know that everything he had experienced before was not a dream, but had really happened. Butterfly had turned into a butterfly in front of him. Then it had turned into this key. He called out softly, but he didn't get any response. The lifelike butterfly in the illusion had now become a cold, dead object, without the slightest spirituality. Yang Kai couldn't even see what was special about it. At this moment, the butterfly key was like a street stall. Other than the novelty of its design, there was nothing eye-catching about it. However, this was still a secret realm. With it, the future development of High Heaven Palace would be even better. Yang Kai held it and then put it into the small sealed world bead. Slowly getting up and looking around, Yang Kai found that he seemed to be in a somewhat familiar hall. The hall was empty, with only a door emitting a faint light not far away. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't remember when he had been to this place. However, the door emitting a faint light should be the exit. He took a deep breath, and then walked forward with light steps. Passing through the door, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he arrived in another place. Extremely fierce fluctuations of power were fluctuating all around, startling Yang Kai. He instinctively thought that he was about to be attacked, but in the next moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Brother Yang, you're out?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the voice, a beautiful and refined face imprinted in his eyes. He couldn't help but be dazed for a moment, as if he still hadn't gotten rid of his identity as a wizard. 2 years was neither long nor short, but in that ancient world, Yang Kai had gone through a cycle of life and death, from weak to strong. This was an extremely wonderful life experience, diluting his memory of other things. At this moment, the boundary between reality and illusion was blurred. Princess Lan Sun? Yang Kai saw the person's face and a name popped up in his mind. This name gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him, allowing him to finally determine the other party's identity. The smile on Lan Sun's face slowly faded as she obviously felt Yang Kai's abnormality and asked worriedly, "Brother Yang, are you injured?" At the same time, Lan Sun also noticed Yang Kai's estrangement. This estrangement was not deliberate, but unintentional. It was as if she and Yang Kai had just met for the first time, the kind of estrangement that came from not being familiar with each other. This made Lan Sun feel very strange. Although she had never been close to Yang Kai, they had dealt with each other several times. Last time, when the golden armored heavenly book was recovered, she was the one who handled it. It stood to reason that Yang Kai's attitude towards her should not be like this. All around, majestic gazes focused on Yang Kai, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, but they did not find anything special about him. They only felt that Yang Kai was too weak and should be seriously injured. This was inevitable. The five-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace. Although the disciples could obtain great benefits by gaining experience in it, it was also accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Every few years, some disciples would fall in it. It was normal for Yang Kai to be injured and weak. "It's just a small injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai forced a smile as his previous memories slowly recovered and he gradually got rid of the wizard bull's influence on him. He looked at Lan Sun and asked, "Has junior sister Lan been waiting for me here?" Hearing him call her junior sister again, Lan Sun also showed a smile and said, "I just came out not long ago, I wasn't waiting for you." Yang Kai was startled. Junior sister Lan just came out not long ago? He couldn't help feeling a little confused. He had been delayed in the Thousand Illusions dream realm for more than 2 years, so what had happened to Lan Sun? She had just come out not long ago. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to realize something and turned his head to look around. Where Brother Lei and Brother Xiao? He remembered that many people had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda to gain experience. Originally, the five-colored treasure pagoda had not yet opened, but because of the agreement with Yang Kai, it had opened ahead of time, allowing many disciples of Star Soul Palace to benefit from it and enter the pagoda to gain experience in advance. At this moment, many people had already come out and gathered around, whispering in groups of 3 to 5. Those who looked happy obviously had gained a lot, while those who looked depressed probably didn't get any benefits and wasted an opportunity to come here. Seeing Yang Kai chatting with Lan Sun, many disciples of Star Soul Palace glared at him, wanting to come over and beat him up. Yang Kai did not see Xiao Qin or Lei Lei. Lan Sun said, "They are still inside and should be coming out soon. The pagoda is about to close, so they will have no choice but to come out." Yang Kai was slightly surprised and asked casually, "How long has it been since we entered the pagoda?" Lan Sun looked at him curiously, not knowing why he asked such a question, but she still replied, "It's been exactly 1 month." 1 month? Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears. He had clearly spent more than 2 years in the Thousand Illusions dream realm, but in this real world, it seemed like only 5 days had passed. Because he remembered that when he entered the 5th layer of the secret realm, there were only 5 days left until the deadline. 1 month referred to the time the five-colored treasure pagoda opened and closed. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but there was nothing there. The Thousand Illusions dream realm had the magical effect of stretching time. Just 5 days had been stretched to 2 years. This was simply incredible. Even in the illusion realm, it was not something that could be achieved by ordinary means. He had thought that the Thousand Illusions dream realm was extremely extraordinary before, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this secret realm. Just the time principles involved made the value of the Thousand Illusions dream realm immeasurable. Yang Kai's silence made Lan Sun a little worried. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Yang Kai showed a smile, but it was extremely forced. He was really tired. The damage to his soul and physical exhaustion were not things that could be recovered in a short time. He suspected that this fatigue was caused by doing what he had done for 2 years in just 5 days. To avoid letting Lan Sun see through him, Yang Kai changed the topic. What are Elder Xiao and the others doing? As soon as he walked out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai noticed that the several Third-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Star Soul Palace seemed to be joining forces to cast a spell on the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Looking at the expressions of Xiao Yuyang and the others, it seemed that this had been going on for some time. Even if they were strong, they could not hold on for much longer. Chapter 2905. Lan Sun said, there seems to be a problem with the 4th layer of the pagoda. Many of the small worlds are broken, which has some impact on the structure of the pagoda. Uncle Xiao and the others must stabilize the pagoda and wait for everyone to come out, otherwise, once the void shatters, the people inside may be trapped. A drop of cold sweat quietly dripped down Yang Kai's forehead as he asked awkwardly, how could there be a problem with a supreme treasure like the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Lan Sun looked in the direction of the pagoda and shook her head. I don't know, I've never encountered such a thing before. Yang Kai chuckled dryly, then my luck isn't very good, encountering it on my first time here. He didn't dare to say too much. Fortunately, his current state was not good, so even if his expression was a bit strange, it wouldn't attract too much attention. There was a problem with the 4th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Many of the small worlds were broken, and Yang Kai didn't need to think to know it was related to him. He had used the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of a large number of small worlds in the 4th layer, causing them to break apart, but he hadn't expected such a consequence. Fortunately, the consequences didn't seem to be irreparable or too serious. While the two were talking, a figure flashed in front of the entrance of the pagoda and Xiao Chen and Lei Ting walked out together. These two had also entered the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but each of them had their own opportunities. At this moment, it was easy to guess what they had gained and lost just by looking at their expressions. Xiao Chen had a smile on his face, brimming with confidence. Clearly, he had gained some benefits on the 5th floor. Lei Ting's face was gloomy and his aura was unstable. It seemed that his injuries were more serious than Yang Kai's, probably due to some setbacks. However, for a cultivator, whether it was setbacks or benefits, they were all necessary experiences on the road to growth. Only those with weak will would be beaten down by setbacks and be unable to move forward. Those with high fighting spirit could often turn setbacks into motivation to move forward, allowing them to go further and further. Xiao Chen and Lei Ting were the last group to come out. After the two appeared, Xiao Yuyang shouted, "Everyone leave this place." Many Star Soul Palace disciples received the order, bowed in the direction of the 4 elders, and withdrew. Yang Kai, Lan Sun, and the others also left. After walking for a short distance, Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from the void. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a beam of moonlight coming from somewhere in the Star Soul Palace and striking the body of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This ray of light was not an attack, but had some other kind of magical effect. After this ray of light appeared, Xiao Yuyang and the others' expressions brightened. The 5-colored treasure pagoda began to stabilize. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He knew that the moonlight was the work of the great emperors. Speaking of which, he had also fought against great emperors in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. The demon Saint Modo was an existence comparable to the great emperors. This could be considered the first time Yang Kai had truly fought against the great emperors. Last time, in the Shattered Star Sea, when the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors of the secular world fought, he had just happened to be there and watched from the sidelines. What's more, at that time, the two great emperors could not display their full strength. However, the experience in the illusion was different, even if it was just an illusion. Everything was based on reality. In other words, the power Modo displayed was truly at the level of the great emperors. Yang Kai had used all his means without holding back, but he was still not Modo's opponent. If Modo had not underestimated his opponent in the beginning, giving Yang Kai the opportunity to use his secret techniques, and if he had not focused on stopping the evergreen divine tree, his chances of winning would have been less than 30%. Even so, Yang Kai could not do anything to him, so in the end, he could only rely on shameless methods. He dragged Yang Kai along to resist the great demon god's attack. This was an extremely precious memory and a rare experience. As long as he could absorb the experience of that battle, Yang Kai believed that he would grow even further. At this moment, the great emperor's attack was extremely mysterious, and Yang Kai could not compare it to Modo's, but he could feel that the great emperors of the bright moon were stronger than Modo. Lan Sun also stopped and turned her head to look at the moonlight. Suddenly she pouted, an aggrieved expression on her face. She had not seen her father for a long time. "Junior sister Lan," Yang Kai suddenly spoke, "this matter is over, so I should take my leave." He had destroyed many of the small worlds in the fourth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, so Xiao Yuyang and the others were definitely suspicious of him. When Yang Kai walked out just now, the third-stage Emperor Realm Elders had been observing him. However, as long as Yang Kai did not admit to this kind of thing, they could not blame him, so they let him leave. However, Yang Kai still held the butterfly key in his hand, which was the key to the 1,000 illusionary dream realm and should have belonged to one of Star Soul Palace's sealed worlds. To put it nicely, this was Yang Kai's opportunity, but to put it bluntly, he had stolen it. Yang Kai had taken someone else's things, so he naturally did not want to stay any longer, lest Star Soul Palace discover something, not to mention he still had matters to attend to. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Brother Yang, are you going to leave?" I have an appointment with someone." "But Brother Yang, you seem to be injured. Do you want to rest here for 2 days before leaving?" Lan Sun asked with concern. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "No need, my injuries are not serious, I just need some time to recuperate." There were no wounds on his body, and the injuries to his soul could not be healed by rest alone. He had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he only needed time to heal. "Is that so?" Lan Sun saw that he had made up his mind and did not urge him to stay any longer, so she smiled and said, "In that case, junior sister will not keep brother here. Brother Yang, please be careful." Yang Kai said, "The elders," Lan Sun smiled slightly, "when they are done, I will tell them." "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed before turning around and flying out of Star Soul Palace. Lan Sun stood in place and watched his back disappear from sight before leaving. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had been silently observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai identified the direction and flew towards Thousand Leaves sect. His soul had yet to recover, so he did not fly very quickly. As he hurried along, he recalled the various scenes of his fight with Modo, deducing the various changes in his mind. This trip to the 1,000 Illusions dream realm had given him a great harvest, and the fight with Modo was just one of the many. Moreover, he had not had time to digest most of the things he had learned, so he needed to spend some time sorting out the memories in his mind. In a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something and suddenly came to a stop, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. In the void in front of him, a person was standing high up in the air. This person did not look very old, about 20 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and a handsome face. One of his hands was behind his back while the other was naturally placed on his abdomen. This kind of calm posture did not match his appearance at all. Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious because he found that this person's aura was erratic, and even with his eyesight, he could not see through the depths of this person's cultivation. Even though Yang Kai's soul was injured, his powerful spiritual energy was still there, and the average cultivator of the Emperor realm could not hide in front of him. But just now, he had not noticed anything, and it was as if this person had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be on guard. In this kind of situation, either the other party's cultivation was much higher than his or he had a particularly useful artifact. Yang Kai looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him with an unfathomable smile. This smile gave Yang Kai a bad feeling, so he frowned and asked, "Friend, do you need something?" The person opened his mouth and spat out a word that caused Yang Kai's soul to leave his body, "Bind." With one word, 10,000 laws followed. Yang Kai's body suddenly tensed up, and he inexplicably felt that the space around him had been imprisoned, as if a thick rope had tied him up, causing his body to become stiff, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He did not feel that the other party had used any secret technique or divine technique at all. The other party had only casually spat out a word, and it had caused such an effect. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could not do this, and there was only one kind of person in the world who could do this. And this place was near the Star Soul Palace, so the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. Yang Kai was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this person would actually intercept him here, and even attack him. What is he doing? If he wanted to attack me, he would have had plenty of opportunities when I was in the Star Soul Palace, so why did he have to intercept me outside? What's more, with his identity and status, what good would it do him to act so sneakily? Yang Kai did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai's vision blurred as the young man who was 1,000 meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, giving Yang Kai a fright. He finally understood what it was like to be shocked by his space divine technique. The two were so close together, but the other party did not make a move. Instead, there was still a calm smile on his face as he quietly looked at Yang Kai. As their four eyes met, his eyes seemed to have transformed into two full moons, blooming with an astonishing light. Under the shroud of this light, everything about Yang Kai was revealed, as if all of his secrets were laid bare before this man's eyes. Yang Kai was furious. Although he knew who the other party was, he would not allow others to pry into his secrets. He could not move his body, and his thoughts were not as fast as usual, but he still managed to launch a powerful counterattack. Pushing his spiritual energy madly in his knowledge sea, the island transformed from the seven-colored soul-warming lotus began to spin fiercely, like a spinning top being whipped, spinning faster and faster, more and more violently. The seven-colored radiance burst out, filling the entire knowledge sea. Above his knowledge sea, moonlight poured down. Originally, everything would be revealed wherever the moonlight passed, but at this moment, the seven-colored radiance swept over and scattered the pure and clear moonlight. The other party let out a soft cry of surprise, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to still have the strength to fight back. Chapter 2906. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His already weak face suddenly became as pale as paper and his body swayed, as if he could fall at any moment. The young man was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his divine technique. He had no malice towards Yang Kai, but there were some things he needed to investigate. However, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to investigate this matter with his status, so he had come here to intercept him. Originally, he thought that with his own methods, he would be able to capture Yang Kai easily, but he did not expect that his counterattack would be so effective. This made him feel quite embarrassed. Since his first move had failed, he could not attack again. His figure fluttered as he retreated 1,000 meters, as if he had never moved. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai glared angrily as he madly urged the power of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, driving his soul to guard his knowledge sea. He would not reveal any of the secrets in his knowledge sea unless the other party defeated him. The other party definitely had the strength to do so, and Yang Kai would not easily surrender. This scene was like a rabbit facing a falcon swooping down from the sky. Even if the rabbit bared its fangs, it would not have much effect. The falcon would still catch the rabbit in the air, fly to a high altitude, and then throw the rabbit to its death. The young man looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly sighing softly and then looking up at the sky, as if he was talking to the air. "The weather is good." After saying this, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without anyone noticing. Yang Kai maintained a vigilant posture for a long time, his divine sense constantly moving back and forth within a radius of 1,000 meters before he was sure that the young man had really left. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and let down the vigilance in his heart. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over him like a tide, causing him to involuntarily stagger in midair and almost fall down. Barely stabilizing himself, he reached out to wipe the blood off his face and frowned. That person had suddenly come to intercept him and even used the divine technique to investigate his secrets. In the end, it was all bark and no bite. Yang Kai was very puzzled and surprised. Did he come all the way here just to say, "Nice weather"? This was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while, the depression on Yang Kai's face gradually melted away, and he slowly smiled. The more he smiled, the more carefree he felt. The last layer of worry and burden in his heart was completely put down. He had a rough idea of what that person meant. He had taken the Thousand Illusions dream domain from the 5th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As the master of Star Soul Palace, the existence that controlled the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperors must have discovered something, but they were unable to fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had only entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda because of a previous agreement, so neither the great emperors nor the elders could ask Yang Kai to take the initiative to explain his experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If Yang Kai was just an ordinary disciple of the Emperor realm, Star Soul Palace would have used many secret techniques to make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the Thousand Illusions dream domain, but now Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory and the guardian of the Southern Territory, so they naturally could not bully the weak. Therefore, the great emperors personally took action, and the location was not inside Star Soul Palace, but outside, indicating that all of this had nothing to do with Star Soul Palace. He did not report his origins because of this consideration, and Yang Kai guessed it but did not point it out. To a certain extent, the two of them maintained a tacit understanding, which allowed them to turn big matters into small ones and small ones into nothing. The matter was over, and the great emperors personally took action but still failed to find any useful information. In other words, the great emperors did not force Yang Kai, so after this matter, Star Soul Palace would no longer pursue Yang Kai's experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the benefits he obtained. In other words, no matter what Yang Kai took away from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Star Soul Palace and Mingyu would pinch their noses and admit it. It was precisely because he understood this point that Yang Kai's mood suddenly became very comfortable. Previously, he had been a little worried. If he took it without asking for permission, it would be considered theft. Even if he brought Dream World Thousand Illusions back to Towering Palace, he could only use it in secret. He could not reveal it openly. But after the experience just now, the Thousand Illusions dream domain could be exposed to the world, and even if Star Soul Palace found out later, they would not be able to say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that he should thank the great emperors. Moreover, the great emperors seemed to be quite good people. With his methods and ability, it was not impossible for him to forcibly break through Yang Kai's knowledge-seized defenses just now, but he had only touched it briefly before withdrawing, displaying the demeanor of a master. This gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. The words, "the weather is good," were probably the great emperor's words of helplessness and embarrassment. After smiling for a while, Yang Kai could no longer smile. He touched his nose and found that it was bleeding profusely, as if it could not be stopped. The consumption of his soul during this period was simply too great, far exceeding his body's capacity. If it were not for the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he would have long since become an idiot. A journey that should have taken several days took Yang Kai more than 10 days to arrive. The old site of Thousand Leaves sect was still a scene of desolation, with broken walls everywhere. Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley with ease, activated the space principles, and entered Thousand Leaves sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. The Emperor Heaven Valley was a small independent world. In this world, other than Yang Kai, no one else could enter and exit it freely. But at this moment, there was a figure near the entrance of Emperor Heaven Valley. This person had the cultivation of the Emperor realm and was currently drawing in an open space. Sometimes he would frown, sometimes his eyes would widen, and sometimes a smile would appear on his face. He seemed to be immersed in his own world and was unable to extricate himself, not even noticing Yang Kai's arrival. It was only when Yang Kai lightly coughed that he seemed to wake up from a dream. First, he frowned in displeasure, a clear look of anger appearing on his face. Obviously, he was annoyed that he had been tricked, but when he saw Yang Kai, his displeasure immediately disappeared and he greeted him with a smile, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly and casually glanced at the things he was drawing on the ground, discovering that they were somewhat related to the space-traversing array. To be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays and appear here, there was no one else in the entire High Heaven Palace other than the Chief Array Master, Nan Dejun. When Yang Kai sent Bian Yuqing back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, he had asked her to pass a message to Nan Dejun to come here. Now, it seemed that this Array Master had been here for some time, but Yang Kai had not been able to find him, so he decided to come here and study his own matters. "Have you brought the things?" Yang Kai asked. Nan Dejun was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yang Kai. "Palace Master, I have sealed all the information about the spirit array inside. You can take your time to look at it on the way. However, Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is a bit evil and vicious. The person who arranged it is definitely not a good person, so you must be careful." "I remember." Yang Kai nodded. Nan Dejun took out another object and spread it on his palm. It looked like a smooth spindle shape, surrounded by a brilliant light, looking extremely extraordinary, and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Nan Dejun smiled. "Didn't Palace Master ask Ho Yu to refine a flight-type artifact for you? Here it is." "So fast?" Yang Kai took the flight-type artifact in surprise, feeling it for a moment before showing a shocked expression. "An Emperor-grade artifact?" It hadn't been long since he brought Ho Yu back to High Heaven Palace, and although he had assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact, in Yang Kai's opinion, refining a flight-type artifact would take at least a few years, but how long had it been? It seemed less than half a year, maybe 3 or 4 months. Nan Dejun smiled. Although Little Ho's character isn't very good, she does have some skill in artifact refining, and our High Heaven Palace doesn't lack materials right now. If we throw a lot of materials at her, how could she not be able to refine anything? Little Ho said that this thing still has room for improvement, so when Palace Master has time, he can help you upgrade it. She's not thinking of running away, is she? Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly immersing his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, showing a look of fondness. Nan Dejun snorted and gloated. The 3 Monster Kings take turns guarding her. If she dares to run away, they will break her legs. The Monster Kings aren't very nice to talk to. The Monster King's respect was only for Yang Kai, or it could be said that it was because of Tianxing and the Holy Spirit Source. They didn't care about others. What Emperor-grade Array Master, Emperor-grade Alchemist, or Emperor-grade Weapon Refiner? In the eyes of the Monster Kings, there was no such thing as Monster Kings. Whoever had the most power would dominate everything. With the 3 Monster Kings taking turns guarding Ho Yu, she would never be able to escape from High Heaven Palace in her lifetime. Yang Kai's mind flashed with Ho Yu's painful expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, Ho Yu lived up to her name as Master Ho. Yang Kai hadn't even started to refine this artifact, but he could already feel that this thing was extraordinary. If he could completely refine it, it should be able to display a good function. However, to Yang Kai, the other functions of this artifact didn't matter. The most important thing was that it could fly. As long as it was fast enough, nothing else mattered. Did Ho Yu give it a name? Yang Kai asked. Nan Dejun thought for a moment, then replied, Flowing Cloud Shuttle. And she said that if Palace Master didn't like it, he could just give it a name. Let's call it Flowing Cloud Shuttle. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly took out an item and handed it to Nan Dejun, saying, Take this back. What is this? Nan Dejun curiously took it and found that the item that Yang Kai handed over looked like a rouge box, but it was obviously not an ordinary rouge box. This was because the box had an ancient aura flowing on it. It was obviously a very good artifact. Chapter 2907. Heavenly Note Treasure Box. Yang Kai reached out and tapped on the box. Immediately, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box emitted a tinkling sound, like a clear spring in the mountains or a ghost in an empty valley. Anyone who heard it could not help but feel refreshed. The tinkling sound continued as the box rose layer by layer, gradually turning into the shape of a pagoda. There were a total of 9 levels, and each level was rotating. Some were up, some were right, some were fast, and some were slow. Different sounds were transmitted, and these sounds gathered together to compose a beautiful melody. Not only that, as the heavenly note treasure box rotated, a layer of light blue mist began to spread and gradually spread in all directions, filling a large space. The light blue mist was like a star field without any impurities. It made people feel like they were in a star field, and everything around them was beautiful. This is good stuff. Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. Although he felt that the heavenly note treasure box was not very useful to him, for a cultivator below the level of the Emperor realm, this magical melody could definitely assist in cultivation, making it easier for people to enter a state of selflessness. Cultivating in this state would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. You should be able to use it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already begun to plan to use the heavenly note treasure box as the core of the formation, supplemented by a few other secret treasures, to set up a heavenly note palace. This was not difficult for him. Once it was set up successfully, the entire heavenly note palace would be filled with the sound of the heavenly note treasure box, which would be of great benefit to the disciples who were cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai was right. This heavenly note treasure box could only play a greater role in front of an Emperor Array master like Southgate Dajuan. After being amplified by the formation, the heavenly note treasure box would definitely be another foundation for the High Heaven Palace. It would be a blessing for disciples below the level of the Emperor realm. Leave it to me. Southgate Dajuan carefully put away the heavenly note treasure box, looked at Yang Kai with concern, and asked, "Palace Master, are you all right?" He had noticed earlier that Yang Kai's condition was not good. His face was abnormally pale. He had experienced how powerful Yang Kai was. Even the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Mi Chi and Li Jiao, couldn't do anything in front of him. The three great monster king were even more obedient to him. For such a powerhouse to be so pale, the only explanation was that he was severely injured. The Southgate army couldn't think of anyone in this world who could injure Yang Kai like this. Naturally, they couldn't think of Yang Kai's rich experience in the dream world. Yang Kai shook his head. The Southern Gate army asked again, "Do you need me to accompany you? Although I don't know what you're going to do, Palace Lord. But I think it has something to do with that array formation. If I go with you, it will be of some help in breaking the array formation." "No need," Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'm fine, and it's not convenient for me to take you there." He was responding to Xia Sheng's request. He was accompanying Hua Yulu to explore an ancient cave dwelling. Hua Yulu had said that she could only find one helper. If he suddenly brought another helper, it might cause some conflict. Yang Kai refused, and the Southern Gate army didn't insist. They reported to him the development of the High Heaven Palace during this period of time, and then returned to the Northern Territory through the spatial array. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. He first took out some spirit pills to repair the soul, and then began to refine the flowing cloud shuttle. He found that he had underestimated the effect of the experience in the dream world on his soul. He originally thought that with the protection of the rainbow soul warming lotus, no matter how severe the damage to his soul was, it should be more or less healed in half a month. But in fact, more than 10 days had passed, and his soul hadn't improved much. He guessed that this was because his soul was overdrawn. It wasn't just because of the injury in the dream world, but also because of the time distortion. 2 years and 5 days was a huge burden on the soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai using up 2 years of soul power in 5 days, and he wanted to replenish it. It definitely wasn't something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Emperor-grade artifacts weren't easy to refine, and Yang Kai's current soul power was somewhat difficult to sustain. However, he still spent a few days to leave a simple imprint of his own on the flowing cloud shuttle. Just like that, it was enough to drive the flowing cloud shuttle, but he couldn't use most of its power. This was enough. For Yang Kai, the flowing cloud shuttle's greatest use was as a means of transportation. He set off again, and after thinking carefully for a while, he determined his destination. After going through the dream world, his memories of the past were a bit blurry. The southern swamp was a dangerous place in the Southern Territory. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the frozen earth in the Northern Territory, there were still many masters who died there every year. What attracted these cultivators to the southern swamp was the rich and abundant precious treasures and the various cave mansions hidden in unknown corners. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the southern marsh was the place where the martial artists of the southern region prospered. Countless sects and forces established their own sects here and developed and grew. However, a calamity of the heavens and the earth caused this bustling area to become a marsh, and the martial artists of the southern region gradually abandoned this treasured land. During that disaster, countless sects were destroyed, and many cave mansions were hidden. Often, there were cultivators who risked their lives to discover the ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of masters here, and from then on, they soared to the sky. In the southern swamp, there were also many special spiritual flowers and herbs. These were treasures that couldn't be found anywhere else in the star boundary, and any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. In front of all kinds of benefits, some dangers could no longer stop the cultivators' pace of exploration. Hundreds of years ago, the southern swamp had become very lively, but as more and more benefits were discovered, this place once again quieted down. However, there were still some people who didn't fear death who came here every few days. Yang Kai had heard of the southern swamp before, but this was the first time he had entered it. He was bold because of his skill, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if his divine soul hadn't recovered, he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the southern swamp, it was already half a month later. He found that this place was just as the rumors said. There were swamps everywhere, and there were extremely dangerous auras hidden under the swamps, like cheetahs waiting for their prey to walk into a trap, ready to pounce on them at any time to deliver a fatal blow. The southern swamp had many poisonous barriers. Looking down from above, these poisonous barriers were colorful, and under the reflection of the sun, they converged to form a colorful spectacle. Under the colorful appearance, however, there was a murderous aura at every step. The existence of these poisonous barriers alone was enough to stop any cultivator below the Dao Source realm. Only cultivators of the Dao Source realm and the Emperor realm could resist the erosion of these poisonous barriers and safely explore the southern swamp. However, there were strong and weak poisonous barriers. Even the Emperor realm couldn't easily resist the powerful poisonous barriers. Once eroded by the poison, even the masters of the Emperor realm could die. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact, found Hua Yulu's mark on it, and sent a message. Half a day later, there was a response from the communication artifact. After immersing himself in investigating, Yang Kai turned around and flew away. 2 hours later, Yang Kai sensed the existence of several auras in the distance. One of them was Hua Yulu's, so he immediately flew in that direction. The few people there obviously also noticed Yang Kai's existence. Before he approached, they all released their divine senses to investigate. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of surprise, because they sensed the existence of the Flowing Cloud Shuttle. The Flowing Cloud Shuttle was a flight-type Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Such an Emperor artifact was extremely rare even in the Emperor realm. If it weren't for Hoyu refining it for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have his own flight-type Emperor artifact now. After a short while, the Flowing Cloud Shuttle flew in front of everyone. After a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Hua Yulu looked at him with a joyful expression, then was stunned. Because she saw an extremely unfamiliar face, one that wasn't Yang Kai's face at all. But soon she realized that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of disguising artifact to change his appearance. An appearance-changing artifact was something Yang Kai had obtained in the solitary void-sealed world, but it wasn't of much use. It basically couldn't hide the traces of an appearance-changing artifact in front of an Emperor Realm Master. Anyone could tell that he was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, but it could cover up his weak appearance. Without this artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hide his pale face. Hua Yulu didn't think too much about why Yang Kai did this, but since Yang Kai intended to hide his identity, she naturally had to cooperate. "Brother Yang," Hua Yulu greeted. "Palace Master Hua." Yang Kai gently nodded to her, "Sorry for being late." Besides Hua Yulu, there were already 4 people gathered here. Obviously, All of them were present. Back then, Hua Yulu said that she discovered the ancient secluded mansion with 2 other people. Although they broke some of the barriers inside and each of them gained some benefits, they were blocked by the last barrier and couldn't enter. Then, the 3 of them discussed going back to find helpers. Each of them could only find 1 helper below the second-order emperor realm, and they would come back half a year later to explore. Hua Yulu looked for Xianxia, but unfortunately, Xianxia was stationed at the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave, so she could only ask Yang Kai for help. Since Xianxia asked, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, not to mention he was also very interested in the ancient secluded mansion. Because Hua Yulu obtained a small flower drum inside. That small flower drum was the same as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, an ancient exotic artifact, but it wasn't very powerful. According to Hua Yulu, one of the other 2 people's cultivation increased greatly inside. Originally, that person's cultivation was the lowest among the 3, but when he left, his aura was the strongest. As for the other person, he learned a secret technique, but no one knew how powerful it was. The path of cultivation wasn't like building a chariot behind closed doors. All kinds of experiences and opportunities were also necessary. Often, these experiences and opportunities were easier to improve one's strength than bitter cultivation. Unfortunately, this exploration of the ancient secluded mansion was a bit unlucky. Yang Kai had just experienced the 1000 illusionary dream world and needed to rest, but since he had already made an agreement with someone, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This time, safety was the priority. As long as he could bring Hua Yulu back in one piece, he wouldn't let down Xiaosheng's trust. Chapter 2908. In the wilderness, after Yang Kai greeted them, for strange gazes immediately converged on him, scrutinizing him. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group, 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and 2 Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Each of them was in pairs, and there was a clear separation between them. Before Yang Kai arrived, only Hua Yulu was alone. Although the appearance-changing artifact allowed Yang Kai to hide the paleness of his face, it couldn't hide the weakness of his aura. Furthermore, many of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so it only took a little investigation for them to know the depth of his cultivation. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. This made the 4 people inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. One of the short men coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Palace Master Hua, is this your friend? He sure is arrogant. We've been waiting for a long time." He didn't hide his true thoughts at all. Obviously, he was a little annoyed by the long wait, so he bluntly criticized her. Moreover, it was true that Yang Kai didn't arrive at the agreed time. He was delayed for a few days on the road. If it was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wouldn't say much, but since it was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wasn't afraid. Facing the man's criticism, Hua Yulu smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. My brother Yang had something to do a few days ago, so he was delayed on the road. This mistress will apologize to you." Although she didn't know why Yang Kai was delayed for a few days and couldn't arrive at the agreed time, she knew that Yang Kai wasn't someone who deliberately missed an appointment. Otherwise, Xiaoxing wouldn't have asked him for help. As the one who invited him, Hua Yulu naturally had to speak up for Yang Kai. The man coldly snorted, "Your 100-flower palace only has women, so where did this brother Yang come from? I've never heard of a man in your 100-flower palace. Moreover, this brother Yang doesn't have the guts to show his true face? Or does this brother Yang have other motives?" He seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much, and after discovering that Yang Kai was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, he immediately opposed him. Logically speaking, this was a temporary treasure-hunting team. There was no need to delve into each other's backgrounds. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. When it came to treasure hunting, they would cooperate if they could. If they couldn't work together, then they would go their separate ways. If they really found some treasure, then they might have to fight. Everyone was well aware of this. Hua Yulu didn't ask who the helpers of the other 2 were. No matter where they were born, they still maintained this tacit understanding. At this moment, this short man was obviously targeting him. His last sentence was even more suspicious. In the vastness of the star boundary, There were hundreds of millions of cultivator, each with different natures and temperaments. It wasn't strange to wear an appearance-changing artifact in the star boundary, but when it came to this man surnamed Wu, he deliberately magnified the matter, as if he wanted Yang Kai to take off the artifact and reveal his true face. Hua Yulu frowned, obviously a little displeased. She was the palace master of Hundred Flower Palace, so lowering herself to apologize was already a sign of sincerity. The other party's incessant chatter naturally annoyed her, but the current situation was worse. She and Yang Kai were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. The other four were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a conflict really happened, it wouldn't end well. She had the honor of witnessing Yang Kai's abilities. At the Azure Sun Temple's coronation ceremony, Yang Kai had fought against a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Being able to block the attack of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master showed that Yang Kai couldn't be judged by common sense. However, Hua Yulu noticed that Yang Kai's aura was a little weak at the moment and secretly guessed that he might have suffered some kind of injury, which was why he was covering his face. She didn't want to start a conflict with the other party. Just as she was thinking about what to say, Yang Kai spoke. "How should I address you, friend?" The man surnamed Wu snorted, "Wu Kuang-yi." "So, it's Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded gently and smiled. "There's no deep meaning behind this disguise, it's just that my appearance is a little strange. If I reveal my true appearance, I'm afraid that I'll scare that girl." While speaking, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the other woman besides Hua Yulu. This woman wasn't with Wu Kuang-yi, but was standing with another old man. She was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master and was obviously a helper that the old man had invited. The woman wasn't beautiful, but her temperament was extremely refined. Her figure was graceful, and she wore a light yellow palace dress, which accentuated her beautiful figure. Since Yang Kai appeared, this woman had been silently observing Yang Kai like everyone else, but when the conversation suddenly turned to her, she was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "My courage isn't that small." Her smile had a very strange charm that seemed to be able to affect the mood of others, but there was no trace of any kind of bewitching technique. It was a natural and innate ability, so Yang Kai couldn't help but take another look at her while secretly becoming vigilant. "How should I address you, little brother?" the woman asked. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied. He was ranked 9th in the old Yang family, so this name was not just made up, there was some basis to it. Seeing that this woman was chatting with Yang Kai, Wu Kuang-yi's brow furrowed even more. Just as he was about to say something, the old man who was standing with the woman took a step forward and said with a smile, all right, it's only a few days. At our cultivation level, a few days is nothing more than a blink of an eye. Brother Wu doesn't need to worry too much about it, just treat it as meditating and resting." His smile was very amiable, as if he was an amiable grandpa next door, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. Since the old man had said so, Wu Kuang-yi couldn't continue to harp on it. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal to begin with, so if he continued to harp on it, he would appear to be narrow-minded and lose his demeanor. What's more, Hua Yulu had already apologized, so Wu Kuang-yi took the opportunity to step down. However, his face was still sullen, as if he was telling others that he was very unhappy. After waiting for a while, Wu Kuang-yi said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off. As for the specifics of our cooperation, we'll discuss it in detail on the way." Hua Yulu and Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Hua Yulu was relieved at this moment. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and hadn't seen Yang Kai for the past few days, so she thought that Yang Kai was going to miss the appointment. Now that she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally felt relieved. "Wait a moment." The amiable old man raised his hand. Everyone looked at him together, not knowing what he meant. The old man said, "There's one more person coming." "One more?" Wu Kuang-yi's face sank, and the anger he had suppressed surged as he quickly said, "Yang Tai, what do you mean? Half a year ago, we agreed that each of us could only find one helper, and that helper had to be below the Second-Order Emperor realm. You've already found one. Are you saying there's a second one?" This time, even Hua Yulu's face sank. Compared to Yang Kai being a few days late, if this old man, Yang Tai, really did what Wu Kuangyi said, it would be treacherous and unforgivable. Yang Kai glanced at the woman standing next to Yang Tai and found that her expression didn't change and was still smiling. Obviously, she was already aware of this and wasn't surprised. Yang Tai hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. This old man didn't break the agreement between us. I only found one helper, Madam Chen. The one coming is not my helper." He had an innocent look on his face, as if Wu Kuangyi had wronged him. Wu Kuangyi angrily said, "Brother Yang, please explain clearly. If you can't satisfy us, even if I agree, I'm afraid Palace Master Hua and Brother Yang Kai won't agree." The existence of the ancient cave mansion was discovered by him, Yang Tai, and Hua Yulu, so it was shared by the three of them. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu both kept the agreement and only brought one helper, but Yang Tai still wanted to wait for another person, which made Wu Kuangyi burn with anger. Yang Tai smiled bitterly. "Brother Wu will understand when you see that person. When the time comes, Brother Wu and Palace Master Hua can decide whether to bring him along. This old man won't have any opinion." Wu Kuangyi sneered, "It sounds like Brother Yang thinks that person must go. Or is that person of some use to us? I'd like to know who that person is." Yang Tai didn't say anything this time and just smiled, looking extremely unfathomable. At this point, even if Wu Kuangyi was angry, he couldn't really have a conflict with Yang Tai, so he could only suppress his temper and wait. Yang Tai spoke so confidently, and to be honest, he was also very curious about who they were waiting for. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu looked at each other and both felt that this treasure hunt was going to be full of troubles. They had just met up, yet there were already so many conflicts. 6 people in 3 small groups obviously couldn't sincerely cooperate, so it would be a good thing if they didn't fight when the time came. However, this was also normal. Yang Kai was already mentally prepared for this, but Hua Yulu showed a worried expression. While waiting for the others, Yang Kai and Hua Yulu secretly communicated with each other and asked for the names of the other party. Yang Kai already knew about Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai. Both of them were First Order Emperor Realm Masters. Half a year ago, the two of them had explored the ancient cave mansion with Hua Yulu. Wu Kuangyi's cultivation had greatly increased in that cave mansion. Although they were all First Order Emperors, Wu Kuangyi's aura was the weakest among the 3 of them, but now, it seemed that his aura was comparable to a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm and was the strongest of the 3. The helper Wu Kuangyi found was a man of few words. Yang Kai hadn't heard him say a word since he arrived. He seemed to have a naturally cold face, as if he wanted to die immediately. According to Wu Kuangyi's introduction, this person was called Fang Zhua. The woman standing with Yang Tai was called Xinbing Ru. Hua Yulu didn't know the origins of Fang Zhua and Xinbing Ru, but she knew the details of Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai very well. While secretly communicating, Hua Yulu told Yang Kai all this information. Chapter 2909. After waiting for half an hour, the 6 people present suddenly felt a strange and powerful aura flying in their direction. Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others frowned secretly, but Yang Tai was overjoyed and looked in that direction. After a while, a white-haired old man arrived in front of them. He stood in the air and nodded slightly at them. "Brother Gong." Yang Tai immediately cupped his fist and greeted him warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yang," the old man responded with a smile. Apparently, he was familiar with Yang Tai. It's fine. We've only just met." Yang Tai chuckled. This was indeed the case. They had been waiting here for Yang Kai for several days, and only when Yang Kai arrived did they truly reunite. He turned around and said to Wu Kuangyi and the others, "This is the one I've been waiting for. Brother Wu, do you know who he is?" Wu Kuangyi frowned and looked at him. He recalled Yang Tai's words and guessed, "Your Excellency's surname is Gong. Are you related to the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Yulu's eyes lit up as she sized up the old man surnamed Gong with great interest. If this old man was really from the Gong family, he would be a great help to them. Yang Tai smiled and said, "Brother Wu is really knowledgeable. Brother Gong is indeed from the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley." Wu Kuangyi said coldly, The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley is famous. Although I am ignorant, I have heard about it. He was still angry with Yang Tai's behavior and felt that Yang Tai had betrayed their agreement. He looked up at the old man and asked, "How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Gong Yu." "Gong Yu?" Wu Kuangyi thought for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked and cupped his fist and said, "So you are the former master of the Gong family. Please forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Gong Yu's name and knew his origin. He didn't dare to be careless and gave him the respect he deserved. Gong Yu smiled and waved his hand. "I am just an old man who has nothing to do. You don't have to be so polite." Yang Tai said, "A few days ago, I went to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice on the restriction formation. Coincidentally, Brother Gong came out of seclusion and saw this restriction formation. Brother Gong liked it very much, so he wanted to come and take a look. Brother Gong's request was really hard for this little old man to refuse. That's why this happened today. This little old man will first apologize to everyone. Brother Wu, please don't be angry." Wu Kuangyi said with a cold face, "There is no such thing, Brother Yang, you worry too much." Gong Yu said, "It was Gong who came uninvited. Everyone, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Brother Yang was also forced into a corner. "Of course, I'm only interested in the ancient restriction formation and want to see it with my own eyes. It would be best if I could participate in breaking it. However, if you feel that there is something wrong, then this Gong may as well return home." Although the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley was not a top force, it was also very good. Its fame was related to the way of array, because this family specialized in the study of array. There were many array masters in the family, and many sects in the Southern Territory had to ask the Gong family for help when they were setting up array. Hua Yulu also wanted to go to the Gong family to ask about the ancient cave mansion's restriction formation, but it was just a thought and she didn't really go. Now it seemed that Yang Tai had the same idea as her. Moreover, Yang Tai seemed to be somewhat familiar with this Gong Yu, so he could talk to him. The people of the Gong family were obsessed with array, especially the strange array that had been lost in the ancient times. It was reasonable that Gong Yu would be interested in such a restriction formation and come uninvited. After they understood this point, everyone immediately knew why Yang Tai had said those words before. If Gong Yu was here, it would be very helpful for their treasure hunting trip. After all, he was the former family head of the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley. His attainments in the way of array had reached the peak, and few people in the world could be compared with him. If they could get his help, it would be easy to break the ancient formation. Wu Kuangyi pondered for a long time and glanced at Hua Yulu from the corner of his eyes. He was secretly communicating with her through voice transmission. He didn't hide it. Therefore, everyone could see clearly and guess what they were talking about. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Family head Gong, dare I ask, did you come here just for the ancient formation? I think you also know what we are going to do. If we get something good in the ancient cave mansion," Gong Yu said immediately, "the array is the great way for me. It is the only and eternal way." This answer was enough. There were 3,000 great ways in the world, and Gong Yu pursued the way of array. No matter how precious the other things were, they were not as precious as the ancient formation. Yang Tai chuckled and said, "Brother Gong just wants to take a look at the array formation and participate in cracking it. He doesn't have any other requests. Of course, if everyone feels that it's inappropriate, Brother Gong just said that he can go back home and won't force everyone. Well, the premise is that someone among us can break the array. Otherwise, we will have to go back empty-handed." He, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu had been preparing for half a year not only to find a reliable helper, but also to make a lot of preparations for the array. Hua Yulu wanted to go to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice, but a few months ago, Yang Kai took over the array, so Hua Yulu didn't go to the Heavenly River Valley. On Wu Kuangyi's side, the cold-faced man who was invited obviously had some knowledge of the array, because at this moment, Wu Kuangyi was looking at him and seemed to be asking for his opinion. The man called Fang Zhuo was silent for a long time, and then nodded gently. Wu Kuangyi understood and said, "Since no one has any objection, then please come with us, old Master Gong. We'll have to rely on you this time." Well, I will do my best. Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard. At this moment, Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "Are you really the Gong family's patriarch? Can you prove your identity?" Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and Wu Kuangyi seemed to be awakened. The reason why he trusted the identity of Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu and knew that he was the former master of the Gong family. Secondly, Yang Tai's words gave him a preconceived idea, so he didn't doubt it. Now that Yang Kai mentioned it, he suddenly became alert. He had never seen Gong Yu, so he didn't know what Gong Yu looked like. The man in front of him might be Gong Yu, or maybe not. If he was really the former master of the Gong family, he could trust him, but if he was an imposter, then he had to be careful. Thinking of this, Wu Kuangyi leisurely glanced at Yang Tai. Yang Tai was still smiling. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang Kai, you really like to joke. Is there anyone who can impersonate Brother Gong? You asked the wrong question. If you don't understand something, you should ask clearly. What's wrong?" Yang Kai also turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Yang Tai frowned and said, "I guarantee in my name that Brother Gong is Brother Gong, the former master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Tai seemed to know that his guarantee didn't have any weight. Before this, he hadn't even met Yang Kai, so how could he guarantee anything? Wu Kuangyi seemed to be a little suspicious, so he said with a bitter face, "Oh, what should we do? Should we go to the Tianhe Valley to verify it?" Obviously, this was impossible. The Tianhe Valley was very far from here, and it would take at least 2 months to go there and back. Who had the time to delay? His suggestion was tantamount to not saying anything. The more Yang Tai said, the more suspicious Wu Kuangyi became. He kept looking at Yang Tai and Gong Yu, as if he was trying to find some clues. But to his disappointment, Yang Tai didn't look suspicious. Although Gong Yu was being questioned, he was still calm and graceful, showing the demeanor of a big shot. Wu Kuangyi couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai was a little too careful. Gong Yu said, "Although I have the Gong family's keepsake on me, I don't think it will be useful even if I take it out. Since this little brother has doubts, then this Gong will have to prove himself. But how can I prove it? Little brother, do you have a suitable method?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since it's about arrays, then prove it with arrays. Who here has studied arrays?" When he said this, everyone vaguely understood what he meant. Wu Kuangyi hurriedly looked at Fang Zhuo. Although Fang Zhuo was taciturn, his mind was extremely sharp and he immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Taking a step forward, he took out a few array flags without a word and threw them into the void one by one, disappearing into thin air. His movements were natural and smooth. Sure enough, he had studied arrays, and his attainments were extraordinary. Gong Yu's smile didn't fade. He seemed to have guessed Fang Zhuo's plan and let him do as he pleased. Under Fang Zhuo's actions, a large part of the void suddenly became distorted. When he threw the last array flag into the corresponding position, Gong Yu's position suddenly changed and he disappeared. Everyone used their divine senses to investigate, only to find that there was an array blocking them. They couldn't see anything with the naked eye. So Brother Fang Zhuo is also proficient in arrays? Yang Tai looked surprised. Fang Zhuo was a man of few words. "I know a little." Then he put his hands behind his back and squinted at his array. This was obviously a trapping array. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could trap someone in a certain position and make them unable to move. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too difficult to crack the array. But if he was an imposter, then he definitely didn't have the corresponding knowledge of arrays. This test was simple and clear. Although it couldn't completely confirm Gong Yu's identity, it could at least eliminate everyone's doubts about him. For a moment, everyone focused on the array, wanting to know the final result. Chapter 29:10. The result shocked everyone, and Fang Zhuo's indifferent expression suddenly changed. Because less than 10 breaths after he finished setting up the array, the void distorted again and then returned to its original state. Gong Yu's figure appeared, holding a bunch of array flags in his hand, which had clearly been put into the void by Fang Zhuo. It only took him 10 breaths to break Fang Zhuo's array, which showed just how profound his attainments in the Tao of arrays were. Gong Pei stood in the void with a smile, giving people an unfathomable feeling. He opened his mouth and said, "There is no big problem with this friend's method of setting up the minor universe reversal formation. It's just that the formation flag is a little rough and can't exert its full power. If it can be refined, its power can be improved a lot." As he spoke, he tossed the array flags to Feng Zhuo. Feng Zhuo caught them, lowered his head and pondered seriously for a while, then solemnly cupped his fists to thank Gong Yu for his advice. Yang Tai laughed heartily and said, "Brother Gong's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly superb, truly an eye-opener. It is our great fortune to be able to obtain Brother Gong's assistance this time." He then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother Yang Jiao, do you have any other questions? If you do, ask them all." Yang Kai shook his head, "No." Yang Tai said, "In that case, no one should have any objections to Brother Gong accompanying us, right?" After what happened just now, naturally no one had any objections. Originally, they were very happy to have someone like Gong Yu to help them, but Yang Kai's question made them worry, so they tried to verify Gong Yu's identity. Now that Gong Yu's reputation as a great array master and with the golden name of the Tianhe Valley's Gong family behind him, no one doubted him anymore. Wu Kuangyi even glared fiercely at Yang Kai, probably thinking that he was making a fuss over nothing and had implicated him in making a wrong judgment. Kai Yang's tardiness had already left him with a bad impression of him, and now his impression of him was even worse. If it weren't for the fact that they had made an agreement beforehand, he would have been in a very bad mood. He was afraid that he would have to drive Yang Kai away. Since no one had any objections, this matter was naturally settled. As for Yang Tai, who had invited such a powerful helper like Gong Yu, he seemed to have leaped up as well. He became the leader of this small group and enthusiastically called for everyone to start on their way. The southern swamp was vast, and the agreed meeting point was very far from the ancient cave mansion. It would take about 3 to 4 days to arrive. The 7 from the Emperor realm flew together. His aura spread far and wide, but no ferocious creatures dared to show themselves. Gong Yu and Yang Tai were at the front, chatting enthusiastically. They seemed to be very close friends, and from time to time, they would laugh heartily. The woman called Shenbing Ru, Wu Kuangyi, and Feng Zhuo were in the middle, while Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were at the back. They were intentionally or unintentionally excluded, which made Hua Yulu a little worried. In the team, except for the leaders Yang Tai and Gong Yu who were talking loudly, the others were silent. Yang Kai was multitasking. While following the group, he was also digesting his experience in the Thousand Illusions dream world. The various experiences in the Thousand Illusions dream world were extremely valuable, and they were the cornerstone of his growth, especially the knowledge inheritance from Qing and what he saw in the wizard temple. Hua Yulu wanted to talk to Yang Kai several times, but when she saw his unapproachable look, she did not want to disturb him. After all, she was not familiar with Yang Kai. They had only met a few times and they were not close friends. Among the 7, she was the only one who was very nervous about this treasure hunt. The others were all in pairs, but Yang Kai completely ignored her. If they really ended up in a conflict while searching for treasures, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai would be able to help her. She even regretted coming here again. If she had known, she would have given up this opportunity instead of taking this risk. Time passed as she was worried about her gains and losses. The 7 from the Emperor realm shuttled through the poisonous miasma of the southern swamp. After 4 days, the leader Yang Tai suddenly stopped. Wu Kuangyi's face lit up, and an expectant expression appeared on his face. "Have we arrived?" Gong Yu asked curiously. He looked around but did not see anything special. Yang Kai also stopped thinking and looked around. Like Gong Yu, he did not see anything special. However, he was a little concerned about the large poisonous miasma in front of them. The southern swamp was full of poisonous miasma. The 7 of them had been shuttling through the poisonous miasma for the past few days. However, their cultivation was good, and they had a strong resistance to the poisonous miasma, so it was not a big problem. However, the poisonous miasma in front of them was obviously different. Yang Kai felt a trace of danger from it, as if they would die if they rushed in. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate, Hua Yulu hurriedly came to his side and whispered, "Be careful, The poisonous miasma is very poisonous. Yang Kai was suddenly surrounded by a fragrant wind, and the tip of his nose itched. He gently nodded. Hua Yulu suddenly noticed and took 2 steps back with a red face. Yang Tai said in a timely manner, "We've arrived. The ancient cave mansion is hidden in this poisonous miasma, but this poisonous miasma is so strong that even the Emperor realm cannot resist it. So, everyone don't be reckless." In order to prove that he was not lying, he suddenly raised his hand and sent out an attack towards the poisonous miasma in front of them. When the light flashed, a 300-meter-long gap appeared in the poisonous miasma. In the middle of the gap, there was a blackened skeleton lying on the swamp grass. It seemed to have been dead for a long time. Speaking of which, when we found the cave mansion last time, there were 4 of us, and one of us was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But look, he's lying there now. Yang Tai pointed at the skeleton and said with a smile. Shen Bingru's pretty face changed when she heard this. Fang Zhua, who had been calm all this time, also twitched his face. Just by looking at the state of the skeleton, everyone thought that this person had been dead for a long time, but after listening to Yang Tai's words, they found out that this person had only died half a year ago. However, because the poison in the poisonous miasma was too strong, it caused some unexpected changes to the skeleton. As for the cause of death, there was no need for Yang Tai to say anything. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma, which showed how dangerous it was. The world was big and full of strange things. In front of the ferocious power of heaven and earth, no matter how strong an individual was, sometimes they would appear insignificant. After Yang Tai's voice fell, the poisonous miasma that was split by his attack fiercely closed in the middle and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that kept the poisonous miasma in place, preventing everyone from moving forward. Gong Yu frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What a strong poison! Brother Yang, how did you enter the cave mansion last time with this poisonous miasma blocking the way?" Yang Tai smiled and said, "It was a coincidence. Everything has its counter. Although this poisonous miasma is strong, there is something here that can restrain it. Just like where a poisonous snake appears, there must be an antidote. And, when the time comes, everyone will know for themselves." He kept everyone in suspense and did not explain too much. Gong Yu just smiled and did not take it seriously. "Our time is just right. Everyone will be able to enter tonight, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to rest. We don't know what dangers there are in the ancient cave mansion, but it will be easier to deal with them after resting." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so everyone found a place to meditate and rest. Hua Yulu naturally stayed with Yang Kai and took out 2 spirit pills to consume. Although she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and could travel for a few days at full speed, staying in this poisonous miasma for so long had consumed a lot of her Emperor Qi. Naturally, she needed to take this opportunity to recover. Everyone else did the same. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and said, "Old Patriarch Gong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. This junior has something to ask of you." Gong Yu was looking around and turned to look at Yang Kai when he heard this and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I am experienced and knowledgeable, but I have lived a long time. What does little brother want to ask? If this Gong knows, he will definitely tell you." Yang Kai said, "It's like this. I have a friend who obtained a flowing time great emperor fruit. He doesn't know how to take it to maximize its efficacy." Flowing time great emperor fruit? Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Is it the flowing time great emperor fruit that can prolong one's life?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes lit up even more. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan, but he still couldn't resist the corrosion of the flowing time Great Emperor. In other words, he was old, but he hadn't lived long enough. In the past 100 years, he hadn't been engrossed in cultivation and had only wanted to find a way to live longer. His 100 years of hard work did have some effect and had increased his lifespan by a lot, but he had tried ordinary methods and pills, and none of them worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come to the southern swamp was to find some precious treasures that could prolong his lifespan. That was how he, Hua Yulu, and the others accidentally discovered the existence of the ancient cave mansion. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had naturally heard of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. It was very useful to him, so it was inevitable that he would care about it. The flowing time Great Emperor fruit is a very good thing. Gong Yu stroked his beard and smiled, but little brother, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. This gong focuses on the Tao of spirit arrays and isn't proficient in pills, so this gong has no better suggestions than to ask someone to refine the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. Yang Kai agreed, it seems that this is the only way, but if you want to refine the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, you need an Emperor Realm alchemist, but if you want to ask an Emperor Realm alchemist to refine a pill, everyone knew how difficult it was to ask an Emperor Realm alchemist to refine a pill. Even if you prepared enough materials and remuneration, if you didn't have the right connections, it was normal for you to wait a few years or more before it was your turn. Gong Yu smiled slightly, I hope your friend doesn't need it urgently. He's still young, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai also smiled. That's good. Gong Yu didn't say anything more and turned around to continue observing the poison barrier in front of him with a calm expression. Chapter 29:11. Yang Tai seemed to be very interested in the flowing time Great Emperor. At this time, he put aside Gong Yu and stayed by Yang Kai's side, trying to find out the identity of Yang Kai's friend. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. With the topic cleverly changed, Yang Tai didn't want to appear too eager, so in the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled and walk away resentfully. The scene suddenly quieted down as the 7 people sat in meditation, waiting for the arrival of night. A wisp of divine sense suddenly extended towards Yang Kai, followed by Yang Kai hearing Hua Yulu's whisper, Is there a problem? Although she was a woman, as the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, she was naturally not an innocent little girl. Yang Kai's previous performance had given her some clues, so she quietly asked. Yang Kai responded calmly, After entering the ancient cave mansion, don't leave within 10 meters of me. Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Is there really a problem? If there was no problem, Yang Kai wouldn't have warned her like this, but she couldn't see anything wrong no matter how hard she tried, so she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai said, You should have heard about the opening of the Four Seasons realm many years ago, right? Hua Yulu replied, I've heard about it. I also heard that Brother Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill there. The Four Seasons realm was not a small sealed world. It was a palace left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Every time it opened, only the most outstanding Dao Source realm cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter and experience it. Each time it opened, it would bring many benefits. Recently, the Four Seasons realm had become a hot topic. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill, a heaven-defying spirit pill, which made Yang Kai's reputation soar. Secondly, it was because an ancient divine spirit had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, the vicious beast Xianxia. No one could ignore the birth of a holy spirit, not to mention that it was a ferocious beast that was famous for its savagery in ancient times. It was said that Xianxia was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, Xianxia had been sleeping in the flowing time temple until the recent opening of the Four Seasons realm. In the following years, the experts of the Southern Territory were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Xianxia would do something evil. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no news of Xianxia after that, and his whereabouts were unknown. As time passed, everyone's attention on Xianxia gradually decreased. Because Hua Yulu had experienced the power of Yang Kai several times, and this time she was going to explore the ancient cave mansion with him, she deliberately inquired about Yang Kai and learned some information about the Four Seasons realm. Thinking back, at that time, she was already in the Emperor realm, and Yang Kai had only just entered the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai was on equal footing with her, and she even had to rely on him for her safety. After some comparison, Hua Yulu's mood was inexplicably complicated. I once met a descendant of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm, and we each obtained a flowing time Great Emperor fruit, Yang Kai replied. Hua Yulu was surprised, You're so lucky. Yang Kai chuckled, The world only knows that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit can prolong one's life, but they don't know that there are two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits. One of them can indeed prolong one's life, but the other is poisonous. If eaten accidentally, it will cause the flowing time Great Emperor to age rapidly. The two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits look the same on the surface, but the effects are completely opposite. There's such a thing. Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Although she was in the Emperor realm, she really didn't understand much about pharmacology, but thinking about how Yang Kai could even refine the extraordinary treasure pill at that time, he must have extraordinary attainments in the alchemy Dao, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. He said that he and the descendant of the Gong family each had a chronological fruit, and with his knowledge of pharmacology, he was able to obtain a chronological fruit. With his attainments in pharmacology, he would definitely choose the flowing time Great Emperor fruit that could prolong one's life. In other words, the descendant of the Gong family brought back the poisonous flowing time Great Emperor fruit. Perhaps someone in the Gong family was deeply harmed, but this was unlikely, because even if the people of the Gong family didn't know the power of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, they would definitely find someone to refine it first. And the alchemy master must have some understanding of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. If this was the case, the Gong family should know the information about the flowing time Great Emperor fruit like the back of their hand. But what Gong Yu said just now, thinking of this, Hua Yulu was shocked and immediately understood where the problem was. Of course, this is just my suspicion. This Master Gong seems to have been cultivating in seclusion. Maybe he doesn't know what happened in the Gong family, but it's always right to be careful. Hua Yulu nodded in agreement and stopped talking to Yang Kai, so as not to be found out by others. After cutting off the communication with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai raised his eyes slightly and looked at another person. If his suspicion was right, then there was something wrong with this person, too. It was a moonless night, and the sky was full of stars, shining brightly. But in the southern swamp, this night scene couldn't be appreciated, because the poisonous miasma shrouding the ground covered everything. When it was midnight, everyone suddenly sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. Shoo! Yang Tai put a finger to his lips, indicating that everyone should be calm. Then he concealed his aura and used the art of concealment. If one didn't look at him with the naked eye, no one would discover his existence. Apparently, Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi also knew what was going to happen, so they also concealed themselves like Yang Tai. The others followed suit and retracted their auras. Bubbles appeared in the puddles in the swamp, as if something was going to jump out from the bottom of the swamp. In everyone's perception, there was indeed the aura of life rising from the depths of the swamp. After a short while, a figure of a few feet long suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a strange creature that looked like a crocodile and a lizard. It had 8 claws, a long tail, and 2 big eyes on the top of its head, which were bulging like a toad's. When it crawled, its long tongue moved in and out of its mouth, as if a poisonous snake was looking for its prey. Not only that, but it also exuded an unpleasant smell, which made people want to vomit. This thing was extremely ugly. Even though the 2 women's cultivation was superb, they couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was looking at it with great interest, as if it was a delicious delicacy. More and more monsters crawled out of the puddles in an endless stream. At first, there were only dozens or hundreds of them, but soon they covered the sky and covered the earth. None of the people from the Emperor realm present recognized what this thing was. They should be a kind of monster beast because there were traces of demonic chi on their bodies, but their strength wasn't very strong. At most, they were at the 5th or 6th order, and some of them might not even have condensed a monster core. Any one of them could easily exterminate a large number of such monster beasts. No one knew how they managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Although they had not encountered any danger along the way, they had sensed that there were many ferocious monster beasts hidden beneath the swamp. Their only advantage was their large number. These monsters crawled out of the swamp and headed towards the poisonous barrier in front of them. Rustling sounds could be heard as they climbed, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Soon, some of the monsters at the front of the line arrived in front of the poison barrier. Under the close attention of Yang Kai and the others, these monsters stuck out their long tongues and licked them. A shocking scene occurred. The poison barrier, which could even kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was swallowed into the stomachs of these monsters. What's more, they were completely fine after swallowing it. They were actually feeding on the poisonous barrier, and the stronger the poison, the more delicious it was for them. A monster could only swallow a small amount of the poisonous barrier, and it would be quickly replenished by the surrounding poisonous barrier. But there were thousands of them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As the tongues swallowed, the poisonous barrier in front of them thinned at a visible rate. Even with the rapid replenishment of the surrounding poisonous barrier, it couldn't stop these monsters from swallowing it. More and more monsters moved towards the inside of the poisonous barrier, and wherever they passed, they gradually opened up a safe path for everyone to move forward. Several people who saw this for the first time showed a look of understanding. Only now did they understand what Yang Tai meant during the day. Of all things in the world, there was always a counter to another. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that these 5th or 6th order monster beasts could actually swallow the poisonous barrier that even the Emperor Realm couldn't resist? And from what Yang Tai said before, these monster beasts didn't seem to move out every night. It seemed that they would only move at certain times, otherwise, Yang Tai wouldn't have said that everyone was just in time. It was a miracle that the ancient cave mansion could be found, and there were all kinds of coincidences. But if it weren't for that, the ancient cave mansion wouldn't have been left behind until now. If it was so easy to find, it would have been found by others long ago. Although the night was dark and there wasn't the slightest bit of light, everyone was strong, and the darkness couldn't hinder their observation. The poisonous barrier in front of them during the day gradually thinned in front of these densely packed monster beasts, and they gradually moved deeper into the swamp. But since Yang Tai didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either, and they all waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to circulate his Emperor's Qi and fly forward, following the passage opened by the monster beast. Gong Yu and Xin Bingru, who were already prepared, immediately followed. Wu Kuangyi and Fang Zhuo were in a better position and were the second group to rush in, less than 100 feet away from Yang Tai. Kai Yang and Hua Yulu fell behind again. Kai Yang gave her a push, allowing her to walk in front. This action warmed Hua Yulu's heart and increased her sense of security. As soon as the 7 of them moved, they immediately alarmed the monster beast that was swallowing the poisonous barrier. They changed their previous quiet disguise and let out sharp cries that reached everyone's ears. It was like metal rubbing against metal, scratching people's hearts. Not only that, but some demonic beasts also leaped up from the ground, their tongues sticking out as they rolled towards the group. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to drag the group down. Chapter 29:12. The group of people from the Emperor Realm didn't take the level 5 or level 6 monster beasts seriously. They killed a large number of them in an instant. The monster beast's body exploded one by one, turning into blood that flowed into the swamp. Not only did this not scare off their remaining companions, but it also stimulated their ferocity. More and more monster beasts pounced from the ground. The sharp screeches didn't stop for a moment. At some point, these chaotic screeches suddenly became unified. Thousands of screeches converged into a sound wave, forming a visible shockwave that shrouded the 7 people. Yang Tai, who was the leader, shouted as if he was facing a great enemy, "Run!" Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi's expressions also became more serious. Just as the others were puzzled, a strange scene appeared. After the sharp screeches resonated, the auras of the monster beast from the swamp began to be closely connected. From level 5 or 6, they quickly climbed to level 7, level 8, or even higher. Yang Kai casually launched an attack and glanced down. He immediately saw a scene that made him click his tongue in amazement. He saw that the overwhelming monster beast was gradually fusing together. It was as if they were originally disassembled parts of a huge monster, and now they had some kind of opportunity to reassemble. A monster that was more than 100 feet long suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This monster had 2 horns on its head, covered in scales, and 8 claws. It looked like a flood dragon, but not a flood dragon. Its appearance was extremely strange. At this moment, it was no longer level 5 or 6. It was emitting the aura of a level 10 monster beast. More and bigger monsters circled below and chased after them. Yang Kai felt the aura of several level 12 monster beasts. Level 11 and level 10 beasts were everywhere. Those level 5 or 6 monster beasts that the Emperor realm didn't take seriously. They had the strange ability to fuse with each other and grow stronger. Moreover, the speed of their melting was beyond imagination. To be able to survive in such an environment, these monster beasts really couldn't be taken lightly. With a rumble, these huge monsters swam on the ground and chased after them. They raised their heads high and opened their mouths to bite at the people in the sky. An unpleasant stench came out of their huge mouths. After missing their attack, they actually spat out colorful balls of light from their mouths. Yang Kai saw clearly that those balls of light were the poisonous miasma that they had swallowed before. Yang Kai could even face a level 12 monster beast calmly, but he couldn't ignore the powerful poisonous miasma. The faces of the other 6 also changed greatly as they summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Compared to the Emperor realm, the flying great ink dragon armor, although it was an Emperor artifact, it was mainly used to cover after dragonization. Yang Kai's left with no choice, he could only circulate his Emperor Qi to form a protective barrier around himself. The poisonous miasma flew over, and most of them were scattered by the combined efforts of the group. A few of them hit the group's artifacts and disappeared, but the strength of the poisonous miasma still made their scalps numb. Several Emperor artifacts flickered after blocking the poisonous miasma. Obviously, their spirituality had been damaged. The Emperor Qi that Yang Kai maintained outside his body was also corroded. He had no choice but to continue urging his energy to maintain his protection. He looked quite pitiful. The group fled, not wanting to be entangled with these monsters. It seemed like a long time, but also like a moment. When the group rushed into a dry land, the poisonous miasma around them was swept away. The monster beast that had been chasing them suddenly stopped, as if there was something in front of them that made them afraid. They kept wandering around the edge of the poisonous miasma, staring at the group with their huge eyes. "It's good that we're here," Yang Tai said with a smile, obviously relieved. Pointing at the monster beast, he said, "Those things won't chase us. I don't know why." The monster beast that gathered at the edge of the poisonous miasma only stayed alert for a while before collapsing and turning back into 5th or 6th order monsters. They then wandered back to where they came from and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was looking at the place where they were. This was a dry land. It was extremely unusual for such a place to appear in the southern swamp, because the southern swamp was full of potholes. This land was like an isolated island in the vast sea. The island was not large, only about a few dozen miles in radius. It was surrounded by poisonous miasma that made even the Emperor realm a void. If the group had not entered through the path opened by the monster beast, they would not have had the chance to come here. Yang Tai's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The ancient cave mansion is here." Although his expression was serious, there was a trace of unconcealable fanaticism in his eyes. Wu Kuangyi's expression was also slightly excited. "Last time, Brother Yang, Palace Master Hua, and I obtained some benefits from it, but we were blocked by a restriction array. This time, we have more people, and with the help of Old Master Gong, it shouldn't be a problem to break the restriction array." Gong Yu smiled modestly. "This old man will do his best." "Thank you, Old Master Gong." Wu Kuangyi cupped his fists and said, "I want to remind everyone that when we enter the ancient cave mansion, don't touch anything and don't wander around. We will follow Old Master Gong. There are still many remaining restrictions in the cave mansion. Although they have been there for a long time, they are still very powerful. If you accidentally touch them, it may cause unnecessary consequences." When he said this, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Yang Kai's absent-minded look made Wu Kuangyi's face a little ugly. Okay, we are not children and we know what to do. Let's go." Yang Tai greeted everyone with a smile and led the team to the ancient cave mansion. The order of the team did not change. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were still at the back. "Brother Yang, if there are any treasures, we will take them if we can. If we can't, we won't force you. Just treat it as an eye-opener." Hua Yulu secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yang Kai subconsciously replied, a little absent-minded. This made Hua Yulu worried. No one knew if there were any dangers behind the restriction array. If there were, Yang Kai's current state would not bode well for him. She wanted to remind him, but it was not appropriate for her to do so, so she could only secretly make up her mind to be careful. Yang Kai was indeed a little absent-minded. Since setting foot on this island, he had a very strange feeling, as if something was contacting him somewhere on this island, but when he tried to investigate it, he found nothing. He could not even find out where the connection came from. This made him puzzled. When Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others spoke to him, he was trying to figure out the situation, so he seemed a little absent-minded. The island was not big, so it only took a moment for everyone to arrive at a stone forest. There were more than a dozen stone pillars of different heights here. The surface of these stone pillars was mottled, and there were traces of erosion left by the flowing time Great Emperor. They seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a reason behind the arrangement of these stone pillars. After looking at them carefully for a while, these stone pillars were even moving slowly. Moreover, they were moving faster and faster, gradually becoming dazzling to the eyes. Anyone could see that there was a big problem with this stone forest. Perhaps in ancient times, this was an extremely hidden entrance. Even if an expert comparable to the Emperor realm passed by here, they would not be able to discover anything. However, the outermost restriction had been in disrepair for many years, so its effect had weakened greatly, revealing many traces. "Follow me." Yang Tai took the lead, and after calling out to everyone, he walked directly to the center of the stone forest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he seemed to pass through an invisible wall, and after passing through the stone forest, he mysteriously disappeared. "Interesting, interesting." Gong Yu stroked his long beard and looked on with great interest. His eyes were bright, and it was obvious that he had discovered something, but he did not explain it in detail and just walked forward. A moment later, Gong Yu also disappeared. Fang Zhua and Wu Kuangyi were next. When it was Hua Yulu's turn, she turned back and said, "Brother Yang, you have to follow me." Yang Kai smiled at her, "I will follow you closely." Only then did Hua Yulu feel relieved and walk forward. Finally, it was Yang Kai's turn. When he crossed the invisible boundary, he clearly felt a feeling of crossing through the void. The restriction in the stone forest should have the effect of a transmission array. The first few people to enter were all here, and this place seemed to be a stone cave. The cave was only a few dozen feet in radius, and the air was dry and there was an unpleasant smell, but it was not too unbearable. There was some dim light coming from the walls of the cave. It was a special stone that was used to illuminate the cave. However, the flowing time Great Emperor had been here for too long, and most of these stones had lost their effectiveness. Those that were still functioning were like candles in the wind, and it looked like they could be extinguished at any time. There was nothing else in this stone cave, and it was unknown what this stone cave was used for in ancient times. This was not the place we entered last time. Yang Tai, who was leading the group, looked around for a while and scratched his head with an awkward expression. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu also nodded. When the three of them entered the stone forest last time, they indeed did not enter this stone cave. Gong Yu smiled and said, "The stone forest is the restriction that controls the entrance, and we don't have the method to control it. Even if we enter by chance, we will only enter a random place. We are still inside the cave mansion, so let's walk around and look around. We will find the right way, and maybe we will find something you didn't find last time." Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Brother Gong is right. Let's go." While speaking, he walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the stone cave, there was a deep tunnel in front of them. Just like inside the stone cave, there were some strange stones on the walls for illumination. Although the light was not good, it was better than nothing. Chapter 29:13. A mirror-like artifact suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's hand. It was about the size of a human face, and its function was unknown. Yang Tai formed a series of seals and injected a few strands of Emperor Qi into the mirror. The next moment, the mirror shone brightly and a beam of light shot out from it. The area covered by the beam of light suddenly became clear. This beam of light seemed to have the effect of distinguishing between real and fake. It was obviously a detection artifact. The group of 7 continued forward, occasionally passing by some stone rooms, but they were all empty and did not find anything noteworthy. Moreover, there was not much danger in this ancient cave mansion, so everyone had been extremely safe along the way. However, Yang Tai still could not find the path they had taken last time. Half an hour later, Yang Tai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. Seeing him like this, the rest of the group also stopped. "What's wrong?" Wu Kuangyi asked. Yang Tai said, "There seems to be traces of a barrier. Let me take a closer look." As he spoke, he used the mirror in his hand to cover the area in front of them. Wherever the beam of light passed, a faint distortion would appear. It was a little different from normal, but it was not very clear. Yang Tai circulated his Emperor Qi and poured it into the mirror artifact, causing the beam of light to become even brighter. This time, everyone could see more clearly. There were indeed remnants of a barrier in front of them. The barrier, which was originally invisible to the naked eye, was now completely visible under the light of the mirror. They could see with the naked eye that there was a barrier of varying strength in front of them, which seemed to follow some kind of mysterious law and formed a barrier that blocked their path. This barrier was extremely complicated and ancient, obviously from a very long time ago. Wu Kuangyi immediately turned his head to look at Gong Yu. Since they had encountered an ancient barrier blocking their path, it was naturally up to the former patriarch of the Gong family to take action. He was the most knowledgeable about this kind of thing. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yu just smiled slightly and did not say anything. He did not show any signs of taking the initiative to attack. Wu Kuangyi was about to point it out when Yang Tai suddenly said, "This should be just a small barrier. There is no need for Brother Gong to make a move. We will break it together." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped towards the barrier. Everyone was startled and quickly circulated their Emperor Qi, secretly raising their guard. After all, no one knew exactly what this restriction was for. Rashly touching it was extremely likely to cause some dangerous consequences. Yang Tai's actions were undoubtedly somewhat rash. However, Gong Yu didn't say anything to stop him. Then he felt a little more relieved. With a boom, a layer of light appeared in front of them. Then, several huge heads suddenly rushed out from the light. Those heads were not human heads, but the heads of strange monster beast. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were of unique species. No one could recognize which monster beast these heads belonged to. However, what caused everyone's expression to change greatly was that these heads actually had an extremely ferocious aura within them. As soon as the heads appeared, they opened their bloody mouths and bit at Yang Tai. It was so aggressive that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Yang Tai was shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of the ancient barrier. His Emperor Qi surged as he suddenly uttered a very awkward incantation. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A large golden character suddenly flew out from between his fingers. It was condensed from his Emperor Qi. It flashed and disappeared so quickly that no one could see what it was. Only Yang Kai's expression brightened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the divine technique that Yang Tai displayed was like a flash in the pan, Yang Kai was able to see some clues. That large character was clearly an extremely ancient script. He had seen it before in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World when his soul was wandering in the Wizard Temple. Ancient humans condensed their power into this script, which had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was a script that was even more ancient than the existence of the wizard. The Wizard Temple had recorded it clearly. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that Huai Yulu had said that Yang Tai had learned a secret technique in this ancient cave mansion. However, she did not know what that secret technique was or what its power was. Now, it seemed that the secret technique that Yang Tai had learned was this. This was indeed an extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Tai's cultivation was only at the First-Order Emperor realm, but the power of his finger was actually at the level of a Second-Order Emperor realm master. It seemed that in this life and death crisis, he could not think too much and could only use his most powerful attack to protect himself. It seemed that this cave mansion had existed for even longer than the world that Yang Kai had experienced in the Thousand Illusionary Dream world. No wonder there were ancient exotic treasures here. At the same time, the remaining people also made their moves. In an instant, the power of various emperors' secret techniques and artifacts fluctuated in this narrow corridor, causing the world energy to tremble. Then, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The heads that flew out of the light barrier seemed to be aggressive, but in the end, they were all bark and no bite. As soon as they came into contact with Yang Tai's secret technique, they all collapsed. Many of the heads disintegrated as soon as they rushed out of the light barrier, not playing any role at all. With a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's attacks hit the light barrier in front of them. The light barrier only shook for a moment before bursting like a bubble. Heavy breathing could be heard in the corridor, and everyone inexplicably felt like they had just survived a disaster. This barrier really has been in disrepair for a long time. Yang Tai was the first to speak, his expression slightly embarrassed. Everyone clearly saw the situation just now. Indeed, the barrier had been in disrepair for a long time. After being activated, it could not continue and collapsed. Otherwise, the attacks of the heads that rushed out would have been enough to make everyone panic for a while, not to mention the fact that the light barrier had been broken in just one blow. Brother Gong should have seen through it long ago, right? Yang Tai looked at Gong Yu. You should have reminded me so that this Yang wouldn't have made a fool of himself. Although he was complaining, he didn't have much of a complaint. Gong Yu just smiled and didn't answer, appearing somewhat unfathomable. Wu Kuangyi frowned slightly, obviously annoyed that Yang Tai had acted on his own initiative and made everyone worried for no reason. However, it was just a false alarm, so he didn't say anything. With this encounter, everyone became more vigilant. Although the first barrier they encountered didn't display much power because it had been in disrepair for a long time, who could guarantee that the barriers here would be the same? Yang Tai, who was leading the group, didn't dare to act rashly. Step by step, they walked steadily. There were indeed some barriers on the way, but after everyone took turns to test them, they found that these barriers were the same as the first barrier they encountered. Because the flowing time Great Emperor had been in use for too long, they couldn't display much power. At most, they would only be a flash in the pan. Most of them didn't respond at all. Even so, everyone was still shocked. Because these barriers gave off a very strong feeling, no one could imagine how powerful they could be if they were intact, and how powerful the person who arranged these barriers was. 2 hours later, Yang Tai suddenly showed a joyful expression. Looking around, he said excitedly, "We found the way." Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu glanced at each other and smiled. They had finally found the path they had taken the last time, and as long as they followed it back, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Then they arrived in front of the barrier that blocked their way. Everyone was very curious about what was hidden behind the spirit array. Although they had found the old path, Yang Tai still didn't relax his vigilance, and the light from the mirror in his hand continued to shine as he led the way. Another 2 hours passed. Everyone suddenly came to a huge stone cave that covered an area of several acres. Accustomed to walking in narrow corridors, everyone couldn't help but feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The grotto was also empty. There were only a few sharp stone pillars scattered around, some standing upright, and some hanging upside down. There were all kinds of strange things in the grotto, like a myriad of things in the world. A thick gate attracted everyone's attention. This door was several feet tall and was embedded in a certain part of the cave wall, seamlessly connecting with the cave wall. Everyone looked at the gate with burning eyes, as if there was some precious treasure hidden behind it. Yang Kai had seen this gate in the information picture given to him by Hua Yulu, but seeing it in the picture and seeing it in person were two different things. Seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai only felt that this gate gave off an extremely gloomy feeling, as if something bad was stirring behind it. The gate was red, as if it was poured with blood. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, It still looked as fresh as new. Many extremely complicated patterns were engraved on the gate, giving off a mysterious aura. It was these patterns that formed an ancient spirit array that sealed the gate, preventing people from peeping into the world inside. A group of 7 people stood in front of the gate with different expressions. Yang Tai's expression had an indescribable fanaticism, and for some reason, he was so excited that his lips were trembling. Although Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu were excited, they were more curious about what benefits were hidden behind the gate. Fang Zhuo's expression was as indifferent as ever, while Gong Yu narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Xin Bingru suddenly said, "Can't this barrier be broken?" Wu Kuangyi shook his head and said, "Last time, the 3 of us were unable to break it. If Lady Xin is interested, you can give it a try." Xin Bingru said softly, "No need." Although she was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, stronger than Hua Yulu and the others, she didn't want to waste her time on something that even the 3 of them couldn't do. "Brother Gong, I'll leave everything to you." Yang Tai suddenly turned his head with an indescribably dignified expression, as if he was entrusting Gong Yu with a matter of life and death. Gong Yu smiled and said, "I'll do my best. Everyone can take a rest while I study it carefully." Yang Tai nodded and turned around. "Everyone, take a rest. You may need our help later." Yang Kai smiled and said, "With old Patriarch Gong here, why should we add to the trouble?" Yang Tai said, "That's hard to say. Maybe there will be a time when we will be needed." "That's true." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything more. He signaled Hua Yulu with his eyes and the 2 walked to the side and sat down to rest. Chapter 29:14. Inside the grotto, Gong Yu was busy, standing in front of the blood-red gate, constantly gesturing something, his expression changing from time to time. Everyone else was meditating, but Yang Tai seemed to be a little restless, walking back and forth, turning his head from time to time to look at the blood-red gate, but he didn't dare to disturb them, so he seemed very anxious. Wu Kuangyi asked him to sit down, but Yang Tai declined with a smile. "Brother Yang, is there anything wrong?" Hua Yulu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes and replied, "Wait and see." So far, he hadn't found anything suspicious, except for his suspicion of Gong Yu's identity, but that was only a suspicion, and he couldn't be sure, so he couldn't give Hua Yulu a definite answer. Whether this suspicion would become a reality or not, it would depend on Gong Yu's performance. While resting, he immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by the Southgate Army, once again checking its contents and memorizing some key points. Half a day later, Gong Yu suddenly took a few steps back, staring at the blood-red gate, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called out, "Everyone, please come here." Everyone heard this and they all got up and walked over. Yang Tai couldn't wait to come in front of Gong Yu, and asked anxiously, "Brother Gong, do you have any idea?" Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard, "A little." "Good, good, good, good." Yang Tai was so excited that his face flushed. "But if we want to break the array, we will need your help." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his eyes narrowed slightly, the suspicion in his heart growing stronger. Wu Kuangyi asked, "What does old Master Gong need us to do? We are not proficient in the array Dao, and only Brother Fang knows a little about it." Gong Yu smiled. "You don't need to be proficient, you just need to cooperate, but the premise is that you must trust this old man unconditionally." Everyone looked at each other. Yang Tai did not know to what extent the trust he was talking about was. He said, "Since we have invited Brother Gong to help us, we will naturally trust you." "That's good." Gong Yu smiled and said, "I will teach everyone a set of techniques. Once we are familiar with each other, we can join forces to set up the formation. Once this formation is set up, we can break this ancient restriction." "Then what are you waiting for?" "I'll have to trouble Brother Gong to teach me," Yang Tai said anxiously. Gong Yu smiled and beckoned everyone forward. He took out a few blank jade slips and imprinted their contents with his divine sense before handing them out one by one. Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After thoroughly understanding the contents of the jade slip, he sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what the other people's jade slips contained, he thought that it should be different from his own. If they worked together to set up a formation, everyone had to be responsible for different things. At this time, a central hub was needed to coordinate everyone's strength and merge them into one. And this central hub would undoubtedly be Gongyu. The central hub controlled the most exquisite part of the formation. As the central hub of the formation, once the formation was set up, he would be able to control the others to a certain extent. Although he wouldn't be able to control their lives, this kind of control wasn't something that the Emperor realm could easily accept. That was why he said that he wanted everyone to trust him unconditionally. If there was no trust, they wouldn't be able to work together to set up the formation. Yang Kai didn't look at the contents of the jade slip in detail because he had already seen it. The jade slip that the Southgate army gave him had records of this. That day, he had asked Bian Yuqing to bring the information about the ancient restriction formation back to the High Heaven Palace so that the Southgate army could carefully research a plan to break the formation. The Southgate army lived up to their reputation as formation emperors. In just over a month, they came up with 3 plans. One of them was to use the formation to break the formation, just like what Gongyu was doing at the moment. However, if they really did that, they would fall into someone else's trap. This was because using the formation to break the formation was only the beginning. If they wanted to completely break the ancient restriction on the blood-colored gate, they would need another method, an extremely evil method. Yang Kai originally planned to use the plan that the Southgate army came up with to help Hua Yulu and the others break the formation. Then, he would explore to see if there was anything good inside. However, he didn't expect Gongyu to appear halfway. With such a formation grandmaster in the team, of course, there was no need for him to show his face. However, Gongyu's actions made him suspicious. If he had only suspected Gongyu's identity before, he could now conclude that there was something wrong with Gongyu and Yang Tai. As for the other person, Yang Kai wasn't sure yet. He raised his head and glanced at Yang Tai. He saw that Yang Tai had a focused expression. He seemed to be checking the contents of the jade slip in his hand, but in fact, he was silently communicating with someone with his divine sense. Kai Yang's heart immediately understood. As if sensing his gaze, Gongyu suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a smile. "Little brother Yang, do you have any other questions?" Yang Kai's voice was surprisingly loud, echoing back and forth in the rock cave, interrupting everyone's attention, causing Wu Kuangyi and the others to furrow their brows and reveal displeased looks. Gongyu said, "I wonder what little brother Yang doesn't understand? Perhaps this old master can explain a thing or two." "There is only one question." Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes, narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, "Who are you?" The smile on Gongyu's face stiffened slightly, and the others from the Emperor realm who were alarmed by him also raised their heads in surprise. They didn't have time to check the contents of the jade slip, and their faces were full of astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, Hua Yulu immediately moved closer to Yang Kai, as if she was looking for a sense of security. The rock cave was silent for a long time, and only Yang Kai's aggressive eyes could be heard. They were like 2 knives that wanted to cut open Gongyu's mind and expose the secrets hidden in it. "What do you mean?" The first one to ask was not Gongyu, but Wu Kuangyi. He seemed to be more impatient, and if he had a question in his heart, he would ask it immediately. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. "Literally." Yang Kai replied lightly. Wu Kuangyi frowned and was secretly annoyed by Yang Kai's attitude. However, Yang Kai's answer was not wrong, but he was a little surprised. "Little brother, what enmity do you have with me? Or is there a grudge between you and my Gong family?" Gongyu asked, the indifferent smile returning to his face. "There is no enmity between us." Yang Kai shook his head. Gongyu smiled and said, "If there is no enmity between us, then why does little brother question my identity again and again?" When Gongyu had just arrived, Yang Kai had questioned him once. In the end, it was Feng Zhuo who verified Gongyu's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, which confirmed his identity as the former patriarch of the Gong family. Now, it was the second time, and even a clay figurine had a temper. As the former patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gongyu did not get angry when he was questioned like this, which was enough to show his temperament. If it had been someone with a slightly more violent temper, they would have immediately attacked Yang Kai. This old master is this old master, the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, who stepped down 200 years ago. Gong Yu's voice suddenly became a little louder, and even his figure became a lot straighter. His words were powerful and resonating. Brother Yang Kai, don't make trouble. This old master can guarantee with his life that there is no problem with Brother Gong's identity. Yang Tai jumped out to mediate the situation, but there seemed to be a wisp of worry hidden between his brows, and it was extremely obvious. He urged, now isn't the time to be entangled in this. Let's think of a way to break this ancient restriction first before we talk about anything else. If we can't solve the problem and work together, how can we break this spirit array? Yang Kai turned his head and asked, Do? A trace of anger appeared on Yang Tai's face as he clearly blamed Yang Kai. Brother Yang is right. Shinbing Ru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tai turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, Madam Shen, you are also... Shinbing Ru was a helper he had invited, and the two of them had a close relationship in private. He had not expected that Shinbing Ru would stand on Yang Kai's side at this time, making him feel inexplicably distressed. Shinbing Ru smiled and said, Brother Yang, please calm your anger. We have cultivated to this realm and have faced many obstacles along the way. Every time we encounter danger, we have to be extremely careful, as if we are treading on thin ice. If we weren't careful, I'm afraid we would have already returned to the earth like all living beings. So, I want to hear what little brother Yang means and what he wants to say. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Kai Yang. Her pair of big bright eyes seemed to be able to speak. Kai Yang nodded his head in greeting. It wasn't that she trusted Yang Kai, but since there was a problem, she naturally wanted to hear it. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Wu Kuangyi hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. What are you suspecting? Let us all hear it. Yang Kai said, I've already said it. Gong Yu sighed. Your suspicions are without any reason. Yang Tai looked at Hua Yulu with bitter hatred and said, Palace Master Hua, is this the helper you found? If he didn't want to help, he didn't have to come. Why did he have to destroy the unity and stability between us? Now, the spirit array hasn't been broken yet, but we have an internal problem, all because of a single sentence of nonsense. Hua Yulu blushed slightly and said, I believe, Brother Yang. Yang Tai's face darkened as he angrily said to Yang Kai, Boy, if you don't want to participate in breaking the spirit array, you can leave now. You are also from the Emperor realm, so you should remember where you came from. Just return, this old master won't force you. Yang Kai smiled faintly. If I leave, how will this spirit array be formed? Yang Tai snorted, as long as Brother Gong is here, so what if you're one less? Brother Gong can break the spirit array alone. Yang Kai turned to look at Gong Yu and said with a smile, then you should ask Patriarch Gong whether he can form the 6 Directions Supreme Spirit Array with 5 people assisting him. As soon as the statement came out, Gong Yi was slightly startled. Fang Zhua, who had not spoken yet, raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment on his face. Yang Tai's mouth was wide open as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. The rest of the group immediately understood that Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Chapter 29:15. The spirit array Gong Yu was going to set up was called the 6 Directions Supreme Formation, but no one knew about it before Yang Kai told them about it. The jade slip Gong Yu gave them only contained the method to set up the spirit array and did not explain much. Everyone only needed to circulate their power according to the method and cooperate with others, so it did not seem too complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip Yang Kai received should be the same. So the question was, how did he know the name of the 6 Directions Supreme Formation? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that this spirit array required the assistance of 6 people to set up, and not a single one could be missing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yu in unison, only to see him frowning and looking very surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in spirit arrays? Fang Zhua looked at Yang Kai with interest and felt that this guy was really hiding his strength. He had done some research on spirit arrays himself, otherwise, he would not have been invited by Wu Kuangyi. If not for Gong Yu, he would be the one with the deepest attainments in spirit arrays among everyone present, and they would have to rely on his ability to break this ancient spirit array. However, even he did not know anything about the Six Directions Supreme Formation. This formation was obviously an extremely ancient and obscure formation. He did not expect Yang Jiao to be able to see through it with a single glance. This made him secretly admire Yang Jiao. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just happen to know about this Six Directions Supreme Formation." He was only proficient in one spirit array, which was teleportation arrays. This was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful guidance and his mastery of the Tao of space. Otherwise he would have been completely ignorant of the Tao of spirit arrays. Feng Zhuo did not say anything after hearing this, only thinking that Yang Kai was being modest. It was impossible for someone who knew about such an obscure spirit array to not know anything about spirit arrays. Am I right, family head Gong? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile disappeared and he nodded in a deep voice. Yes, this old master is indeed going to set up the Six Directions Supreme Formation. Although he had already guessed it. However, when they heard Gong Yu admit it himself, they were still shocked. But what does this have to do with this old man's identity? Gong Yu questioned. This old man is still this old man. Little brother, are you mistaken? Shen Bingru nodded. That's right. Brother Yang, what does this Six Directions Formation have to do with the identity of the Gong family master? Although I don't know much about the Tao of formations from the records in the Jade Slip, this Six Directions unique formation is extensive and profound. It's rare that old Master Gong could explain it so simply and clearly. For someone like me to be able to learn it so quickly, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, well, let's just assume that the identity of the old master of the Gong family is not a problem. That's not the point. Then what's the main point? Wu Kuangyi asked. He was rather impatient, but Yang Kai's serious expression made him realize that the situation was not good. Since it was related to his own safety, he had to ask more questions. The Six Directions unique formation, Yang Kai said to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Yu. Everyone has already read the contents in the Jade Slip, so you should have some understanding of the principle and structure of this formation. What I want to tell everyone is that this formation is called the Six Directions Unique Formation. After we work together to cast the formation, the six of us will turn into six extremes. As the core of the formation, the old master of the Gong family will dominate the core. The longer the formation is maintained, the stronger his control over the six of us will be. Once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to do whatever he wants. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to break free from his control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They all turned to look at Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's actions were thought-provoking. After the Six Directions unique formation was set up, it could actually control the core of the formation. This was simply unacceptable. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Yu said calmly, "That's why this old man said before that I want everyone to trust me unconditionally. Only in this way can we combine all of our strength to break the formation." Yang Kai snorted. The Six Directions unique formation is not the method to break the formation, but another method. You want us to wait for a blood sacrifice, don't you? Blood sacrifice? Wu Kuangyi was shocked. Although he was only listening to Yang Kai's words, cold sweat still broke out on his back. Yang Kai said with a sinister smile, "Brother Wu, I'm afraid you don't know that breaking this ancient formation is both easy and difficult. In fact, all you need to do is to release more blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you?" Release blood? Wu Kuangyi's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, "How much blood do we need to release?" Who knows? Maybe it's enough to release all of our blood. Yang Kai shrugged, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the formation, but it was the simplest method. Moreover, the blood of an ordinary cultivator was not enough. The stronger the cultivator, the better the effect. The blood of several cultivators from the Emperor realm was definitely enough. Wu Kuangyi turned his head to look at Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, "Old Patriarch Gong, is he right?" Fang Zhua and Shen Bingru also looked at him with inquiring eyes. As for Hua Yulu, she naturally stood on Yang Kai's side and believed him without a doubt. Among everyone present, only she knew Yang Kai's true identity. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple, she believed that Yang Kai would not harm her. This had nothing to do with her understanding of Yang Kai, but the prestige of the Azure Sun Temple. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu's identity. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, there was no reason for him to be so cruel. The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley was still a famous family, and it would not benefit the Gong family if it was destroyed. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Six Directions' unique formation. Otherwise, they would have been cheated. However, on second thought, how did Yang Kai know that the blood sacrifice could break the formation? He just said that he did not know anything about formations, but when he talked about the Six Directions' unique formation, his words were full of contradictions. It turns out that little brother Yang is also a kindred spirit. My apologies. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile. There was a trace of surprise between his eyebrows, but there was no panic. Yang Kai saw this expression and felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had missed something. Patriarch Gong, is what he said true? Wu Kuangyi's eyes widened. Do you really want us to use the blood sacrifice to break the formation? Gong Yu smiled slightly. Yes, I do. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard from Gong Yu's body, as if something had broken. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed. He finally realized what he had missed. He quickly threw out the jade slip in his hand and was about to warn the others, but it was too late. With a few cracking sounds, the jade slips in everyone's hands exploded one after another, each turning into a stream of light that surrounded everyone. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, so their reaction was very fast. The moment the jade slips exploded, they all made a counterattack. However, Gong Pei's actions were even faster than his opponents. He raised his hand and shot out two black lights. One turned into a black curtain and shrouded Wu Kuangyi and the others, while the other flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated to avoid it. However, he found that the more he retreated, the closer the black light got to him. He was caught off guard by the black light, and his vision suddenly changed. When he came back to his senses, he heard the sound of waves. The waves rose and fell around him. There were no clouds in the sky, and the scorching sun was shining brightly. He had arrived above a vast sea. He couldn't distinguish between north and south, up and down, east and west. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Array plate. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. This place was an illusion, Yang Kai was certain of that, but to be able to arrange such a large-scale and realistic illusion array in an instant, even Gong Gue didn't have such ability, so the only explanation was an array plate. This kind of illusion was sealed in the array plate. When it was needed, it could be used directly. It was convenient and fast. The only disadvantage was that it couldn't be compared to an illusion that was set up with real effort, and its power was weaker. However, this illusion array plate set up by Gong Yu was of a very high level. It could trap Yang Kai for a while, especially since Yang Kai's divine soul hadn't recovered yet, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, he believed that as long as he had enough time, he should be able to find the flaw of this illusion array. The jade slips that recorded the information of the Six Directions Supreme Formation were obviously also array plates. Gong Yu was indeed an old fox. He obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Even if Yang Kai exposed his scheme, he still had the ability to subdue the others in an instant. Only Yang Kai woke up early and threw out the jade slips. However, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being trapped. Now, Hua Yulu and the others must have fallen into Gong Yu's array. As an array grandmaster and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu's array was definitely comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, even if Hua Yulu and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yang Kai had to hurry over to help them. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. Above the sea, A figure flashed and Yang Tai appeared. He stared coldly at Yang Kai, no longer looking as amiable as before. It was as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. His eyes were filled with hatred. You really are an accomplice. Yang Kai looked at Yang Tai and coldly snorted. At the same time, he quietly searched for a flaw in this illusion array. Gong Yu was found by Yang Tai. Since Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu, Yang Tai was naturally one of his suspects. Now that he saw Yang Tai easily enter this illusion array, his previous suspicions immediately became reality. Accomplice! Yang Tai sneered, just think of me as an accomplice. Originally, I was most wary of that Feng Zhuo, but I didn't expect you to be the one who ruined everything. I underestimated you. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. After thinking for a while, he asked, is Gong Yu really the previous patriarch of the Gong family? Although he had suspected Gong Yu's identity twice before, after being trapped in this illusion array, he realized that his suspicions were wrong. Gong Yu was probably the real deal. Only someone from the Gong family could carry so many array plates with them and arrange such a profound illusion array. Chapter 29:16. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the former patriarch of the Gong family would be so vicious as to disregard the family's reputation for the sake of an ancient cave mansion. Of course Brother Gong is real. I don't know why you suspect him. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if mocking him for thinking himself clever. Yang Kai sighed. In any case, you and Gong Yu are in cahoots. I'm not wrong about that. Yang Kai had also made a mistake. He thought that Feng Zhuo was also in cahoots with them because Feng Zhuo had lost too quickly in the competition of spirit arrays. It was that comparison that allowed everyone to confirm Gong Yu's identity. Yang Kai thought that it was just an act, so even Feng Zhuo was suspicious. Only now did he know that Gong Yu was the real deal and had the strength to crush Feng Zhuo in spirit arrays. Are you looking for a flaw in this spirit array? Yang Tai was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he was old and experienced, so it was impossible for him to not notice Yang Kai's intentions. However, he looked fearless and didn't rush to stop Yang Kai's actions. Instead, he smiled mockingly, then you'll have to look for it carefully. Brother Gong's spirit array doesn't have many flaws. Yang Kai turned his head abruptly and stared at him, whispering, so that's how it is. Yang Tai laughed. You figured it out? Yang Kai nodded. It's all thanks to your reminder. You are the flaw in this spirit array. The array core is in your body. Yang Tai readily admitted, yes, I entered this spirit array and controlled the array core. It's not difficult to break it. You just have to kill me. He smiled faintly, like a fox who had stolen a chicken, but, do you have the ability to do so? It wasn't that he looked down on Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were similar, he had seen Yang Kai's attack when everyone passed through the poison barrier. It was difficult for him to continue. His aura fluctuated, which confirmed everyone's guess that Yang Kai was injured. Furthermore, he was now the array core of this illusion array, having obtained control of it from Gong Yu. Inside this illusion array, he could display strength far beyond a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Even if Yang Kai could see where the eye of the array was, he didn't have the ability to break it. Why? Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean why? Yang Tai was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, he had the absolute advantage. He felt that it would not take much effort to take down Yang Kai, and he could do it at any time. No one knows what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. Maybe there's a treasure, or maybe it's a trap. No one can say for sure what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. You didn't hesitate to murder others for it. Why is that? Yang Tai laughed and shook his head. You don't understand anything. That's why I need to ask. Yang Tai frowned and muttered to himself, there's something very important inside. Very, very important. I have to get it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. You know what's inside? How could you possibly know? There was an ancient barrier on the blood-colored door. Half a year ago, Yang Tai, Kuang Yi, Huayu Lu, and the others couldn't break the barrier, so they agreed to go out and find help. They would come back half a year later to try again. The barrier had not been broken, so no one knew what was hidden behind the blood-colored door. Killing 4 or 5 people from the Emperor realm for an uncertain result was something that no normal person would consider, but Yang Tai did it and even invited Gong Yu to help him. Yang Tai's muttering clearly showed that he was not completely ignorant of the situation behind the blood-colored door. This was what shocked Yang Tai the most, and what made Yang Tai feel even more uneasy. Yang Tai's current state was not quite right, as if he had gone mad. Where was the demeanor of someone from the Emperor realm? He quietly urged the power of his divine soul, and a golden light flashed in his left eye. The power of his divine soul rushed out of his mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Tell me, what's inside?" "Inside." Yang Tai blurted out, but just as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Tai groaned, and his face turned pale. His divine soul had not recovered yet. Yang Tai forcibly urged the power of his divine soul again. If Yang Tai had not resisted, it would not have been a big problem, but Yang Tai immediately counterattacked and injured Yang Tai again. "How dare you mislead me?" Yang Tai's face suddenly twisted, and he flew into a rage. He did not want to waste any more time with Yang Tai. He opened his arms, and the sea behind him surged up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Yang Tai. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the world. A huge dragon's body grew out of the sea, connecting the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Tai whole. Cold sweat slid down Yang Tai's forehead. Although he knew that all this was the power of the illusory array, he did not dare to take it head-on. He was not in a good state now, and any negligence could lead to irreparable misfortune. So in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yang Tai's first reaction was to dodge. His figure swayed, and he flashed several dozen meters away from where he was standing, but before he could stand firm, the sea under his feet began to swirl violently, and in the blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared, from which a water dragon rushed out. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, give up, you are not this old master's match." Even without relying on the power of this spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could defeat Yang Tai, but it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusory array and was able to control its power, Yang Tai was even less likely to be his opponent. While controlling the 2 water dragons to chase after Yang Tai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. "Although I will need a blood sacrifice, I won't necessarily take your lives. You just need to help this old master open the ancient spirit array. If you cooperate now, this old master can spare your life, but if you are caught by this old master, humph." He did not say what the consequences would be, but the threat was obvious. How could Yang Tai believe him? Without saying a word, he dodged the attacks of the 2 water dragons. He was surrounded by danger several times and gradually approached Yang Tai. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Yang Tai's persuasion did not get a response, so he was in a bad mood. With a raise of his hand, 2 more water dragons emerged from the sea and chased after Yang Tai. Yang Tai's situation became even worse. He was like a dilapidated thatched hut in a storm that could collapse at any time. But every time, he was able to avoid the water dragon's attacks at the most critical moment, which made Yang Tai roar in anger. Yang Tai had completely lost the demeanor of the Emperor realm. Since seeing the blood-red door, Yang Tai had noticed that something was wrong with him. He was more fanatical than usual, and his mood swings were greater than usual. It was just that he had hidden it before, so it was not obvious, but after entering this illusory array and fighting Yang Tai, it became extremely obvious. The 4 water dragons turned into 6, then 8, then 10. When the number of water dragons on the surface of the sea reached 15, Yang Tai's clothes began to flutter even though there was no wind, and the emperor chi around his body began to boil like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Tai's figure, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, filled with immense anger. Yang Tai could not help but be angry. He thought that with his own ability and the power of the spirit array, he could defeat Yang Tai as easily as crushing a conch, but in fact, no matter how dangerous Yang Tai's situation seemed, he was always able to escape at the critical moment. The gap between his imagination and reality made Yang Tai unable to accept it, and his anger rose steadily. This anger reached its peak after he summoned the 15 water dragons. He carefully controlled the water dragons and chased after Yang Kai for a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. With a roar, the huge water dragons shook their heads and swayed their tails as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, you should be glad that you are still useful. This old master will not kill you now, but after this, I will let you taste something more painful than death." Yang Kai stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons crash towards him, as if he had accepted his fate and did not try to avoid them like before, but there was not much panic on his face either. Violent auras rushed from all directions, and before the attacks even arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the 15 water dragons seemed to have cramps. They wriggled a few times and then burst apart like bubbles. They turned into a shower and drifted down from the sky like pearls falling on a banana leaf, splashing and splashing on the surface of the sea with splashing sounds. Yang Tai was stunned, his expression twisted as he hissed, "What did you do?" He thought that Yang Kai had secretly used some kind of method to break his method of controlling the spirit array without him noticing, but under his perception, he was still the eye of the spirit array, which made him a little confused. Yang Kai grinned. "Although I am not very proficient in spirit arrays, I also know a truth. Human strength is sometimes limited, especially for an old man like you." The furious Yang Tai's face became even uglier when he heard this. But Yang Kai's words also made him understand that the water dragons were not broken by Yang Kai's method, but because he had exceeded his own limit, causing the illusion to go out of control. Such a simple matter, he hadn't noticed it until Kai Yang reminded him. He wanted to control the spirit array again, so he decided to be careful this time. After fighting with Yang Kai for a long time, he had more or less figured out what he was capable of. This boy was just a little faster, but there was nothing else worth paying attention to. But Yang Kai no longer gave him a chance. He had been escaping and hiding all the time, waiting for this opportunity. How could Yang Kai not seize it? Yang Tai quickly formed a seal with both hands and an extremely mysterious aura surged out. When this aura swept past him, Yang Tai felt as if he could not even think properly. His thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if time had been disturbed. By the time he reacted again, Yang Kai's low whisper had reached his ears. "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A palm print came down from the sky, and Yang Tai did not wake up until it came close. Before that, he did not even notice that Yang Kai had made a move, as if the memory of that moment had been erased. Chapter 29:17. With the power of this palm, Yang Tai was thrown into the sea, spitting out blood that dyed the blue water red. He paid a heavy price for his carelessness and underestimation of his enemy. The principle of time eroded his old body, and what little vitality he had left was quickly draining away like a deflated balloon. This made him extremely flustered, completely at a loss for what to do. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai caught up with him, his body still agile in the sea. He arrived in front of Yang Tai in just a few steps and raised his hand to slap him. The sea water surged as if it was boiling. Although this palm was not the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal and did not have such great power, it was still not something Yang Tai could take head on. Yang Tai let out a strange cry as his entire body was smashed into pieces. Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy after his success, instead turning his head to look to the side. Under the sea, a huge catfish with a thick beard was swimming away quickly, escaping several miles in the blink of an eye. It was Yang Tai. At the most critical moment, he had mobilized the power of this illusion array, creating the illusion of being killed in front of Yang Kai, while his body turned into a catfish and escaped. Yang Tai himself definitely did not have this ability, but with the help of the illusion array, he could do as he pleased. 10 miles away, the catfish jumped out of the sea and reappeared the old man's figure. At this moment, Yang Tai was no longer as leisurely as before, but was in an extremely sorry state. A large patch of blood was visible on his chest as he bent over and coughed violently a few times, like a terminally ill patient who would soon die. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal was still eroding every inch of his flesh and bones, making him panic and unable to dispel it no matter how hard he tried. Yang Kai also jumped out of the water, panting lightly as he looked at Yang Tai from afar. Yang Tai was injured by him, but his condition was not good. Normally, he could easily kill a guy like Yang Tai, but in his current state, he would need to put in more effort to kill Yang Tai, especially when his opponent had the advantage of time and place. Damn you. You deserve to die. Yang Tai gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent several crescent blades at him. He followed closely behind the crescent blades and rushed forward. He wasn't too sure about the situation outside, but he knew that the longer he delayed, the worse the situation would become. Since Xia Sheng had entrusted Hua Yulu to him, he had to properly bring her back. Yang Kai could ignore the life and death of others, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Hua Yulu. He had taken the initiative and was not willing to be beaten again. He wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. The moon blade whistled past. Yang Tai no longer cursed. He could feel the terrifying killing power contained in the moon blade. At the same time, his face changed, and his body melted like water. The moon blade slashed through his body, but it did not cause him any harm. At the same time, Yang Tai also began to activate the power of the array formation. The sea began to roar, raising 100 zhang tall wave. The huge wave transformed into a giant waterman. Yang Tai's facial features and four limbs could be faintly seen. The water giant walked on the waves. With every breath it took, it could stir up the tides of the sea, bringing terrifying attacks. Compared to it, Yang Kai, who was rushing forward, was like an ant in front of an elephant. In a flash, Yang Kai and the water giant met. He summoned the myriad sword, and the sword rays crisscrossed back and forth like waterfalls. The water giant's huge body was cut open, but no matter how Yang Kai attacked, those cracks could be repaired in a very short time. The water giant that Yang Tai had transformed into was roaring above the sea. In the illusion array, Yang Kai displayed the 5 elements water secret technique to its peak. Immediately, Yang Kai was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to transform into a dragon and even summon the mountains and rivers bell. But his injuries did not allow him to do so. Now, he could not even use half of his strength at his peak. Yang Tai gradually gained the upper hand, and this advantage slowly expanded. Yang Kai was completely suppressed. The giant water giant roared, "I will tear you to pieces." He seemed to have forgotten his original intention, which was to use Yang Kai's blood as a blood sacrifice. Now, Yang Tai wanted to kill Yang Kai. The transparent water giant's body suddenly emitted wisps of black qi. Feeling the appearance of the wisps of black qi, Yang Kai's body shook, and he cried out, "Demonic qi!" He was dumbfounded for a moment. He actually saw demonic qi on Yang Tai's body. Although it was not pure and not very rich, it was undoubtedly demonic qi. Yang Kai could not be mistaken. He had just come out of the Thousand Illusions dream realm, and had only been dealing with the ancient demon race for 2 years. This aura was still fresh in his memory. How could Yang Tai have demonic qi on him? Yang Kai was puzzled. In ancient times, although the demon race had invaded this land several times, they were all beaten back. The passage between the two worlds should have been sealed, so it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. However, after thinking about it, he had also obtained demonic qi, but it was purer and more ancient than Yang Tai's. Yang Tai must have obtained something, so he could produce demonic qi. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it that secret technique?" Hua Yulu said that half a year ago, the 3 people who participated in the exploration of the ancient cave mansion had all obtained some benefits. She had obtained a small flower drum, Wuxia's cultivation had greatly improved, and Yang Tai had learned a secret technique. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see Yang Tai use this secret technique when they were on their way here. It was a power condensed from an extremely complex ancient character. Even though he had been in the ancient world for 2 years, he still didn't know what was so mysterious about it. He had only seen it in the sorcerer god's temple, and the records in the sorcerer god's temple weren't very clear. Now that he thought about it, the ancient text was not the text of this land. Perhaps it was the text of the demon race. The wizard temple had records of it, so that future generations would be wary of the existence of this type of text. Yang Tai unknowingly learned the true meaning of the text, and a trace of demonic nature was born in his body. This trace of demonic nature awakened when he was fighting with Yang Kai, and the demonic chi was born. All of this was just a guess, but Yang Kai could not find a better explanation. If this was the case, then Yang Tai's previous abnormalities made sense. He was the Emperor Realm's disciple, so he had a corresponding temperament. He should not have too many emotional changes, or even excessive fanaticism for something, but it was normal for the demonic spirit hidden in his body to cause trouble. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He secretly thought that perhaps it was the demonic spirit produced by the demon race text that allowed Yang Tai to understand the secret behind the bloody door. If this was the case, then what was sealed behind the bloody door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you have become the demon race. Yang Kai shouted. Yang Tai turned a deaf ear to him, and the water giant slammed its palm down, setting off monstrous waves, as if it wanted to shatter the whole world. Tell me, is there a demon race sealed behind the door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he used the power of his divine sense to send his voice into Yang Tai's ears, so that he could not ignore it. Some of the ancient demon race were very difficult to kill, such as the giant black eye that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside Maplewood City by the ancient Almighty. If what was sealed behind the bloody door was also a demon race, or a part of a demon race's body, then releasing it would definitely not be a good thing. Last time, Yang Kai was lucky enough to seal the ancient demonic chi in Dantian. This time, there would not be any miracles. This time, when Yang Tai heard Yang Kai's shout, the water giant's movements paused slightly, and then it immediately became angry. How do you know? How do you know? As if his secret had been exposed, Yang Tai became angry out of humiliation. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The water giant raised its hand again and slapped at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai stood in place and did not dodge. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and deep. He used the power of a wizard. After coming out of the thousand illusionary dream world, Yang Kai had always wanted to see if he could still use the witch's abilities. After all, he had cultivated for more than 2 years in that place, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So on the way here he did a few experiments. The results of the experiments made him happy. He could freely switch between his emperor's chi and wizard's power. The two powers did not conflict, but the wizard's power was smaller than his own power, and the wizard's power was a bit cumbersome to use, not as simple as the various secret techniques now. Yang Kai also noticed that although the wizard's power could be used, it was not as powerful as it was in the Thousand Illusions dream world. When he used 100% of his power, only 80% of it would be effective. Yang Kai felt that this was because of the laws of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the barbarians could only practice the wizard's power because the laws of heaven and earth were different from today. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth also changed slightly, and the creatures of each era had their own characteristics. Yang Kai forced himself to use the ancient wizard's power in this era, so naturally, he would be suppressed. This was the general trend, and no one could change it. Yang Kai chanted a spell, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A lightning-like light burst out from his hands, and suddenly spread out in all directions. Demon suppression. At the same time, the light swept across the water giant's body. There was no damage, but the water giant seemed to have been seriously injured. Its fiercely slapping motion paused, and its momentum was completely gone. At the same time, the water giant let out a miserable cry. It was Yang Tai's cry. The traces of black gas that appeared on the water giant's body were like snowflakes under the sun, melting after the light swept through. After more than 2 years of war in the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarians had developed many wizards' power to counter the demon race. This demon suppression was born at that time. It did not have much destructive power, but it could suppress the power of the demon race. Yang Kai had mastered dozens of similar wizards' techniques, and they were all similar. After the demon suppression, Yang Kai chanted again, and another light shrouded in front of him. Yang Tai's cry became more and more miserable. Chapter 29:18. When Yang Kai cast his seventh witchcraft spell, the huge water giant exploded with a loud bang, and Yang Tai's screams came to an abrupt end. The roaring sea returned to its calm state in an instant. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to search for Yang Tai. But he couldn't find him. In this illusion array, Yang Tai's aura had disappeared without a trace. After a while, Yang Kai noticed the existence of the array core here and suddenly realized that Yang Tai had escaped. He was no longer here. Just as Yang Kai had observed, at this moment, in the rock cave, beside a blue mist, a figure suddenly flashed. Yang Tai appeared in an extremely sorry state, and as soon as he appeared, he bent over and coughed violently, coughing up a large amount of blood. "Brother Yang, how did you?" Not far away, Gong Yu, who was controlling the Six Directions Supreme Array, was shocked when he saw this. In his absent-mindedness, he almost exposed a flaw in the array. At this time, the Six Directions Supreme Array had been arranged. Hua Yulu, Fang Zhua, Wu Kuangyi, and Shenbing Ru were suspended mid-air with pale faces, arranged according to a special pattern, but they seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Each of them had a small wound on their body from which bright red blood was gurgling out. Under Gong Yu's guidance, the blood converged on the blood-colored gate. The blood-colored gate seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood was sent to it, it would be swallowed up, leaving not a single drop behind. As the blood flowed in, the blood-colored gate gradually bloomed with a strange light. Gong Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so his strength was not bad, and he had the help of the array. Hua Yulu and the others were no match for him. In the short time that Yang Kai and Yang Tai were entangled, they were all suppressed and had no power to fight back. Gong Yu thought that it would be easy for Yang Tai to defeat Yang Kai, but when Yang Tai appeared in a sorry state, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai could actually defeat Yang Tai in the illusion array. How did he have such great ability? "How is it going?" Yang Tai ignored Gong Yu's shock, and his attitude was no longer as amiable as before. His expression was dignified and impatient. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty king questioning his subordinates. Gong Yu frowned and said, "I have no problem on my side, but with two less people, the speed of breaking the formation will be very slow. It will take about 2 hours." When Hua Yulu and the others who were trapped heard this, their faces turned ashen. Using the method of blood sacrifice to break the formation was definitely not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Every time a drop of blood was extracted, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain, but it was suppressed by the formation. It just prevented them from shouting. When they heard that it would take another 2 hours, the four of them felt uneasy. If that was really the case, it would be better for them to die immediately so that they wouldn't have to suffer such torture again. 2 hours is too long, Yang Tai shouted in a low voice. He turned his head and looked at the light blue smoke with fear. Yang Kai was trapped inside. He didn't have the guts to go in and fight with him. To be honest, although Yang Kai's previous performance had surprised him, he wasn't too afraid. However, at the last moment, the secret techniques that Yang Kai used made him feel deeply shocked, as if he had met his natural enemy. He didn't even have the courage to face him. "Use my blood." Yang Tai took the initiative to move closer to Hua Yulu and the others. His figure flashed, and he stood in another formation position. Using his fingers as a knife, he slit his wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. It was as if he didn't need money. "Brother Yang." Gong Yu looked at Yang Tai in surprise. He instinctively felt that his current state wasn't quite right. This was different from what they had planned. In their plan, although Yang Tai would also enter the Six Directions Supreme Formation, he would only be a support. The most important source of the blood sacrifice would be the other 5 people. As long as the blood of those 5 people was drained, it should be enough to break the formation. However, things were a little different from what they had expected. First, Yang Kai saw through some flaws, leading to some accidents. Now, They couldn't even gather enough people to set up the formation. Moreover, Yang Tai didn't hesitate to use his own blood to participate in it. He looked like he would break the formation even if it cost him his life. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yang Tai saw Gong Yu hesitate and couldn't help but urge him, his tone extremely unfriendly. Gong Yu frowned and said, "Brother Yang, is there really what you said behind this door?" At this time, Gong Yu had some thoughts of retreating. The main reason was that Yang Tai's behavior made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if everything he did was worth it. Yang Tai coldly snorted and said, "You have a little insight into the mystery of that character, so you naturally know how powerful it is. There are more characters like this behind this door, hiding the ultimate mysteries of the martial Tao. As long as you can break the barrier, it will be easy for you to break through to the third order realm. At that time, who will dare to look down on your heavenly river valley's Gong family? As for your Gong family's reputation, they will all be dead. Who will know what happened here? This old master is with you, so naturally, I won't expose what happened today." Gong Yu's expression changed a few times before he finally made up his mind and said, "Fine." The main reason why he agreed to cooperate with Yang Tai to deceive others was that he had seen the power of that ancient character. Yang Tai was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but the power of that character was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This showed that the character had a great origin. Although the Gong family wasn't a small family, it didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so its status in the Southern Territory was somewhat awkward. When mentioning the Gong family, everyone would think of the Spirit Array, but they didn't know that the Gong family also yearned for great power, especially Gong Yu. He had made it his life's goal to revitalize the Gong family, but his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation was neither high nor low, so it was difficult for him to achieve great things. Yang Tai promised him that after breaking the Spirit Array, he would be able to obtain the secret to breaking through to the third-order Emperor Realm. Gong Yu was tempted, so he joined forces with Yang Tai. Just as Yang Tai said, after the blood sacrifice, everyone present would die. At that time, who would know that the Gong family's former patriarch had done something despicable? It wouldn't hurt the Gong family's reputation. Under Yang Tai's urging, Gong Yu changed his hand seals, and Yang Tai immediately groaned. Blood gushed out of the wound on his wrist like a fountain. In order to speed up the process of breaking the Spirit Array, Gong Yu also increased the demand for blood from the other four people. In an instant, Hua Yulu and the others showed expressions of unbearable pain. As the blood flowed in, the light of the blood-red door became brighter and brighter. Yang Tai, who had lost a lot of blood, didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he looked excited and stared at the blood-red door without blinking. At that moment, a soft pop suddenly came from the light blue smoke nearby, and Yang Kai's figure broke through the air. Without Yang Tai's support, Gong Yu couldn't divert his attention, so the illusion array created by the array plate couldn't withstand Yang Kai's fierce attack. After Yang Tai left, he broke the array in a very short time and escaped. With a sweep of his divine perception, Yang Kai immediately understood the situation at hand. Under Yang Tai's anxious and fearful gaze, he waved the myriad sword in his hand and drew a shocking sword ray, which slashed down fiercely at Gong Yu. Gong Yu was the main array plate. In order to break the Six Directions unique formation, the only effective way was to attack him. Gong Yu didn't panic, or it could be said that he had already expected this. After Yang Tai escaped from the illusion array, he had already anticipated this scene. Thus, he flicked his finger, and an array plate flew towards Yang Kai. As the previous master of the Gong family and a grandmaster of the array plate, Gong Yu didn't have many things on him, but he had a lot of array plates. Killing arrays, illusion arrays, trapping arrays, and so on. The space was narrow, and Yang Kai couldn't dodge at all. He, who had just escaped, was once again dragged into the array plate. Seeing this, Yang Tai cheered loudly and laughed loudly. Hua Yulu and the others, on the other hand, turned even paler. They had no other hope now. Being restrained by the Six Directions unique formation, they couldn't unleash their full strength. Even their freedom was under Gong Yu's control, so they couldn't rely on their own strength to break free. They could only place all their hopes on Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was just a fleeting epiphyllum. They were greatly disappointed, and the little bit of hope that had surfaced in their hearts was instantly shattered. They only felt that they were doomed this time. How long can you trap him for? Yang Tai turned to ask Gong Yu. Gong Yu frowned and answered, 30 breaths. Yang Tai seemed a little dissatisfied, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. If Gong Yi personally presided over it, he should be able to trap Yang Jiu for a longer period of time. However, Gong Yi couldn't find the time to do so. With an ownerless array formation, trapping Yang Jiu for 30 breaths of time was already the limit. After 10 breaths, the array plate suddenly shattered, and Yang Kai's figure appeared again. What? Gong Yu turned pale with fright, and his face turned blank. When he said that the array plate could trap Yang Kai for 30 breaths, he had already overestimated his opponent's strength as much as possible. However, in reality, the array plate only managed to trap Yang Kai for 10 breaths before it was broken. How strong is this Yang Kai? He's here again. Yang Tai shouted loudly, reminding Gong Yu to activate the array plate again. After suffering once, Yang Kai became even more careful. In a flash, he increased the distance between him and Gong Yu. At the same time, he shouted, "Old clan leader Gong, I don't care if you're willing or deceived. I only have one thing to tell you. Yang Tai has become the demon race. You're helping the tyrant, and it won't do you any good to the Gong family. It's not too late to stop now." Stinking brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I become the demon race? Yang Tai retorted. He was afraid that Gong Yu would be affected, so he hurriedly urged, "Brother Gong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's more important to catch him quickly." Yang Kai disappeared in a flash, and his voice came from all directions. The ancient demon race is sealed behind this blood-red door, and Yang Tai is going to release it. You may not know the horrors of the demon race, but I'm sure you don't want to see it. Gong Yu, are you sure you want to be his accomplice? This is an ancient abode, and it has been here for tens of thousands of years. How could there be a demon race sealed here? This brat is full of lies. Moreover, even if there was a demon race sealed here, I'm afraid it would have died long ago. Brother Gong, behind this door lies the ultimate secret of martial arts. Don't believe that brat. Open the door, and you and I will share the benefits. Chapter 29:19. The quarrel between Yang Kai and Yang Tai buzzed in Gong Yu's ears like flies, which irritated him greatly. He raised his hand and took out several array plates and set up several layers of arrays to protect himself. In this way, no matter where Yang Kai attacked from, he would fall into the arrays. That's the way. Yang Tai laughed and shouted provocatively into the void, "Boy, this old master admits that you have some skills, but that's all there is to it. If you want to live, it's not too late to escape now, otherwise it will be too late." He was really afraid of Yang Kai's various secret skills, which he always felt were used to restrain him. Therefore, he hoped that Yang Kai would get out of here as soon as possible. As for whether the secret of this place would be exposed after Yang Kai escaped, it was not something he needed to consider. He just needed to open the door. There were 5 people left here, including him. It was enough for the blood sacrifice, but it would take a little longer. Hearing this, Gong Yu's face darkened. Although he and Yang Tai had set up the trap together, it was for the sake of the Gong family. Therefore, he had never thought of leaving anyone alive, including Yang Tai. How could he allow Yang Kai to escape alone? He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, you said that the demon race was sealed behind the door. Do you have any evidence?" Yang Tai told me that the secret of the ultimate martial arts was there. Yang Kai's cold snort came from the void. "Do you really believe it? If you really believe it, then you are a fool." Gong Yu shouted in a low voice, "I peeped into the secret of that word. It told me that Yang Tai was not lying. That is the word of the demon race. You have been deceived." "What?" Gong Yu's face changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily, "The word of the demon race?" His mind was shaken, and a flaw appeared in the layers of arrays he had set up. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. No one could clearly see how he appeared. By the time he appeared, he was already standing 3 feet in front of Gong Yu. The panic on Gong Yu's face instantly disappeared, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Everything that happened just now was obviously a disguise used to lure Yang Kai out. Yang Kai really showed up. He sneered and his mind moved. Activating the power of the array around him with all his might, he wanted to drag Yang Kai into the array. This time, he would not let his guard down. He secretly decided that even if he had to divert his attention, he had to deal with Yang Kai first. A small ancient bell appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As it spun, a huge shadow of a bell suddenly expanded. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air. Yang Kai trembled all over as if he was about to lose all his strength. However, his big hand that was dragging the small bell was as steady as a rock. Clang! A muffled sound rang out. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been pierced, and they felt dizzy for a while. Before the layers of formations that Gong Yi had set up around him could be activated, they were shattered by the sound of the bell and collapsed in an instant. Not only that, when Gong Yi was struck by the mountains and rivers bell that was so close to him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A large part of his chest caved in, and his back swelled up as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. He crashed into the wall of the cave and slid down. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so vulnerable. However, he thought that victory was in his hands and was caught off guard. He took a direct hit from the mountains and rivers bell and was seriously injured. The sound of the bell raged in his flesh and meridians, making it difficult for him to breathe. Without his support, the 6 Directions Soul Dominator array was finally broken. Hua Yulu and the others who had been floating in the air fell down like dumplings. All of them were inexplicably shocked. They cried out in alarm. They were all from the Emperor realm, but at this moment, they were all dizzy from the fall. They were like babies who hadn't learned to walk yet, unable to get up after falling to the ground. They were in a sorry state. Although most of the power of the mountains and rivers bell was absorbed by Gongyu, it still had some effect on them. Coupled with the fact that they had been controlled by Gongyu, they had lost too much blood and were already at their limits. Right now, they probably couldn't even exert the strength of an ordinary person. The only one who fared better was Yang Tai. He entered the array later, so although he had lost a lot of blood, he was much better off than the others. After falling to the ground, he only staggered a little before regaining his footing. However, this sudden blow made him a little confused. Everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. He stood on the ground in a daze for a while before he finally reacted. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and gritted his teeth. Why? Murderous intent surged like a tide, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai also staggered. The blow of the mountains and rivers bell had forced him to use all his strength. At this moment, he was like a lamp without oil, and even the Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat sluggish. Seeing that Yang Tai's divine sense had locked onto him and was about to attack, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and squeezed the remaining strength from the dantian before chanting an incantation. Yang Tai was startled, and his anger seemed to have been doused with a basin of cold water, extinguishing in an instant. His expression became somewhat fearful, afraid of Yang Kai. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai in the illusion array and knew the power of this strange secret technique. It was as if Yang Kai was his natural enemy, so when he heard this cryptic incantation, he instinctively felt fear. He took a few steps back before he found a sense of security. Kai Yang also stopped speaking at the right time. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight and could no longer use his strength at will. Since Yang Tai did not move, he was too lazy to make the first move. The current situation gave him a headache. The 7 masters of the Emperor realm were each weaker than the last, and Yang Tai's situation was the best. If he really hardened his heart and killed him, Yang Kai would have no choice but to take Hua Yulu back to the sealed world bead and hide. As for the life or death of the others, he could not care less. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was extremely afraid of Yang Kai and did not dare to attack him again. The gradually dimming light on the side attracted Yang Tai's attention. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored door and let out a howl. No, this can't happen. Previously, under the blood sacrifice presided over by Gongyu, the blood-colored door had become brighter and brighter, and the ancient spirit array had shown signs of opening, but after it was destroyed by Yang Kai, the blood sacrifice was interrupted and the light gradually dimmed, stabilizing the ancient spirit array again. Yang Tai roared a few times and seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and stared fiercely at one of the masters present, then stretched out his hand to grab him. "Yang Tai, don't you dare!" Wu Kuangyi roared and wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so and was lifted up by Yang Tai like a chicken. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Kuangyi several times, then threw him towards the blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a painful scream and then stopped abruptly. He crashed into the blood-colored door. Perhaps because of the impact, or perhaps because of the power of Yang Tai's slaps, Wu Kuangyi's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left, and thick blood and minced flesh were all pasted on the blood-colored door. The gradually dimming door glowed again with a glimmer of light. Everyone's expression turned cold when they saw this scene. Wu Kuangyi's death made the rest of the masters feel a sense of sadness. No one knew if Yang Tai's next target would be them. Not enough, far from enough. Yang Tai seemed to have gone mad. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, his face showed an extremely vexed expression. He kept muttering under his breath and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. At the same time, a faint black qi appeared on his body again. It was the demonic qi that Yang Kai was familiar with. Everyone who was caught in his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes for fear of angering him. Only Yang Kai stared back coldly and sneered, "Give up, Yang Tai. Your plan won't work anymore. This barrier can't be opened anymore. You've already fallen into the devil's path, so your death isn't worth pitying." On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been injured by Yang Kai, looked at the demonic qi wrapped Yang Tai in a daze. He pointed his finger at him and said in a trembling voice, "You?" He finally realized that something was wrong. The traces of demonic qi on Yang Tai's body were very obvious, so how could Gong Yu not notice it? Only now did he somewhat believe what Yang Kai said before. Yang Tai had really become the demon race. If that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise was not worth a single cent. Thinking of this, Gong Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He took a huge risk to collude with Yang Tai, but in the end, it was just a scam. He did not know what Yang Tai was planning, but he knew that there was absolutely no secret of the ultimate martial arts behind that door. "Give up?" Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu. He shouted hysterically, "My mission has not been completed. How can I give up?" Yang Kai keenly grasped something and frowned. "Mission? Is it your mission to open this barrier? Is it the thing behind the door who gave you the mission? Did it communicate with you?" Yang Tai stopped talking. He seemed to realize that he had said too much. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, "A bunch of trash. Even if I sacrifice all of you, it is still far from enough." In fact, if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice, it should have been enough. However, after being interrupted, everything was in vain. Yang Tai was completely crazy. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The demonic qi on his body was so strong for the first time, and it was so dark that it made people tremble in fear. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly. A new era is coming, and in the future, you will all be ants." He shouted some inexplicable words, then let out a crazy laugh, turned around, and rushed toward the blood-red door. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and the others were also stunned. No one had expected that things would take such a dramatic turn. Yang Tai's posture seemed to be that he was going to use his own body as a blood sacrifice to break the ancient barrier. No one stopped him. First, Yang Tai had ulterior motives. He had caused everyone to be in such a difficult situation, so he deserved to die. Second, Wu Kuangyi was killed by him just now, but it was useless to use him as a blood sacrifice. Even if he used it now, it would not have any effect. So, everyone looked on coldly. Chapter 29-20. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai slammed into the blood door. He had used all of his strength and didn't put any protection on himself, so it was easy to predict what would happen to him. With a loud bang, Yang Tai exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like Wu Kuangyi had done before. However, unlike Wu Kuangyi, his blood and flesh didn't scatter on the blood door. Instead, as if they had some kind of life, they slowly squirmed in the air and gradually gathered together and reformed. Everyone, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was once again on tenterhooks. They didn't know what this change meant, but everyone's heart was filled with an extremely bad feeling. Yang Kai's intuition was very good. He could feel a trace of demonic aura from Yang Tai's blood mist. It was an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had once again entered the ancient world and once again faced the masters of the demon territory. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood mist took shape. "This is..." Gong Yu's eyes widened and whispered, "Demon rune." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly swelling to the extreme. The blood mist that had taken shape was none other than the demon rune that had appeared when Yang Tai had displayed the divine technique. Under the push of a mysterious force, the blood-red demon rune slammed into the blood door. No one knew what kind of effect the blood sacrifice rune, which was composed of the essence of Yang Tai's flesh and blood, would have on the blood door, but since Yang Tai had done so, he must have had some confidence. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. Just as everyone lost sight of the blood door, suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone was taken aback. After realizing what this sound was, everyone's face turned pale. The blood door had been opened. The blood sacrifice that had lasted for such a long time was interrupted by Yang Kai, but under Yang Tai's desperate struggle, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter what was inside, it would appear in the next moment. At this moment, Yang Kai pushed his eyesight to the extreme and finally saw a clue. The bloody door was indeed opened. However, only a small crack appeared, and the door was not fully opened. The many restrictions and patterns on the door seemed to still be working, producing a power that was opposite to the demonic characters, preventing the door from opening. At this moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap of the door. The light dissipated, and the door closed again. When the dust settled, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Everyone was still in a state of shock. They looked at each other. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. "Well, what is that?" Shen Bingru's voice trembled as she pointed at the floating object in front of the door. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but shiver. Unbeknownst to them, a black light the size of a green bean was floating in front of the door. It was too small, and it didn't emit any special aura, so no one noticed it at first. What's more, the lighting here was not very good. Shen Bingru had only discovered it by chance. The black light was like a dead object, silently floating there without any abnormalities. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Demonic sense, everyone, guard your minds, don't be corroded by it. If it corrodes your minds, you will become the demon race." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai had just saved them from the gates of hell, so how could he not? So even though they didn't understand, they instinctively sealed their knowledge seas and guarded their minds. "Brother Yang, demonic sense, is it the demonic sense we know?" Fang asked. The demonic sense he was referring to referred to the various distracting thoughts a cultivator would have on their path of cultivation. There were various thoughts that could affect their cultivation, such as greed, lust, jealousy, hatred. They were all demonic senses and could sometimes cause a cultivator to become the demon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stared at the black light as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but recall his experiences in the thousand illusionary dream realm. He then said, "There is a great world called the demon territory, and the creatures there call themselves the demon race. In ancient times, they tried to invade the star boundary several times, but the ancient sages repelled them and killed many of the demon race's masters. However, the demon race's characteristics are very strange, and their vitality is very tenacious. Some things are very difficult to destroy, and even the ancient sages were unable to completely destroy them, so they could only seal them away. I don't know what is sealed behind this blood-red door, but this demonic sense escaped from behind the door, and this demonic sense is the remnant soul of the demon race's masters. The thing he saw running out from behind the door was this black light. When they heard this, they became suspicious. This was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. For better or worse, they were the Emperor realm, and their cultivations were very high. Although they didn't dare say they knew all the secrets of the world, there were very few things they didn't know. However, this was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. They did know about the demon race, but they had only seen bits and pieces of it in some ancient records and didn't know much about it. Brother Yang, what you mean is that there is a demon race sealed behind the door? Fang Zhua asked with a frown. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that is the case. Shen Bingru said, this ancient cave has been here for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there really were masters of the demon race sealed here, they shouldn't have survived until now, right? Yang Kai said, that's why only the demonic will appeared. The demon race sealed inside are probably all dead, but their remnant souls are still here. It's just a remnant soul, there's no need to be so. Shen Bingru squeezed out a smile, faintly feeling that Yang Kai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether the demon race was sealed behind the bloody door or not, it had been so long. Even if a remnant soul appeared, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. What do you know? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Shen Bingru shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her life earlier, she probably would have retorted right now. Even so, Yang Kai's rebuttal made her expression turn ugly. Yang Kai's tone softened. The demonic will still exists. We can't let our guard down at any time, or else, Just as he was speaking, the black light that had been motionless all this time suddenly flew up and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. It was unknown whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. The small remnant of the demonic will made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if it had chosen Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right eye. He immediately understood that it wasn't a coincidence that the demonic will chose him. It was driven by instinct. His right eye had fused with the black eye of the troll and had the aura of the ancient demons. The demonic will was a remnant soul of the demon race, so it was natural that it would be attracted to him. He coldly snorted, and the wizard's incantation sounded from his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A circle of light exploded and swept across the black light that was rushing towards him. The black light that was the size of a green bean was immediately swept back like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Yang Kai was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert was not great. However, this wisp of demonic will had been sealed for too long. It was just a remnant soul and was not very powerful. It immediately paled in comparison to the wizard's incantation. As if it had sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, the black light took the opportunity to drift to the side. Its target was Gong Yu. Gong Yu was quite dispirited at this moment. He had been deceived by Yang Kai and had joined forces with him to kill many venerable sovereigns in the southern territory. Now that Yang Kai had sacrificed himself and released a demonic will from behind the door, it proved that Yang Kai was not lying. There was no ultimate mystery of martial arts behind the blood-red door. There was only Yang Tai's conspiracy. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demonic will sealed behind the door, which was why he had borrowed his attainments in the way of a raise. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Everything he did was closely related to the Gong family of Heavenly River Valley. After today, the Gong family's reputation would be completely ruined. After realizing this, Gong Yu was disheartened. Although he had heard the conversation about the demonic will between Yang Kai and the others, he did not have much of a reaction. It was only at this moment that the demonic will floated towards him that Gong Yu made a move. He raised his hand slightly and sent a solid palm strike towards the demonic will. Although he was an array grandmaster, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this palm was not enough to change the color of the sky, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the sorcery technique Yang Kai had just used. He felt that it was enough to sweep away the demonic will and even destroy it. However, something unexpected happened. The palm strike passed through the demonic will and had no effect on it. The bean-sized demonic will pass through the palm strike as if it was nothing. Be careful, Yang Kai whispered. Although Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he did not want Gong Yu to be eroded by the demonic will after what happened in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. That was why he warned him. Gong Gui also pulled himself together and used all his means. Although he had been injured by the mountains and river's bell, his strength was still extraordinary even if he went all out. In an instant he had laid down several layers of impregnable defenses in front of him. The black light passed through these defenses and drilled directly into his head. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes widened in an instant. He let out a roar from his throat, as if he had been greatly tortured. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He could not understand how such a thing could happen. He had seen Gong Yu's defenses. Logically speaking, they should have been enough to resist the erosion of the demonic will. But in fact, those defenses did not seem to have any effect. This shouldn't be. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Gong Yu suddenly let out a low roar. A violent aura escaped from his body, and his hair and beard went wild. The roar shook the stone cave and caused the stones to rustle. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They nervously paid attention to Gong Yu's condition. At this moment, no one had the strength to resist. If Gong Yu went berserk, everyone would suffer. Xin Bingru said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, he's being eroded by the demonic will. He's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Chapter 29-21. In the Thousand Illusions Dream World, Yang Kai had seen too many similar things. In the battlefield where the two races were fighting, even if the devil race was killed, only a strand of devil consciousness was left, it could still turn the barbarian race into a devil race cultivator and turn against the barbarian race. The chi and remnant soul of the devil race possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. What do we do now? Fang Zhuo also asked. Before Yang Kai could speak, the roaring Gong Yu suddenly quieted down. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of dark eyes without any white in them. He looked terrifying. Old Patriarch Gong, Shen Bingru shouted in a trembling voice, hoping to confirm the identity of the person in front of her. Gong Yu turned a deaf ear to her and just tilted his head to look at Yang Kai with a confused and curious look, as if he had just woken up from a dream and was still a little confused about the situation he was in. Yang Kai held his breath and was secretly on guard. Gong Yu didn't make a move against him. He just let out a strange sound from his throat, then walked out unsteadily. Shen Bingru, Fang Zhuo Huayulu, and the others hurriedly moved aside. They didn't have the strength to fight now, so they didn't dare to block his path. Gong Yu had obviously been corroded by the demon spirit, because his behavior was very different from before. It was as if a new soul had entered his body, and he couldn't fully control it. Even his walking posture was not normal. In the silence, only the ear-piercing sound of Gong Yu's footsteps could be heard as he walked further and further away. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, Huayulu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster. After witnessing the transformation of Gong Yu with their own eyes, they no longer doubted Yang Kai's previous statement about the demon spirit. Has old Patriarch Gong been possessed? Fang Zhuo looked at Yang Kai and asked. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. After all, Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Moreover, he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If such a person ran out, he might bring great harm to the Southern Territory. I don't know, but it might be more serious than possession. Yang Kai's expression was grim. The only thing he could be sure of was that Gong Yu had become the demon race. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Even if Gong Yu was uneasy, he shouldn't have been so easily corrupted by the demon will. How could he not resist? However, he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he had seen with his own eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Demon rune!" What? Huayulu turned to look at him. Those are demon runes. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he turned to the others. How many of them did you see? Huayulu said, the secret technique that Yang Tai used before? I didn't see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at the three of them and said in a low voice, No matter how much you see, it's best to forget that thing. Yang Tai becoming the demon race and Gong Yu being corrupted could be related to it. What do you mean? Feng Zhou asked curiously. When Yang Tai used that secret technique, he had specially observed it. That was why he saw more than Hua Yulu. Since Yang Kai said it so seriously, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Shen Bingru also looked over curiously. Yang Kai said, Yang Tai didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the demon will before, but when he came here, he had already become the demon race. It's very likely that he became the demon race because of the ancient demon runes he learned. In order to convince Gong Yu, Yang Tai used that rune's power on him. Gong Yu might have studied it a bit. So, some demon nature should have been born in his body. That's why he was willing to risk universal condemnation and work with Yang Tai to harm us. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as the previous patriarch of the Gong family, how could Gong Yu make such a foolish choice? He was already affected by the demon nature hidden in his body and couldn't maintain his nature. The reason why the demon will was able to corrupt him so easily wasn't because Gong Yu's defense was ineffective, but because the demon nature in his body was attracting the demon will, causing it to unconsciously give up resisting. These words, Yang Kai was half speculating and half explaining. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his speculations were correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon rune. Half a year ago, Hua Yulu, Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu discovered this ancient cavern. The three of them each obtained different benefits. The ancient demon script that Yang Tai learned was simply a trap, a bait to lure him to open the restriction and release the demonic thoughts behind the door. Anyone who learned the ancient demon rune would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was because of the essence of the ancient demon rune that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon will behind the door. That was why he knew what was behind the door and why he said that opening the restriction was his mission. Hua Yulu listened with a pale face and her tender body trembled. She felt that her luck was good enough. Last time, she had only obtained a small flower drum. If she had learned the essence of the ancient demon rune like Yang Tai, she was afraid that Yang Tai's experience would have been the same as hers. She was a woman who loved beauty, yet she had died so miserably. Not to mention her bones, even her body had been used as a secret technique to open the restriction. This was simply unacceptable to her. Shen Bingru also said uneasily, "Will I also be like Yang Tai, become the demon race?" She also saw the ancient demon rune. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The essence of the ancient demon rune is not so easy to understand. Yang Tai may have received some help. It doesn't matter if you've just seen it, but I advise you to forget it completely. No one knows what's so magical about the ancient demon rune." Everyone nodded. After exchanging a glance, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found memories of the ancient demon rune, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what the ancient demon rune looked like and would only remember that it was there. Destroying such memories would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of becoming the demon race, this damage was acceptable. Yang Kai did not do this. While everyone was destroying their memories, he had been pondering. After everyone weakly opened their eyes, Yang Kai said, "There should be more than one demon rune behind this door. There may be more. We need to do two things now." Hearing Yang Kai say that there were more demon runes behind the door, everyone was shocked, but thinking about it carefully, it was possible. Because the restriction on the blood-colored door had not been completely broken, it had only been opened by Yang Tai's blood sacrifice, and a demon rune had escaped from it. This restriction had been laid down by an ancient great master, and since it had closed again, it meant that there were still hidden dangers inside. "What are the two things?" Feng Zhou asked. After the previous ruckus, Yang Kai had faintly become the leader of the group, and none of them had any objections to his decision. "The first thing is to find someone to stabilize the restriction array here, in case someone accidentally breaks in and destroys it." Yang Kai raised a finger. "This concerns the entire southern territory and even the entire star boundary, so we must inform the several large sects in the southern territory and let them work together to think of a solution. Yes, the Gong family needs to make amends, and they are a good choice." Gong Yu had made a mistake, and the destruction of the restriction was caused by him. The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley was duty-bound to repair the restriction, not to mention that even if Gong Yu had not caused trouble before, the Gong family would have been the best choice. In the Southern Territory, besides the array grandmasters worshipped by the large sects, they were the most knowledgeable in array formations. Feng Zhua and the others nodded slightly, thinking that Yang Kai was right. Although the exploration of the ancient cave mansion was their business, the consequences were not something they could bear. Even Gong Yu, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was unable to resist the erosion of the demon sense. Once the restriction here was broken, the Southern Territory would fall into chaos, and they might become sinners for all eternity. So I need you to inform the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley. First, tell them what happened here, and second, let them be on guard against Gong Yu. If Gong Yu returns to the Heavenly River Valley, Gong Yu probably won't be so stupid, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll go, Hua Yulu volunteered. Although her cultivation was not high, she was still the palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, and her words carried a certain weight. If she went to inform the Gong family, they would take it seriously. The three of you go together, Yang Kai said solemnly. The three of them thought for a while and nodded. They did not know where Gong Yu was now. Maybe he was lying in ambush outside, waiting for them to walk into the trap. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to protect themselves. Who will inform the other great sects? Feng Zhua asked in a deep voice. Without the support of those great sects, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Even if they invited the Gong family might block the news and prevent it from leaking out. Therefore, they had to invite the masters of those great sects. Yang Kai said, "Let me introduce myself again." As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his original appearance. His face was as pale as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. "My name is Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Shen Bingru frowned and said in surprise, "I heard that Azure Sun Temple appointed a new guest elder a while ago." "That's me," Yang Kai nodded. Shen Bingru and Feng Zhua were in awe and cupped their fists together. "So it's Elder Yang. Forgive us for our lack of manners." It was not until this time that they dared not underestimate Yang Kai. Being able to become an elder of a top sect in the Southern Territory, even if it was just a guest elder, was by no means an ordinary person. What's more, it was said that at the coronation ceremony, Yang Kai seemed to have exchanged blows with an elder of Star Soul Palace. The elder of Star Soul Palace was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. How could it be easy to exchange blows with him? It was not until this time that the two understood why Yang Kai's aura was not strong, but his performance was amazing. It turned out that he was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. "I will inform the other great sects. I have a way to contact the temple. After the news is spread, they will naturally pass it on to the other sects." The three of them naturally had no objections. "What about the second thing?" Hua Yulu asked. "The second thing? Let's talk about it after the matter here is dealt with. Before that, I will stay here to guard the spirit array in case Gong Yu comes back." "Brother Yang is thoughtful," Feng Zhua agreed. Chapter 29-22. Gong Yu had already become the demon race, and no one knew if he would come back to destroy the barrier. The spirit array on the blood-red door had been in the flowing time Great Emperor for a long time, and had been destroyed by Gong Yu once before. If it was destroyed again, it might really be broken, so Yang Kai had to stay here as a precaution. This kind of thing had to be done by Yang Kai, and only Yang Kai had the ability to do so. After a brief discussion, everyone hurriedly adjusted their breathing and recuperated. Although Hua Yulu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice in the Six Directions unique array had consumed a lot of their strength. If they wanted to leave here and go to Heavenly River Valley, they had to recover for a while. Everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, so they always had some precious life-saving spirit pills on them. Now was not the time to be stingy, so they all took them out and took them. Half a day later, Hua Yulu and the others barely recovered 60% to 70% of their strength. They did not dare to delay, and after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they all returned the way they came, ready to leave this ancient cave mansion together. Not long after, only Yang Kai was left in the grotto. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of water dripping from the inverted stone pillars could be heard. Although this trip to the ancient cave mansion was more daunting than dangerous, Yang Kai still felt a little scared every time he thought of the dangerous moments. 7 people arrived, but only 4 were intact in the end. Wu Kuangyi was blood sacrificed by Yang Tai, and Yang Tai died by self-explosion. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon sense, and the remaining 4 were exhausted. Now that he finally had some time to recover, Yang Kai naturally raced against time. After another day, he slowly opened his eyes and silently sensed his current state. When he felt that he was almost ready, he took out his Elder Jade Disc. This was what Wen Zishan gave him during the coronation ceremony. This Elder Jade Disc not only represented the identity of an Azure Sun Temple Elder, but also had many other benefits. Yang Kai slightly urged his Emperor Qi, and the Jade Disc floated in the air in front of him. Immediately, he changed his hand seals and constantly pointed at the Jade Disc. The Jade Disc buzzed, following Yang Kai's movements. Hidden messages were sent to the Azure Sun Temple through the Jade Disc. This method of communication wasn't perfect. It couldn't explain things that were too complicated, and it was limited by distance. It could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication in the astral boundary. All the major sects had similar methods. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai put away the Jade Disc, believing that Azure Sun Temple had already received the news. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. He continued to meditate and recover. For more than 10 days, everything was peaceful. Yang Kai's injuries were gradually getting better, and the wounds on his spirit were also slowly recovering. Given a little more time, he felt that he should be able to make a full recovery. He didn't let his guard down and kept a portion of his attention on the blood-red door. Not even the slightest movement could escape his observation. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had faintly comprehended the martial Tao. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This enlightenment came inexplicably and without warning, but it was a rare opportunity for any cultivator, so he immediately immersed himself in it and chased after the deeper level of enlightenment. That inexplicable feeling became clearer and clearer. It was as if a plate of delicious food was placed in front of him, within easy reach, but there was an invisible barrier, and he could only smell the aroma. There was no real entrance. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Step by step, he steadily broke through the obstacle in front of him. He had a hunch that if he could really comprehend this level of enlightenment, he would definitely be able to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. He broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it wasn't too long ago, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through again, but his experiences these days were too rich. He had already accumulated the capital to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. All he lacked was an opportunity. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed to be just a moment, but it also seemed to be a year and a half. At a certain moment, when he felt that the obstacle was suddenly cleared, a new world appeared in front of him. All kinds of wonderful feelings came from unknown corners and poured into his mind, suddenly giving him an illusion of omnipotence. And those feelings brought him a kind of wonderful feeling, making him involuntarily want to immerse himself in it and explore the mysteries of the peak of the martial Tao. At this moment, Yang Kai's environment was very strange. He felt as if he was standing in a star field, surrounded by stars. Each star represented an elusive concept and the mysteries of the martial Tao. They were the steps to the peak of the martial Tao. He could reach out, and as long as he could pluck these stars, he would be able to achieve greatness that would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and touched those stars. Suddenly, a flame burned in the star field. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the flame. Looking at it didn't matter, but he actually felt an extremely hot feeling, as if his body was being roasted above the flames. And this burning feeling became more and more intense, so intense that Yang Kai almost couldn't bear it. At that moment, A cool and refreshing feeling emerged, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Yang Kai's head, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. The ups and downs of his state of mind made him suddenly alert, and he immediately withdrew his hand. The state of deep seclusion was broken, and Yang Kai became aware of the existence of his physical body. A light flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood what had happened to him. This was not an epiphany, but a trap from the demonic spirit behind the blood-red door. Everything in front of him was just an illusion. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. The stars trembled, bursting with light, and then converged towards a certain place, turning into a dazzling character that stood in the void. This character was completely different from the characters of today's star boundary. It was extremely complex, but it seemed to contain great mysteries. Demonic text. Yang Kai was shocked, not expecting that he would still fall for it despite being so careful. He turned his eyes away, not looking at it, but the light emitted by the character converged into one and, as if it had a consciousness, desperately drilled into Yang Kai's mind, trying to brand the true essence of the demonic text into Yang Kai's mind. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down like never before, and his body suddenly bloomed with a layer of seven-colored brilliance, like a rainbow-colored robe shrouding him. The light of the demonic text was blocked by the rainbow-colored robe. Yang Kai sneered and slowly withdrew from this illusion, his divine sense returning to his body. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly without any hindrance, or rather, the demonic spirit did not hinder his ability. In the pitch-black cave, a light was emitted. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that it was the blood-red door emitting light. However, when his divine sense returned, the light gradually converged and finally disappeared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Yang Kai was terrified. His right eye was burning hot, but his mind was as cool as ice water. It was this alternating heat and cold that woke him up, allowing him to break away from the entanglement of the demonic text. Yang Kai did not know if that demonic text was the same one that Yang Tai had used, because he did not see it clearly. The rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus had turned into a protective barrier that blocked the true essence of the demonic text, not allowing it to penetrate his body. Now that he thought about it, the reason why Yang Tai was able to understand the true essence of an ancient demonic text and develop a demonic nature was probably the same as what he had just encountered. However, Yang Tai was not as lucky as him, and did not have a supreme treasure like the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus, so he was able to understand the true essence of the demonic text. He thought that he had obtained an opportunity and grasped the mysteries of the martial Tao, but he did not know that it was just a bait, which eventually led to a series of tragedies. To be honest, this encounter was an eye-opener for Yang Kai. He had fought against the demon race in the Thousand Illusions dream world for 2 years, but he had never seen the demon race's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. This was the first time he had encountered such a method. This was not an attack, but just to make people mistakenly think that they had obtained some benefits, but in the end, they walked down the wrong path step by step, and finally could not turn back. After this incident, Yang Kai also confirmed that the restriction on the Scarlet Door was indeed severely damaged, and had to be repaired and reinforced quickly. Otherwise, if someone else found this place, it was very likely that the restriction would be destroyed, and the demonic spirit behind the door would be released. In the following days, he was even more careful. No matter what he did, he must divide a part of his attention to pay attention to the changes of the Scarlet Door, and at the same time, guard against any traps set by the demonic spirit. However, after a failure, the demonic spirit behind the door seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was difficult to deal with and did not have any more abnormalities. Yang Kai's injuries were getting better day by day, and he finally recovered to his original state. After a full month, the experts of the several major sects in the Southern Territory finally arrived. A reply came from the Elder Jade Disc, and Yang Kai quickly left the secluded mansion and went to the stone forest above ground to meet them. At this time, the island was surrounded by a poisonous barrier and was sealed off from all sides. It was not time for the monster beast that could merge and become stronger to hunt for food, but after receiving Yang Kai's reply, the masters of the several major sects still decided to force their way out and meet up with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method they used, but standing on the island, Yang Kai heard a rumbling sound, as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the colorful poison fog and, like a dragon boat riding the wind, broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the island. Powerful auras spread out one after another, and when the light dissipated, a group of more than 20 people appeared. Yang Kai glanced around and found a few old acquaintances. Led by Star Soul Palace's elder Xiao Yang, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Chen Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming were all gathered here. Among the four of them, except for Xiao Yang, who was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the other three were all Second-Order Emperors. Chapter 29-23. Anyway, I have something to do today, so I'll be heading out in a bit. The first time Yang Kai saw these people was in Maplewood City. At that time, Gao Shueting and the others were still First-Order cultivators, but they were still superior to him. Over the years, Gao Shueting was able to break through from the First-Order Emperor realm to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming were naturally not far behind. Both of them had worked hard to catch up and had also advanced in recent years. In addition, there was also a dignified middle-aged man wearing a jade-belted brocade robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and seemed to be the leader of this group. This person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Behind this middle-aged man stood a dozen or so cultivator, all of them wearing the same clothes. Most of their cultivations were between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai only took a glance and vaguely understood where these people came from, because he saw a familiar face among these cultivator. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with him, only having dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai remembered that this guy was quite bold, even daring to provoke Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Wuchang, and was chased by Wuchang for many days without suffering any injuries. Since Gong Wenshan was here, it was clear at a glance where this group of people came from. Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The middle-aged First-Order Emperor Realm Master leading this group should be the current Gong family patriarch, Gong Zhen. He was the leading array master in the entire Southern Territory, and his fame was no less than that of the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. In fact, he was even more famous. After all, Gong Zhen was the patriarch of his family, while the Southern Gate Army was just a lone force. Xiao Yang was holding a shuttle-shaped artifact in his hand. It glowed brilliantly. The quality was extraordinary, and it was likely that he used this artifact to bring everyone in. Yang Kai had experienced the power of the poison barrier before, so how could an artifact that could break through it be weak? Elder Xiao, Elder Chen, Elder Feng. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. He couldn't help but feel like the flowing time great emperor. Back then, when he stood in front of these experts, he still had to maintain a respectful attitude and address them as seniors. Now, he was able to stand on equal footing with these people. Lastly, he greeted Gao Shueting. The latter nodded at him gently. They were all family, so there was no need to be so polite. "You're really causing trouble wherever you go," Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, feeling a headache coming upon seeing Yang Kai again. After all, Yang Kai had just left the Star Soul Palace not long ago. Even in Star Soul Palace, there was a problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda. Xiao Yang and the other elders suspected that it had something to do with Yang Kai, but the great emperors didn't say much, so they didn't pursue the matter. Fortunately, the problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda wasn't too serious. Then the matter would be left unsettled. "I'm innocent." Yang Kai was expressionless. "I was only asked to do so by someone else. Encountering this matter was also a coincidence. I'm not blaming you." Xiao Yang waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "We've already heard about the general situation from Hua Yulu and the others. We also know that this time it has nothing to do with you. In fact, thanks to you, a disaster has been averted in the Southern Territory." Yang Kai said seriously, "I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory, so it is my duty to solve problems for the Southern Territory." "Chi!" Gao Shueting sneered, obviously recalling Yang Kai's identity as the temple master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was still brooding over this and felt that Yang Kai shouldn't have established a sect in the Northern Territory. Instead, he should have just stayed in the temple and become an elder. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her. Looking at Xiao Yuyang, he asked, "Elder Xiao, what are you planning to do?" Xiao Yuyang said, "Just as you think, we will reinforce the barrier and seal. In addition, we will list this place as a restricted area, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said, "That's good, but there are always curious people in this world who are not afraid of death. The more restricted an area is, the more they want to explore it. They are afraid that they will live too long." Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly. "That's why we will have to rely on Patriarch Gong's strength." He pointed to the middle-aged man next to him. "After the barrier is reinforced, this island will be covered by a spirit array. Ordinary people won't be able to find the way even if they are curious." That would be for the best. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Patriarch Gong." Gong Zhen had a complicated look on his face as he returned the greeting. "Elder Yang is too polite. I have long heard of Elder Yang's name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You are indeed a dragon among men." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Patriarch Gong is too kind." Gong Zhen said, "Patriarch Gong has caused trouble for everyone. Gong Zhen apologizes to Elder Yang on behalf of the Gong family." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There is no need to apologize. Patriarch Gong only needs to reinforce the seal." Gong Zhen nodded lightly and said, "Although I have already heard what happened from Hua Yulu and Palace Master Hua, I still want to hear it from Elder Yang again. I wonder if that is possible." This matter was related to the reputation of the Gong family's previous patriarch, so he had to be careful. Of course, Yang Kai gestured with his hand and said, "Let's talk as we walk. The barrier is still deep underground." The group immediately followed Yang Kai down, and as they walked, Yang Kai recounted everything that had happened that day, no matter how big or small. With his cultivation, recalling some trivial matters was naturally not a problem for him, so he spoke quickly and in great detail, including what barriers they encountered along the way and what everyone's reactions were. Everyone just listened and no one asked anything. However, when Yang Kai mentioned the demonic character, the mood of the people from the Emperor realm clearly changed. They obviously felt that this method was too incredible. It was just a character that contained some kind of true essence, but it could actually cause people to develop a demonic nature and even make it their mission to break the barrier on the blood-red gate. However, Yang Tai's previous performance clearly proved this point. Not long after, everyone arrived at the grotto below. Yang Kai waved his hand and cast a wizard spell, releasing a light to illuminate the grotto. He pointed ahead and said, "This is the gate that seals the demonic spirit." Everyone's expression became serious as they looked forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of the gate, and their blood and flesh were not cleaned up. It was not that Yang Kai was lazy, but he deliberately left them behind. However, what everyone saw now was only dried-up pieces of flesh on the ground, without any trace of blood. All the blood had been absorbed by the gate. Also, I want to tell everyone that when I was meditating here, the demonic spirit behind the gate tried to brand the true essence of a demonic character into my mind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and withdrew in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Gao Shueting hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" A worried and nervous look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her concern was obvious. "I'm very sure," Yang Kai responded with a serious expression. Xiao Yuyang's expression became serious as he said, "So, your previous speculation was correct. There is more than one demonic spirit behind this gate. I'm afraid there are more." Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Whether there are or not, this place must be completely sealed. That's why we came." Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Gong Zhen and said, "We will have to trouble Family Master Gong with the following matters." Gong Zhen cupped his fists and said, "The Gong family is duty-bound." Saying so, he floated forward and stood in front of the gate, his divine sense surging as he began to investigate the situation of the barrier. Xiao Yuyang and the others were on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. After a while, Gong Zhen said, "The situation is good. Although the barrier has been here for a long time, the ancient gate must have expected this when it was set up, so there is a self-repairing spirit array. As long as we reinforce it carefully, there shouldn't be any major problems. Hearing his words, everyone relaxed. Gongzhen continued, I will need a few days to come up with a plan. During this time, I will have to trouble everyone to guard this place. Xiao Yuyang said, Rest assured, Family Master Gong, I will keep watch here. Gongzhen gently nodded and walked to the side to find a clean place to sit down cross-legged. He then took out many strange things from his space ring, as if he was preparing to deduce something. Xiao Yuyang turned to look at Yang Kai. Gong Yu was eroded by the demonic spirit and escaped after turning into the demon race. This is a big problem that needs to be solved thoroughly, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai grinned, I can track his location. Xiao Yuyang's eyes lit up. It was the right choice to come to you first. It seems that you were prepared. Yang Kai said, I hope he didn't find out. As early as when Gong Yu turned into the demon race and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on him. At that time, Gong Yu's consciousness was in chaos and he couldn't notice it, so Yang Kai easily succeeded. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that he had two things to deal with. The second thing was to hunt down Gong Yu. However, the other three didn't have this ability, so Yang Kai didn't say anything and could only wait here for the arrival of a master. I will guard this place. I will leave Gong Yu's matter to you. Xiao Yuyang glanced at the several second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Chen Wenhao said, Rest assured, Elder Xiao. We will not let you down. The few of them came together to check the barrier on the blood-red gate and to hunt down Gong Yu. They originally wanted to get some useful clues from Yang Kai, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to track Gong Yu's location. This made things much easier. With 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters working together, even if Gong Yu had the same cultivation, he wouldn't be a match for them. What's more, Yang Kai had already recovered to his peak, so he alone was enough to deal with Gong Yu. There's no time to lose. Let's move out now, Xiao Yuyang ordered. It had been more than a month since the incident, and no one knew where Gong Yu had run off to. If they delayed for too long, the mark left by Yang Kai might lose its effect or be discovered by him. The few of them didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Gongzhen, who was in the middle of his deduction, suddenly spoke up, If possible, I hope that you can bring back the old family head's corpse. He didn't ask them to spare Gong Yu's life because he knew that the demon sense had invaded his body. Even if they spared his life, Gong Yu would no longer be Gong Yu. The old family head had been wise all his life, but his reputation was ruined in his old age, and even the Gong family was implicated. Gongzhen couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 29-24. The sky was bright and cloudless. Under the blue sky, a faint light flashed by. It was the light of a flight-type artifact, but it was too fast for ordinary people to notice. This artifact was Yang Kai's flowing cloud shuttle. This flight-type Emperor artifact made by Ho Yu had excellent performance. Although its interior wasn't big, it could accommodate 4 people without any problem. Yang Kai opened the control barrier, and the 4 people took turns to control it. They rushed forward at full speed, relying on Yang Kai's vague connection to the mark to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Gong Yu was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The 4 of them had already left the ancient cave mansion for a month, but they still hadn't seen Gong Yu. Moreover, the more time passed, the weaker the connection to the mark became. If this continued, they might really lose him. Yang Kai was very anxious about this, but at a certain moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Gao Shueting, who was controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, seemed to notice him and asked, Did it break again? Yang Kai gently nodded, revealing a helpless look. In the first half of the month, the connection between him and the mark was weak, but it was still there. However, in the last half of the month, the connection would break from time to time, causing him to lose track of the mark. At that time, although Gong Yu's mind was in chaos and he couldn't detect Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too careless, so the mark he left on him wasn't too strong. If it wasn't for the various wonders of the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to track him. Do you think Gong Yu noticed something? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gao Shueting frowned and asked. Yang Kai said, whether he noticed it or not, we should be glad that he didn't take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Although Gong Yu had been running for 2 months, he hadn't done anything to harm anyone. He was just constantly running in circles, as if he was looking for something, or as if he was avoiding something. No one knew if this was his instinctive reaction, or if he had regained consciousness. Or perhaps he had been possessed by a demonic spirit. No one knew what his current situation was. Only those who had met him would be able to see it clearly. Feng Ming snorted coldly. He has already become the demon race. Although the world is big, there is no place for him to hide. We can always find him. Chen Wenhao suddenly asked, do the two of you still remember what happened in Maplewood City? Gao Shueting and Feng Ming nodded. Of course. Chen Wenhao sighed. After that incident, Chen Wenhao went back to the Holy Land to look through many ancient books and found that similar situations rarely happened in history, but in recent years, such situations seem to be happening frequently. So what? Feng Ming didn't know why he suddenly brought this up. The demon thought will rise, Chen Wenhao said in a deep voice. Although similar things rarely happen in ancient times, and even if they do happen, the records are only fragmentary and not very detailed. Once such things happen, it is a kind of omen, a bad omen. The other three were slightly stunned by his words. Feng Ming smiled and said, even if that's the case, it's not something for us to worry about. Even if the sky falls, there are people higher up to hold it up. Gao Shueting and Chen Wenhao did not comment on his easygoing attitude. Feng Ming changed the topic and rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, I'm curious. This old man is very curious. What does Gong Yi look like after he becomes a demon? Is there any similarity between him and the guy we met outside of Maplewood City? Back then, there are many suspicious points about what happened back then, Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting nodded in agreement. Back then, the three of them were fighting a demon outside of Maplewood City. In the end, they were inexplicably dragged into a pitch-black environment. When they regained their senses, the enemy was gone, and they were unharmed. It was as if the demon deliberately let them go. No one could tell what was going on. After the three of them returned to their respective sects, they carefully examined themselves and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. However, even after so many years had passed, the three of them still remembered what happened back then. After hearing them mention what happened back then, Yang Kai silently closed his eyes and controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly while trying to track down Gong Yu's whereabouts. Just like that, another day passed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Found him!" But Gao Shueting and the others opened their eyes and asked at the same time. Yang Kai pointed and said, 3,000 kilometers away. Feng Ming's eyes lit up. That's so close. Let's see where he can run to now. 3,000 kilometers was a distance that ordinary people wouldn't be able to cover in their entire lives, but it was a short distance for the people from the Emperor realm. The group had been tracking Gong Yu for a month. They had never been so close to him before. As such, when they heard this news, they all became excited. After a short while, the flowing cloud shuttle arrived at their destination. The flowing cloud shuttle came to a stop and 4 figures appeared in the air. They didn't deliberately hide their auras, so the vast emperor pressure filled the void and caused the surrounding space to tremble. This was a small mountain peak, no more than 1,000 meters high. There were many pavilions and buildings on the peak. Although the scenery was beautiful, the world energy here was not rich. Yang Kai glanced around and understood that the earth veins here weren't anything special. It was a very scattered kind of earth vein. Even sects and families with a little bit of background wouldn't be interested in such an earth vein. Only those who had no background or backing and were cultivating alone would choose to settle down here. However, looking at the situation on this mountain peak, it was obvious that there was a small sect here. There were about 50 to 60 people, and the strongest was only an origin king. Such a small sect would be unremarkable even in a city, let alone in the entire southern territory. This place was remote and uninhabited. Very few masters would come here. The strongest master the disciples of this small sect had ever seen was just a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Moreover, he had only passed by this place by chance, but they had been shocked by him. Today, 4 masters from the Emperor realm had suddenly appeared, and each of them was a powerful figure from one of the top sects in the southern territory. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, setting off waves of shock in everyone's hearts. They didn't have very high eyesight and couldn't recognize that the 4 masters in the sky were all from the Emperor realm. However, the almost suffocating pressure they felt made them understand that each of these 4 masters had the ability to kill them at will. On the mountain peak, in the houses, and on the forest path, 50 to 60 cultivators of varying cultivation trembled, their faces pale as they looked up in horror. They were like a group of ants standing in front of an elephant that had already raised its foot. All they could do was secretly pray that the foot would not step on them. Yang Kai's group of 4 had a panoramic view of the situation of these cultivators. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they spread out and surrounded the entire mountain peak from all sides. Feng Ming declared loudly, "This king is Orthodoxy Temple's elder Feng Ming. I have joined forces with several fellow Taoists to pursue this demon. I have no malice towards you, so if you stand where you are and don't move, I can guarantee your safety. If you dare disobey, you will be responsible for your own life." With his status, reminding these cultivators who had not even reached the origin returning realm was already an act of kindness, so after he finished speaking, he no longer said anything. Hearing this, the cultivator naturally didn't dare to move. In fact, even if Feng Ming didn't say anything, they wouldn't have been able to move. In front of the emperor pressure, it was as if they had been imprisoned by an invisible shackle. They felt their bodies stiffen and even their thoughts stop, leaving only fear and shock in their hearts. The 4 great masters of the Emperor realm looked at each other from a distance and summoned their respective emperor artifacts. Chen Wenhao entered the Tao with the sword, and his sword skills had reached perfection. With the sword in his hand, he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. The sword was named Waterstream and had been following Chen Wenhao for over 1,000 years. The man and the sword had long become one. Gao Shueting summoned her emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. The surface of the mirror was simple and unadorned. There wasn't anything special about it, but it was the emperor artifact that she had cultivated with her life. With the Thunder Goose spear in his hand, Feng Ming's seemingly old body suddenly grew taller. His whole body exuded a courageous aura that was even more aggressive than many of the younger generation. Yang Kai held the myriad sword. Compared to Chen Wenhao's Waterstream sword, the wide long sword couldn't even compare. However, Chen Wenhao still glanced at the myriad sword. As an emperor of the Emperor realm who entered the Tao with the sword, he intuitively sensed the power of the myriad sword. The 4 great emperors stood in formation. Feng Ming shouted at the largest building on the mountain peak below, "Gongyu, show yourself. You have nowhere else to go." After arriving here, Yang Kai didn't need to remind him. He had already sensed an obvious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was closely connected to Yang Kai's aura. It was obviously caused by Yang Kai. It was the mark that Yang Kai left on Gongyu. With the mark here, Gongyu was naturally here too. After a shout, no one answered. Feng Ming shook his spear and sneered, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed and his spear shot out like a dragon. There was no dazzling light. Feng Ming's spear was extremely simple. The disciples of the small sects couldn't sense much of the profoundness, but the other 3 from the Emperor realm could sense how powerful Feng Ming was. He condensed all of his power into a single point and didn't leak out at all. Under the attack of the spear, the barrier of space was wiped out. The mountain peak shook violently as if the earth had collapsed. Following that, the building shattered and turned into fine powder. At this moment, Feng Ming frowned as if he had noticed something. Yang Kai also quickly shouted, "Elder Feng, please show mercy." Feng Ming shook his hand and instantly dispersed more than 80% of the power that he blasted out. He also guided the remaining 20% to the side. With a rumble, the building collapsed, revealing a half-grown old man who was trembling like a sieve and was dumbstruck. The half-grown old man was in a sorry state and his face was as pale as a sheet. He stood alone in the ruins and was covered in dust. Chapter 29-25. The elderly man's cultivation was not high, only a third-order origin king. Obviously, his aptitude was not good and this was the limit of his cultivation and it was impossible for him to make any further progress in his lifetime. At this moment, on top of the collapsed mountain, there was no one else but this elderly man. The aura of the seal everyone sensed was actually coming from this elderly man. Feng Ming frowned as he instantly realized the truth and shouted, "Golden cicada shedding carapace." Yang Kai also sighed, "I was careless. It seems that Gong Yu is in good condition." The seal he had placed on Gong Yu had been transferred to this elderly man, leading the four of them in the wrong direction. It was impossible for the seal to be transferred for no reason, so Gong Yu was the one who did it. Gong Yu being able to do this without Yang Kai noticing meant that he was no longer in a muddled state. Either he had regained his consciousness, or he had been possessed by the demonic spirit and had perfectly integrated with his body. Regardless of which it was, this was not what everyone wanted to see. The four of them put away their emperor artifacts one after another. The elderly man standing in the middle of the ruins was scared out of his wits. At this moment he cried out sorrowfully, "This little old man greets, several sirs, several thus, spare my life." He had no idea why Yang Kai and the others had come here, but he knew that these four were not people he could resist, especially the old man who called himself Orthodoxy Temple Elder Feng Ming. He naturally knew what kind of place Orthodoxy Temple was. It was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. A small sect like him did not even have the qualifications to look up to it, yet an Orthodoxy Temple Elder had come here personally and even attacked him. If not for the other party dispelling his killing intent at the last moment, he would likely be dead by now. He could not figure out how he had provoked Orthodoxy Temple to the point that such a powerful person had appeared. Fear and panic made him unable to think straight. All he could do was beg for mercy. "Old sir, don't panic." Yang Kai smiled lightly at the old man, his divine sense surging as he quietly released some of his divine sense to calm the old man's frightened mood. "We didn't come here to make things difficult for you, we just came here to track down a fierce man. We didn't expect some misunderstandings to occur." Fierce. The old man was comforted and calmed down a lot. His emotions were no longer as flustered as before. "That's right." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi and an image appeared in front of him. It was Gong Yu. "This is him. Have you seen him recently?" Since the imprint had been transferred to this elderly man, that meant that Gong Yu had been here before. Now that the imprint was gone, it would be difficult to track down Gong Yu. This elderly man might be his only clue, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him go so easily. "It's him." The old man was shocked when he saw Gong Yu. Yang Kai said, "You've seen him before." The old man said, "I thought I was dreaming." Yesterday, when this old man was meditating, he seemed to have seen this person, but when I checked carefully, he disappeared. I thought it was an illusion." Feng Ming quickly said, "I want to see your memories." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the elderly man. The elderly man cried out in alarm. His body involuntarily arrived in front of Feng Ming. He was frightened. Feng Ming had attacked him just now and his attitude wasn't very friendly. He thought he was about to suffer some kind of mishap and tried to resist in a panic, but in front of the Emperor realm, an origin king like him couldn't do anything. He was instantly subdued and couldn't even move a finger. Feng Ming pointed his finger at the elderly man's forehead, obviously trying to pry into his memories from yesterday. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger and shouted, "Elder Feng, be careful." While Feng Ming was in a daze, the elderly man in front of him suddenly swelled up, and the energy in his body became chaotic and violent. The elderly man obviously didn't know what was going on, and he was at a loss for what to do, and his face was full of confusion. With a loud bang, the elderly man exploded. In the flesh and blood, a black ray of light rushed towards Feng Ming, who was very close to him. Although Feng Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still caught off guard by such a sudden turn of events. He was just about to check the memories of the elderly man, but he didn't expect the elderly man to self-destruct right in front of him. What's more, an inexplicable object flew out from his body. The black light was not big, but Feng Ming's vision seemed to be completely filled. He could no longer see anything. At the same time, there was a faint murmur in his ears, which shook his mind and opened the defense of his sea of consciousness. Demon suppression, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. A beam of witchcraft flew towards Feng Ming and blocked his path. The beam of witchcraft collided with the beam of witchcraft and bounced off. It then turned around and charged towards Gao Xueting. The radiant sun mirror floated high behind Gao Xueting and emitted a dazzling light, just like a scorching sun. Gao Xueting's expression was solemn as she changed her hand seals. A beam of light shot out from the radiant sun mirror and directly covered the black light. The beam of light seemed to have a strong binding power. The black light was bound by it and struggled left and right. It couldn't break free for a while. Moreover, under the might of the radiant sun mirror, it showed signs of melting and emitted wisps of black qi. 3,000 sword Dao winding silk. Chen Wenhao pointed with his flowing water sword, and streaks of hair-thin sword light shot out and entered the light, turning into layers upon layers of shackles that wrapped around the struggling black light. Chen Wenhao and Gao Xueting finally subdued the black light with their combined strength. Is this the demonic will? Feng Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He still had lingering fears. If Yang Kai had not reacted quickly and used a secret technique to block the attack for him, he would have been eroded by the demonic will. Feng Ming did not know if he could block the demonic will, but he had learned from Gong Yu's mistake. If the demonic will was really that powerful, he might not be able to break free from it. The four of them were here to hunt down Gong Yu, but they did not expect to be fooled by a little trick. They almost failed to achieve their goal, so Feng Ming's expression turned ghastly. This isn't a complete demonic will. Yang Kai frowned and carefully observed the restrained black light. He deduced, it was cut off by Gong Yu. Gong Yu knows that we're hunting him, so he deliberately set up a trap here. The demonic will can be cut off? Feng Ming was shocked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Xueting's expressions turned solemn. If this was really the case, then the problem was more serious than they had imagined. They all thought that they just had to find Gong Yu and kill him. However, if the demonic will could be cut off, then even killing Gong Yu would not help them. This was because no one knew how many parts of the demonic will he cut off and where he hid them. Among the people present, only Yang Kai had confronted the demonic will directly, so everyone turned to look at him to see what he thought. Based on the information we have, the demonic will can be cut off. As soon as he said this, the other three people's hearts sank. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. There should be a limit to it. This is only half of the demonic will, so it can only be cut in half. Moreover, it should have to pay a price. Even so, it's still quite troublesome. Chen Wenhao frowned. Let's destroy this demonic will first. Feng Ming had suffered a loss once, so he was more afraid of this thing than anyone else. Hearing this, Gao Xueting increased the power of the radiant sun mirror. No matter how strange the demonic will was, it could always be destroyed. The current situation had proven this point. Gao Xueting also felt that as long as she increased her power, she would be able to completely destroy the demonic will. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. Gong Yu has already disappeared. If we want to track him down, we can only start with this half of the demonic will. If we destroy it, I'm afraid we will lose track of him. Feng Ming nodded and said, You're right. Gong Yu wanted to use this trick to catch us off guard. He might even make one of us become the demon race. However, he didn't expect to leave behind a flaw. He was really too smart for his own good. Chen Wenhao said, Even so, how can we use this demonic will to track Gong Yu? Who would dare to casually come into contact with it? The demonic will was too strange. None of the people present in the Emperor realm dared to directly contact it. However, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Yang Kai said softly, If you trust me, just leave it to me. Gao Xueting was shocked. You? What do you want to do? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior Sister Gao, don't worry. Since I was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic runes in the cave, I can naturally resist the temptation of this half of the demonic will. Can you really do it? Gao Shueting looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, but no one dared to make any guarantees. If Yang Kai was corroded by the demonic will, it would be Gong Yu's wish. Are you confident? Chen Wenhao also looked at Yang Kai seriously. Although Feng Ming didn't say anything, it was obvious that he had the same idea. Yang Kai said, I'm at least 70% confident. Also, don't the three of you protect me? Chen Wenhao nodded and said, if you're 70% confident, then this method will work. Gao Shueting stared at him and said, if you think it'll work, then why don't you give it a try? Chen Wenhao coughed and said, I'm not confident, so I can't give it a try. If they wanted to use this half of the demonic will to track Gong Yu's whereabouts, they would have to have deep contact with it and even pry into its inner workings. In this way, they would be voluntarily opening themselves up to the demonic will. This wasn't a joke. Destroy. Gao Shueting was ready to take action as she spoke. She didn't want to see Yang Kai take the risk. Although Yang Kai said that he was 70% confident, what if he encountered the remaining 30%? Instead of letting Yang Kai take the risk, it was better to cut the chaos and destroy the demonic will. Although Gong Yu's whereabouts were lost, it didn't mean that they couldn't track him down. At worst, they could mobilize all the cultivator in the southern territory to act together. By then, Gong Yu wouldn't be able to hide no matter how well he hid. Chapter 29-26. Gao Shueting was about to destroy the demonic spirit as she spoke, but Yang Kai had already arrived in front of it in a flash. He stretched his hand into the light of the radiant sun mirror and grabbed the demonic spirit. Junior brother, Gao Shueting turned pale. Yang Kai grinned at her, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Others would avoid this demonic spirit, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. After several years in the thousand illusionary dream world, he understood that a trivial demonic spirit couldn't do anything to him, because he also had extremely pure ancient grinding qi sealed in his body. He even had an ancient demon's black pupil. As the saying goes, those who are barefooted need not fear those who are wearing shoes. But this matter couldn't be explained clearly, so he could only take action first. At this point, Gao Shueting couldn't stop him, so she cautioned, be careful, if anything goes wrong, immediately let go. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded. He sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and communicated with the demonic spirit with his divine sense, hoping to spy on Gong Yu's whereabouts. Chen Wenhao, Gao Shueting, and Feng Ming formed a triangle and surrounded him. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's figure, and as long as she found something wrong, the radiant sun mirror's light would immediately envelop him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw a trace of admiration in each other's eyes. There was no other reason. Facing this strange demonic spirit, the two of them didn't have the courage to do such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was the weakest in the group, took the risk, which was worthy of admiration. It was also at this moment that the two of them felt that there was a new generation of geniuses in this world. Now that they could cultivate to the second-order emperor realm, their aptitude and comprehension were naturally the best. When they were young, they were leading figures, the best of the younger generation, full of vigor and vitality, just like Yang Kai at this moment. Times were changing, but what didn't change was the endless stream of geniuses. The surroundings were silent. The dozens of cultivators from that small sect did not dare to move even until now. They were scattered in various corners of the mountain peak and watched with their own eyes as their sect leader mysteriously exploded and died. Fear and trepidation had already seeped deep into their bones. Looking at the four people in the sky, it was as if they were looking at gods. They didn't even have the thought of avenging their sect master. They didn't know that the death of their sect leader had nothing to do with Yang Kai and the others. They still thought that their sect leader was killed by that guy called Feng Ming. They only felt that these strong cultivators from the big sects were more detestable than the other. It was completely dark. Yang Kai seemed to be walking in the void of the netherworld. There was not the slightest bit of light in the surroundings, nor was there any sound to be heard. There was not even the slightest bit of feeling. He was using his mind to communicate with the other half of the devil's will. He was searching for the other half of the devil's will. As long as he could find the other half, he would be able to find Gongyu. His progress was not very smooth. This was the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. He had no experience and had to rely on himself to explore everything. He explored in this boundless darkness for a long time. Only then did he change his strategy and divide a part of his mind to perceive the outside world. This time, it was finally effective. In the dark, Yang Kai felt that this half of the devil's will had a connection with something that he couldn't cut off. He followed this weak connection and continued to explore. The darkness slowly changed. Something seemed to appear in front of his vision, but it was too blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. Yang Kai urged the power of his spiritual sense more and more fiercely. He even took the half of the devil's will into his sea of knowledge and used his spiritual sense to wash it away all its disguises. Slowly, the thing in his vision became clear. It seemed to be a mountain peak, a lonely mountain peak. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful and pleasant, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely good. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mountain peak was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But because everything in his vision was not very clear, he didn't dare to confirm where this place was for a while. This was what he saw through the omnipresent connection between the half of the devil's will. So as long as he could confirm the location of this mountain peak, he could determine the location of Gongyu. He once again increased the power of his spiritual sense. This time he saw more things. There was a figure on the mountain peak. The figure looked somewhat similar to Gongyu. It was quietly standing somewhere on the mountain peak, motionless, as if it was dead. Yang Kai's current situation was very strange. It was as if he was in a thick water ball. He could vaguely see some outlines of things outside the water ball, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. This made him quite anxious. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to hear something. This sound was like an image, vague and intermittent, making Yang Kai unable to grasp it. The sound came again, and this time Yang Kai could hear it more clearly. It sounded like a dog barking continuously. Moving his vision, Yang Kai really saw something similar to a puppy. It was standing not far from the vague figure and barking with all its might. After barking for a while, the little thing actually rushed up and bit the figure. The figure was still motionless, as if it didn't feel anything. At this moment, the figure seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Its sharp eyes seemed to be able to break through layers of obstacles and collided with Yang Kai's vision across the endless void. It was at this moment that the blurry scenery changed, becoming much clearer all of a sudden. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes, dumbfounded. "Are you okay?" Gao Shueting's palms were full of sweat. She hadn't been so nervous for many years after being promoted to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, her voice was trembling, for fear that Yang Kai would be eroded by the demonic thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head, looking a little sluggish. "Did you find it?" Chen Wenhao asked in a deep voice. "Lingjian Peak." Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and replied softly. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. "What?" "Lingjian Peak, Gongyu is in Azure Sun Temple, on my Lingjian Peak." After Yang Kai said this, he felt that it was ridiculous. He always felt that what he saw just now was not real, but an illusion. However, he couldn't find any basis for it. Gongyu is in Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming also widened his eyes, obviously somewhat doubtful. "That's what I saw." Yang Kai stood up and cast a spell to force out the half-demonic thoughts in his sea of consciousness. He reached out and pinched it. Since he had tracked down the whereabouts of Gongyu, this half-demonic thoughts was no longer of any use. "Why did he go to Azure Sun Temple?" Feng Ming asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Gongyu not only went to Azure Sun Temple, but also went to his Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak was the spirit peak that Yang Kai got after he became an elder of the temple. The entire spirit peak was located in a relatively remote location in the temple, but both the scenery and spiritual chi were extremely good, and it was protected by a formation. Yang Kai felt that the peak was familiar at first because of this. Although he didn't stay on Lingjian Peak for long, it was his territory after all. How could he not be familiar with it? Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and his attainments in the Tao of formation were very deep. The formation on Lingjian Peak could stop others, but not necessarily Gong Yu. If that was the case, Yang Kai still thought that everything he saw before was an illusion, and that it was Gong Yu's means to mislead them in the wrong direction. But the last barking made him confirm that Gong Yu really went to Azure Sun Temple and was really on his Lingjian Peak. Because there was indeed a small black beast that looked like a puppy on Lingjian Peak. Although the little beast was a bit strange, its strength was not strong. Yang Kai had only seen it twice, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Why did Gong Yu go to Azure Sun Temple? Is he looking for death? Chen Wenhao frowned. Gong Yu's strength was there. Even if he met the four of them, there was no possibility of survival. Logically speaking, he should hide, but he ran where there was danger, and suddenly ran to Azure Sun Temple. There were many masters in the temple. How could Gong Yu survive there? I can't contact them. Junior brother, try. Gao Shueting didn't speak. After learning that Gong Yu might have gone to Azure Sun Temple, she took out her Elder Jade Disc and tried to contact her fellow disciples in the temple. To her surprise, the Elder Jade Disc didn't work at this time. Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly took out his Elder Jade Disc and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a moment, he looked at Gao Shueting and slowly shook his head, no response. Although there was some distance from Azure Sun Temple, it was not to the extent that they couldn't contact each other. If any elder in the temple received the message, they would definitely give a reply. But in fact, the two of them tried one after another, but there was no news. Something happened to the temple. Gao Shueting's face changed. Let's go. Feng Ming shouted in a low voice, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle. The four of them entered one after another, and the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After the four left, the disciples of the small sect who had been on tenterhooks gradually calmed down and fell to the ground one after another, their backs full of cold sweat. After waiting for a while and confirming that the four masters had really gone far and wouldn't come back, the remaining dozens of people began to fight for the position of sect master. For a time, the fight was very fierce. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both had ugly expressions. Chen Wenhao comforted them. Although we don't know why Gong Yu went to the temple, he is undoubtedly walking into a trap. With Temple Master when in the temple, Gong Yu can't make any waves. You two don't need to worry. Maybe by the time we get there, Gong Yu will have already been killed. Gao Shueting's worried expression didn't diminish, but she still replied symbolically, I hope so. Yang Kai observed their expressions and vaguely realized that something was wrong, so he quietly sent a message to Gao Shueting. What happened to the temple? Is there something I don't know? Gao Shueting glanced at him and replied, the temple master is too distracted at the moment. If Gong Yu really causes trouble in the temple master won't be able to do anything. Chapter 29-27. But there's still Brother Chiu and the others. Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting said, Brother Chiu and the others are quite strong, but I'm worried that they don't know the secrets of the demon spirit and accidentally fell for it. We can't contact them right now, so we don't know what's going on in the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, so why was he there? I'm curious about that as well. Yang Kai shook his head. There were many spirit peaks in Azure Sun Temple, but Gong Yu just had to go to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even suspected that Gong Yu was deliberately taking revenge on him because he had been preventing the demon spirit from coming back to life in the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was just revenge, Gong Yu wouldn't take such a big risk. Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that the temple master was too busy to be distracted? Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment, as if she was considering something. After a while, she answered, since you're already a temple elder, there's nothing I can't tell you. Do you remember when I stopped you from using the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. The temple master is related to the Divine Ascension Mirror, Gao Shueting explained casually. At that time, I told you that someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror, so it couldn't be disturbed. Do you know who that person was? This was also what Yang Kai found strange at that time. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's most precious treasure, and it was also the foundation of the temple. It was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror that the souls of the masters in the temple were generally higher than normal. However, it wasn't easy to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate. Ordinary disciples needed to make a great contribution to receive a rare reward, and as an elder, every time they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, they had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points. No one was an exception. Elder contribution points were relatively rare, and 3,000 was not a small amount. Yang Kai was a newly appointed elder. Naturally, he didn't have such a thing. Gao Shueting didn't stop him because he didn't have enough elder contribution points, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror at that time. At that time, Yang Kai was curious about who this person was, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't ask further. He didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring this up at this time. Who? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He vaguely felt that this person should be an incredible person. This person is closely related to the Hall Master. He was the one who raised and taught the Hall Master. Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai faintly. She didn't mention that person's name directly. Yang Kai's body shook, and the image of a person immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, it's him. Gao Shueting looked at him curiously and said, "You're much calmer than I expected." Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He asked, "Did that master enter the Divine Ascension world to separate his soul?" Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. "How do you know about this?" Even she didn't know about this kind of secret. It was only because when Zishan had unintentionally nagged her a few times that she was able to guess. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to tell the truth so easily. No one could have such terrifying deductive abilities unless Yang Kai knew something beforehand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "That master became like that because of me." "Because of you?" Gao Shueting was even more confused now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at Yang Kai like a diligent student seeking knowledge about territory that she hadn't explored before. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation of what happened in the Shattered Star Sea, then said, "It was a coincidence that I was able to encounter that incident, and it was even more fortunate that I didn't die. However, that master seemed to have formed a connection with another person's soul, so he had no choice but to share his soul. I didn't expect him to return to the temple. That's right. The Divine Ascension Mirror is a world of souls, and Tianyan is there as well. Perhaps there really is a way to separate two people's souls." So that's how it is. Gao Shueting suddenly understood. Many things that she didn't understand became clear after Yang Kai's explanation. However, she never would have thought that this matter would be related to Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai was fortunate enough to participate in the battle between two great emperors, even though the two great emperors weren't at their peak at the time. However, this kind of opportunity wasn't something that just anyone could encounter. The most important thing was that Kai Yang had played a certain role in this. If it wasn't for him, that master's soul would probably have been destroyed and he would have perished together with his enemy. Although the current situation wasn't very good, at least his life was saved. As long as he was alive, there was always a way to separate the two souls. It was precisely because that person's identity was too sensitive that Yang Kai couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Gao Shueting continued, "Things didn't seem to be going well over there, so the Temple Master also went to help. Right now, the Temple Master's soul is inside the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he doesn't know anything about the outside world. If Gong Yu really is doing something bad in the temple Master won't be able to detect it." So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded, understanding Gao Shueting's worries. He ended his divine sense transmission with Gao Shueting and opened his eyes. "I'm going to use the space divine technique. If anyone feels uncomfortable, please don't resist." Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming lightly nodded when they heard this and stared at Yang Kai curiously. Although they had long heard that Yang Kai was proficient in space principles, just like that person from Spirit Beast Island, they had never seen it with their own eyes. This kind of mysterious power wasn't something that could be easily seen, especially when it came from someone as skilled as Yang Kai. As such, they all watched with great interest and waited patiently. The power of space principles surged and enveloped the entire flowing cloud shuttle. This was Yang Kai's principles, and if he hadn't warned them before, Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming would definitely have resisted if they sensed it. However, with the warning from before, they all knew what Yang Kai was going to do, so they relaxed and didn't interfere with the flow of principles. The flowing cloud shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and for a moment, both Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a feeling of desolation and fear, as if they had suddenly arrived in a world without sound or light, a world of nothingness. However, this feeling was extremely short-lived, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing cloud shuttle had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was rumored that a cultivator proficient in space principles was best at escaping, and now it seemed that the rumor was true. They were all second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but they still couldn't teleport 1,000 kilometers in an instant. They might be able to do it with the help of some special artifacts, but they couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. With this divine technique, as long as the surrounding space wasn't sealed, who in this world could stop him? No wonder the great emperors of Flower Shadow Island couldn't do as they wished, even though they were far stronger than the one from Spirit Beast Island. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was as slippery as a loach. If they missed their target, it would be impossible to track them down. The flowing cloud shuttle vibrated continuously, and after each vibration, it would appear 1,000 kilometers away. The people inside the shuttle realized more and more how powerful space principles were. In the beginning, Yang Kai's breathing was steady and his face was calm, but as time passed, he gradually began to feel exhausted. Teleporting with 3 people from the Emperor Realm and an Emperor artifact consumed a lot of his energy. However, the situation was urgent now, so he couldn't care too much. He just wanted to rush back to the temple. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and motioned for Gao Shueting to take over the control of the flowing cloud shuttle. Then he sat down to meditate. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming saw clearly that the spirit pills Yang Kai stuffed into his mouth were all emperor pills, and each of them was very valuable, but he chewed and swallowed them as if they were jelly beans. Even though the 2 of them had always been in high positions, this scene made their faces twitch, and they cursed in their hearts. Looking at the flowing cloud shuttle they were in now, it was an emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Even they didn't have it. They couldn't understand how this brat, who was so young and had only cultivated for a few years, had earned such a huge fortune. Compared to him, they were no different from country bumpkins. How could they have the advantage of being second-order Emperor Realm Masters? The 3 of them took turns to control the flowing cloud shuttle, so it didn't consume much energy. They could maintain their peak state at any time to deal with any possible dangers. After Yang Kai recovered, he used the Space Divine technique again, greatly increasing his speed. After 3 days, the 4 of them finally arrived at the Azure Sun Mountain Range. After scanning the mountain range with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual, and it looked the same as usual. Among the scattered peaks, many disciples of the temple were performing their duties, and there were no traces of them being attacked. This made Yang Kai and Gao Shueting, who had rushed back in a hurry, breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the 4 of them walked out. Gao Shueting immediately noticed something wrong. There was an inexplicable barrier around the sect defending array. This barrier wasn't very strong, but it was very well hidden. If Gao Shueting didn't have a good understanding of the array, she wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, judging from the traces of the barrier, it was obvious that it was only set up a few days ago. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then took out his Elder Jade disc and poured his divine sense into it. After testing it, he said in a deep voice, "Gong, you did something to it. It's this barrier that's blocking our connection with the temple." The hateful guy. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth and shouted. The radiant sun mirror hung high in the air, and a ray of light shrouded the barrier. With a series of rumbling sounds, the earth shook, and the thin barrier was immediately broken. Who dares to? Elder Gao, Elder Yang. A disciple flew out with an aggressive aura, but when he saw Gao Shueting, he immediately shrank back and bowed to greet her. Has anything unusual happened in the temple recently? Gao Shueting looked at the disciple and asked. The disciple didn't dare to look at her at all, and he didn't understand why she would ask such a question. He replied, "Everything is normal." Gao Shueting didn't ask any more questions. She knew that this disciple didn't know anything, so she said eagerly, "Let's go to Lingjian Peak." As she turned around and rushed out, she poured information into the Elder Jade Disc to inform the others. Chapter 29-28. Lingjian Peak was located in a remote location in the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai deliberately chose it, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole that Gong Yu took advantage of. Halfway through, streams of light flew from all over the Azure Sun Temple and joined the team. Except for those who were out or in seclusion, the other elders of the Emperor Realm were all present. Qiu Ran, the deputy temple master of the temple, also came. After greeting Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, he looked at Gao Shueting and asked, "What happened?" Observing their expressions, he vaguely realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Gao Shueting wouldn't have rushed into the temple with 2 elders from other families. Moreover, as far as he knew, these people should be in the southern marsh. Last time, Yang Kai sent a message back and roughly explained what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. Gong Yu is in Lingjian Peak. Gao Shueting replied. What? Qiu Ran was shocked. Gong Yu? Which Gong Yu? He couldn't believe it and wondered if Gao Shueting had made a mistake. It's the Gong Yu that junior brother Yang mentioned before, the old master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley. Why is Gong Yu in Lingjian Peak? Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kuan. He was responsible for the protection of the sect and the maintenance of the array, so if Gong Yu came to the temple and entered Lingjian Peak, it must be his dereliction of duty. Yu Kuan was in a cold sweat. I don't know. I have never received a suspicious report. Yang Kai said, Gong Yu is proficient in the array. If he really wants to sneak into any sect, there is always a way. The temple has been safe and sound, and the sect protection array has not been fully activated. There are loopholes in the protection, so it is normal for him to sneak in. Now what we need to figure out is why he came to the temple and why he is on my Lingjian Peak. That's right. Gong Yu's actions are extremely suspicious. Moreover, we don't know his current condition, so we must be careful. Chen Wenhao nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran also nodded slightly, stroking his long beard as he pondered. Yu Kuan glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, while his heart was filled with Gong Yu. There's one thing I need to tell you. The demonic will is mysterious and hard to guard against. Therefore you must guard your mind. You must not give the demonic will any chance to take advantage of you. Gao Shueting solemnly exhorted. Several Azure Sun Temple elders nodded and secretly urged their soul secret techniques. He strengthened the defense of his sea of consciousness. After half a cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at the Lingjian Peak. The Spirit Peak was no different from when Yang Kai left that day. Other than the fact that the Spirit Peak array was completely open, there was only one abnormality. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the empty space on the mountain peak, motionless. It was as if he was dead. Beside him, a small beast that was completely pitch black was crawling on the ground. It was happy and content, and its short tail was swaying from time to time. When the group of people came over, it only raised its eyes to look at them, and did not do anything else. Swish, 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 nearly 10 people from the Emperor Realm spread out, surrounding the entire Lingjian Peak. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze, and fixed it on Yang Kai. Those dark eyes made people who saw this scene for the first time tremble. They felt that the eyes were like a bottomless pit that could swallow everything. They hurriedly circulated their power to resist. You're here, Gong Yu said softly, as if he didn't have much strength and couldn't even speak louder. Should this old man call you Gong Yu, or should I call you by another name? Feng Ming sneered. Looking at Gong Yu's current state, he didn't know whether the other party had lost himself or whether he was possessed by the demonic will. He didn't even know if the demonic will could possess others. Although Gong Yu was a very good material, there was no way to study it now. This old man is Gong Yu. Gong Yu of the Gong family, Gong Yu replied. Feng Ming laughed. You still have the face to mention the Gong family? After this, the Gong family's reputation will be ruined, and you will be the sinner of the Gong family. Gong Yu said, Is it a crime to pursue power? If that's the case, then everyone here is a sinner. Feng Ming snorted. There are 3,000 paths. The width is different, but you are walking in the wilderness. What kind of power are you pursuing? Gong Yu said lightly, One path leads to all paths. The path is a path, but the wilderness is not a path? Different paths lead to the same destination. Nonsense. Feng Ming was so angry that his beard was in a mess. Gong Yu said proudly, If there is no path in the wilderness, this old man will step on it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Gong Yu smiled lightly. Of course I can't do it alone. However, there will be more people following me. Chen Wenhao sighed. Brother Gong, you have really become the demon race. He had some friendship with Gong Yu. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could find an opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that it was impossible. Gong Yu hadn't been possessed, or rather, the demonic will didn't have the ability to possess him. However, Gong Yu had become the demon race. His thoughts were wild and crazy. The demonic will that had invaded his body had affected his mentality, making him different from before. Such a person was very dangerous. No one knew what he would do. Chen Wenhao silently gave up on helping him. Become the demon race? Gong Yu smiled. I just found a suitable path. That's not your own path. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Gong Yu looked at him. Are you walking your own path? The path you are taking is also trodden by your predecessors. Who can prove that this path is correct? In my opinion, you are just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Kai said solemnly, Perhaps we are following the path of our predecessors, but we will work hard to reach our own heights. Old Master Gong, you are different. Your current path has deviated from the path. You will never reach the end. You will surrender to the demonic will and become its slave. It was unknown which sentence provoked Gong Yu. His face suddenly became gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, Ridiculous, this old man feels very good now. Who can enslave this old man? Yang Kai pondered and decided not to entangle with him on this issue. He asked, Why did old Master Gong take such a huge risk to come to Azure Sun Temple? Why did you come to Lingjian Peak? Is there anything here that attracts you? Gong Yu smiled slightly and said nothing, looking unfathomable. Yang Kai said, It seems that there is something here that attracts you. Is there something here related to the demon race? Is it possible that there is an ancient demon relic here? Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a little surprise. You actually know about the ancient demons. Yang Kai smiled brightly. I may know more than you. No wonder. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with great interest. He seemed to have found something. No wonder I feel that you are a little different. It turns out that you are the same as this old man. Yang Kai said, You are wrong. We are not the same kind of people. Your words can deceive me, but your body can't. I feel it, it is in your body. Gong Yu's expression suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but laugh. It's really interesting, but why are you still so stubborn? Yang Kai shook his head and stopped arguing with him. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon will. All kinds of thoughts were different from ordinary people. There was no point in arguing with him. However, Chen Wenhao and others looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They didn't know what Gong Yu meant. Especially the sentence about it being in Yang Kai's body, they were very concerned. Gong Yu laughed. One day, you will find that this old man has chosen the right path. This old man looks forward to that day coming as soon as possible. Whether that day comes or not, you won't have the chance to see it anyway. Feng Ming sneered and stretched out his hand in the void. The Thunder Goose spear bloomed with cold light. The tip of the spear shook and poked at Gong Yu. He shouted in a low voice, This old man will tell you what is the right path. The spear was like a dragon, pressing forward with an imposing aura. This spear contained all of Feng Ming's strength. The few First Order Emperor Realm elders of Azure Sun Temple were dazzled. They felt as if everything in the world would be turned into dust under this spear. Facing Feng Ming's shocking attack, Gong Yu didn't dodge. He just smiled and said, "Although this old man knows that he doesn't have much time left, it is impossible for me to be captured without a fight. If you want to take this old man's life, you will have to show me some real ability." As he spoke, Gong Yu reached out and grabbed the black puppy beside him, throwing it directly at Feng Ming. The black puppy was obviously stunned by the sudden change. It barked a few times, probably scared out of its wits. Its 2 round eyes were filled with fear, and its 4 limbs were flailing wildly in the air. It was extremely frightened. Feng Ming frowned. He didn't know what Gong Yun meant by this. He didn't sense any threat from this little black dog-like beast. This was an inconspicuous demonic beast. Its strength was weak. Feng Ming could kill such an existence with a single breath. Therefore, Feng Ming didn't dodge. He only had Gong Yu in his eyes. As for the black puppy that was thrown out, it would probably explode into a bloody mist if it was swept by the spear. Gong Yu formed a complicated seal with his hand and pointed in the direction of the black puppy. A sudden change occurred, as if the ferocity hidden deep in the black puppy's bones had been awakened. The panic in the black puppy's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable ferocity. Its eyes were filled with an aura of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. It no longer barked meaninglessly. Instead, it opened its mouth at Feng Ming. It wasn't big. It was at most 1 foot long. Its mouth could only fit a fist at most. However, this mouth suddenly split open and became bigger than a house. It completely covered the black puppy's tiny body. It was as if it was only left with a big mouth. This was an extremely strange scene. Everyone had been keeping their guard up against Gong Yi. Although they had seen the black puppy on their way here, no one had paid much attention to it. It was only now that everyone realized that the black puppy wasn't as harmless as it looked. Everyone was startled. Everyone, who had been on guard all this time, unleashed their respective divine abilities and blasted them towards the giant mouth. Chapter 29-29. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor Realm attacked at the same time, and there was no lack of second-order Emperor Realm masters among them. How spectacular was this scene! All kinds of secret techniques and divine technique bloomed, the power of Emperor artifacts was rampant, and the world energy was in chaos. Feng Ming also reacted in time. A burst of light burst out from the Thunder Goose spear and directly exploded in front of him. All the attacks poured into the giant mouth, but there was no reaction at all, as if they were stones sinking into the sea. The mouth closed and swallowed Feng Ming in 1 gulp. Hiss! The sound of gasps rang out as everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the foot-long little beast in horror, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Kai was also a little confused. He had seen the little black dog twice. The first time was after the elders of Azure Sun Temple collectively drank, and the second time was when he was arranging the space array. Except for the second time when the demonic chi in his dantian changed a little, there was nothing special about it. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong. This little black dog was very likely to have inherited the bloodline of some exotic beast. Otherwise, it would not have such a strange ability. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was swallowed by it in 1 gulp. Even if Feng Ming was suspected of underestimating the enemy, this ability was enough to amaze people. After swallowing Feng Ming, the giant mouth disappeared, and the little black dog returned to its original size, but it still showed an extremely violent and aggressive appearance. With Feng Ming as an example, how could the others dare to go forward? They all displayed their divine technique and blasted forward. The giant mouth reappeared and swallowed all the attacks from the Emperor Realm. The giant mouth seemed to be connected to a bottomless pit. No matter how many things went in, it would be swallowed up completely. Gong Yu hid behind the little black dog. His hands were constantly changing seals as he controlled the little black dog to fight with the masters. He was not at a disadvantage at all despite fighting 1 against many. Yang Kai wanted to teleport over several times to capture the leader, but Gong Yu saw through it and stopped him. His spiritual will surged among the many people in the Emperor Realm, and after a series of exchanges, No one knew what kind of strange beast's bloodline this little black dog had inherited, and they had never heard of such an ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Without any clue, no one dared to be greedy, lest they end up like Feng Ming. In ancient times, there were indeed many powerful beasts in the world. Many holy spirits were the best of the best among these beasts. Every holy spirit had the ability to move mountains, drain seas, and turn the world upside down. However, there had never been any records of something as unique as the little black dog. In the midst of the battle, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Magical beast?" Gong Yu, who had been sitting behind the black puppy and using it as a shield, smiled. "You are indeed different. You do know a lot of things. This beast has a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, although it is not pure. But it was still extremely impressive. If you want to kill this old man, then I'll kill you. We still have to get past it first." Return to Ruins? Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked when they heard this name, because no one had heard of this name. Even Elder Chen, who was familiar with the history books, was confused. But it was undeniable that this little black dog with a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins was a bit powerful. Under the command of Gong Yu, a hole appeared in the void with one bite. The whole world seemed to be a delicious cake in front of it. Every bite left a mark that could not be healed for a long time. After a few times, Lingjian Peak was full of void holes. Looking at it, it was like a beautiful landscape painting that had been accidentally sprinkled with a lot of ink. There was nothing in those void holes, but they contained great killing power. Everyone had to be careful to avoid them. Only Yang Kai was like a fish in water, swimming freely in these void holes. He leaped and rushed in these void holes, looking for opportunities to bypass the Return to Ruins to sneak attack Gong Yu. He almost succeeded several times, but was caught by the Return to Ruins and had to temporarily retreat. "We can't delay any longer. I'm afraid Brother Feng is in danger." Chen Wenhao shouted in a low voice and said with a solemn expression, "The moon waxes and the water overflows. Everyone, please lend me a hand." When the words fell, the flowing water sword in his hand suddenly fluctuated with a dense light. Under the Emperor's power, his whole body seemed to have become an invincible sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles swayed and gathered toward the flowing water sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they each cast their spells. Gong Yu's brow frowned slightly, but his hands still did not stop moving. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm used their full strength, and the entire Azure Sun Temple seemed to have begun to shake. With Lingjian Peak as the center, a huge vortex seemed to have appeared here, sucking in all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. All kinds of fierce and surging divine technique were brewing. Boundless Sword Dao. Chen Wenhao was the first to make a move. When the flowing water sword slashed forward, it set off a wave of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. In that huge wave, hundreds of millions of sword lights were constantly swallowing, as if they could destroy everything in their way. Seal of life and death, life and death. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Yin and yang, universe reversal. Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Many divine technique were released at the same time, causing the sky to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining forces to cast their spells, even a third-order Emperor realm master would be torn to pieces. Gong Yu's expression became extremely serious, and the seals in his hands changed even faster. A beastly roar shook all directions. Return to Ruin's body remained unchanged, but its mouth suddenly opened. It was bigger than ever before, as if it could swallow half of a mountain. There was darkness in that huge mouth, as if it was connected to another world. One after another, powerful attacks fell into its mouth, creating layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Then, the attacks disappeared without a trace. In less than 3 breaths of time, the void of end had already swallowed all of the attacks. It immediately shut its mouth, and its foot-long body swayed in midair as if it was drunk. The surface of its body was suffused with a light that fluctuated between strong and weak. The hearts of nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm sank to the bottom of the valley. Everyone's expression was ashen, and even Chen Wenhao's confidence was shaken. He had asked everyone to attack together before because he wanted to use this method to make Return to Ruins explode. As he had said before, the moon was full and water was full and overflowing. Although Return to Ruins' ability to swallow the heavens and earth was strange, it couldn't swallow everything infinitely. As long as it had a limit, everyone could defeat it. But this time, even after joining forces, they couldn't do anything to it. This was far from what they had expected. Again, it can't hold on any longer. Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The group of people seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, and they once again raised their spirits and used the divine technique. After a while, along with a rumbling sound, Return to Ruins opened its mouth again. But this time, it was different from before. Return to Ruins showed an extremely painful expression. This discovery made everyone excited, and they felt that they were not far away from victory. As expected, after Return to Ruins opened its mouth, it couldn't swallow all the attacks. It suddenly closed its mouth halfway, and the remaining attacks brushed past it. The violent energy rolled up and turned its flesh into a bloody mess. There wasn't a single spot on its body that wasn't damaged. Its body didn't seem to be strong, but its special divine technique made people feel helpless. It swayed, and its mouth was tightly closed. Its abdomen kept rolling, as if something was brewing inside. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Everyone take this. Gong Yu smiled mysteriously. His right hand was placed in front of his chest, and his thumb and ring finger were clasped together. The other 3 fingers were facing up, and when he finished speaking, he pointed forward. Everyone was alarmed. Inexplicably, the aura of death shrouded them. This feeling made many people feel cold all over, and their hands and feet turned cold. Return to Ruins suddenly opened its mouth, and rays of dazzling light shot out from its mouth. A familiar aura filled the air. "This is..." Chen Wenhao exclaimed, and his face was full of shock and horror. Return to Ruins actually spat out the divine technique that they had used before. But this time, the target wasn't the enemy, but the masters who had used the divine technique. No one expected Return to Ruins to have such a strange ability. Not only could it swallow the attacks of others, but it could also spit them back out. Everyone was in trouble. Just now, in order to end the battle quickly, a group of people used their most powerful divine technique without holding back. Now, it suddenly became a weapon in the hands of the enemy. The change was so fast that people were at a loss for what to do. The attack was so sudden that no one could react. Everyone could only hurriedly condense their Emperor Qi to protect themselves. At the moment of crisis, Yang Kai straightened up and instantly appeared above everyone's heads. His space principles fluctuated wildly as he slammed his palm down. Without any warning, when the palm slammed down, he and the others from the Emperor realm suddenly disappeared. The powerful divine technique hit the air, burning visible marks in the void, and then hitting the large and small mountains in the distance. The entire Azure Sun Temple shook in an instant. Countless disciples looked at the collapsed mountains in panic, not knowing what had happened. Since the establishment of the temple, they had never encountered such a thing. Thousands of feet away, a figure flashed in the void. Yang Kai appeared with the others. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled violently. Without the cooperation of others, forcefully bringing others to use the space divine ability was extremely taxing on him. Especially this time, he had brought too many people, and all of them had extraordinary strength. In an instant he was emptied out. At this moment, he had to use all his strength just to stand in place. Teleport. Gong Yu's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. His face twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. He was obviously blaming Yang Kai for ruining his plan. If Yang Kai hadn't interfered just now, the sudden attack alone would have been enough to kill more than half of the people from the Emperor realm present. But it was because of Yang Kai's existence that everyone was able to escape safely. Chapter 29:30. Gao Shueting reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm to prevent him from falling. Yang Kai nodded and thanked her. He quickly breathed to calm the blood in his chest. Suddenly he heard a whimper. Return to Ruins, which looked like a black puppy, whimpered as if it was enduring something extremely painful. It looked extremely miserable. Gong Yu had used some unknown method to control and activate the power in its bloodline. It had been fighting against the people of the Emperor realm for a long time. However, after reaching its limit, it seemed like it was no longer a threat. When it was caught in the divine technique, it was covered in cuts and bruises all over. It was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. Gong Yu looked at it and seemed to have noticed something. He smiled and said, "Well, it's about time anyway." No one knew what he meant. However, just as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins suddenly retched a few times. Then, its mouth suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth. A cold light bloomed from the huge mouth. A man and a spear seemed to have escaped from the abyss. They spun and rushed out. Feng Ming was obviously stunned when he saw the light again. After he was swallowed, he was surrounded by endless darkness. There was no light and no sound. Fortunately, he was not hurt. It seemed like he was just swallowed into a strange world. There was a ray of light in that world. He tried his best to follow the light and finally escaped. Glancing around, Feng Ming made up his mind. He kicked Gui Su, who was standing beside him, retching nonstop. The little black dog was sent flying and disappeared without a trace. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon toward Gong Yi, who was sitting at the side. Gong Yu did not dodge in the face of death. He did not even try to resist. His breath had always been weak. He was able to fight against the people of the Emperor realm because of the strange ability of Return to Ruins. Now, Return to Ruins was useless. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to defeat Feng Ming, who was in a rage. He faced the call of death with an indifferent expression, as if he had already seen through life and death. With a chi sound, the thunder wild goose spear pierced into Gong Gui's chest, blasting a hole in his chest. Through that hole, vaguely, one could see the squirming organs inside. Gong Yu was still smiling. "It's useless to kill me. Time will prove that I made the right choice. You are all wrong." Deliberately mystifying. Feng Ming snorted coldly and circulated his emperor's qi. A beastly roar came from the thunder wild goose spear. Then, Gong Yu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A black light flew out. Feng Ming reacted quickly and pointed his spear at it. After breaking the black light, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Chen Wenhao's expression turned ugly as he shook his head. "It's all thanks to Elder Yang. Brother Feng, how are you?" Feng Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I still need to check carefully. That thing is too strange." What did Gong Yu mean by what he said just now? Gao Shueting frowned. She had been thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't understand them. She just felt very upset, as if something bad was about to happen. No one knew what Gong Yu meant before he died. While everyone was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, and the mountains on the ground began to shake and shake. As if something had been broken, a black light suddenly rose from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak and turned into a stream of light that spread in all directions. Demonic senses? Why are there so many demonic senses? Gao Shueting looked up and her beautiful face turned pale. These black lights were obviously remnants of demonic senses, just like the ones that had eroded Gong Yu, but there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air and scattered in all directions. How could it be? Chen Wenhao was also a little dumbfounded. Qiu Ran and others saw demonic senses for the first time. Although they didn't know how powerful they were, they felt that these things were extremely dangerous, so they all looked solemn. Spirit Sword Peak is a place where demons are sealed. Yang Kai said with a light cough, looking extremely weak. The reason why Gong Yu came here was to break the seal and release other demonic senses. Gao Shueting was shocked when she heard this and turned to look at him. "Junior brother, do you mean that there is a place here like the Southern Swamp?" Yang Kai said, "There is no other explanation." Everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient cave in the Southern Swamp. No one expected that there was a place where demons were sealed in Spirit Sword Peak of Azure Sun Temple. Gong Yi had been corroded by the demonic will, so he obviously knew about this. That was why he had chosen to come here directly, using his knowledge of formations to break through the restrictions and release more demonic will. He didn't resist when he was dying. First, because he couldn't resist, and second, because there was no need to. Even if he died, his task had been completed. As he said before, there were still many people who would follow in his footsteps. Damn it. Gao Shueting clenched her teeth. Open the sect protecting array. We must stop these things as soon as possible. If they escape, Yang Kai said in a hurry, but halfway through his words, there was another change. There was another rumbling sound, followed by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai's words came to an abrupt end, and he looked in the direction of the source of the sound in amazement. He had already recognized who the voice belonged to. At first, the laughter was somewhat restrained, as if it was extremely unexpected, but as time went by, it became more and more unscrupulous and rampant. A stream of light came from afar, and the laughter was also quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of everyone. Not far away, an indescribable pressure suddenly fell from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's heart, making it difficult for many of the people in the Emperor realm to breathe. Yang Kai's condition was not good, and this time, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man stood in the air and stopped laughing. His eyes swept over the crowd slightly, and then fixed on Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Oh, boy, you're also here. It's really a small world." Kai Yang furrowed his brow, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The old man in front of him was no different from the one in his memories, but his temperament was completely different. The old man in his memories was wise and carefree, but the person in front of him was filled with an evil aura. Gao Shueting looked solemn and hurriedly said, "Greetings, great emperors." Qiu Ran also hurriedly saluted. Everyone was shocked, including the other elders of the temple. They knew nothing about this person, but Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting actually called him great emperors. There were only a few great emperors in the world, so who was this person? Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Gao Shueting explained, "This is Master Hongchen." What? The two of them were shocked, but they did not dare to be negligent. They cupped their fists together and said, "Greetings, Senior Hongchen." Among the 10 great emperors, except for the few who had founded their own sects, the rest were all elusive and elusive. Among them, the bustling world great emperor was the most mysterious, because he cultivated the way of the bustling world, which required him to experience the world. He would transform into thousands of people, crawl and roll in the world of mortals, and experience all kinds of things. He could be a beggar on the street, a woodcutter on the mountain, a pimp in a brothel, or a dignitary in the imperial court. But no one could recognize him. Perhaps they could pass by him, or drink with him, but no one really recognized him. Feng Ming, Chen Wenhao, and the others had never seen the great emperors of Hongchen, but they believed Gao Shueting's words without a doubt. It was rumored that Azure Sun Temple had a close relationship with the great emperors of Hongchen, especially Temple Master Wen Zishan, who was as close as father and son with the great emperors of Hongchen. Otherwise, how could Azure Sun Temple become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory in just a few thousand years? Among the top sects, except for Azure Sun Temple, the rest had a long history. Heavenly Martial Holy Land's history could even be traced back to tens of thousands of years. The crowd saluted, but Duan Hongchen just smiled and turned a deaf ear to them. He kept looking at Yang Kai with interest. Gao Shueting said, "Master, the demonic spirit has returned, and the temple is in danger. Please help us, Master." Yang Kai gently patted Gao Shueting's arm and shook his head. "Don't say it, he is not Senior Hongchen." Gao Shueting was stunned, and immediately seemed to remember something. Her delicate body trembled as she looked at Duan Hongchen in horror. Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao were both confused. Gao Shueting said that the person in front of them was the great emperors of Hongchen, and Yang Kai said that he was not. However, the old man had no intention of refuting, which made the two of them puzzled. "Liukang, why did you come out? What did you do to Senior Hongchen?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, his eyes cold. Duan Hongchen smiled and pointed at his head, Since this king has come out, what do you think will happen to Senior Hongqian? He has been swallowed by this king. Ha! That's impossible! Yang Kai shouted. Wukong's laughter came to an abrupt end as he said coldly, "Little brat, how many years have you lived? How much do you know about this king's divine technique? It's ridiculous that Senior Hongqian thought that he could imprison this king in that mirror, but who would have thought that he would be the one to help this king instead? How stupid, how ridiculous! How could he resist this heaven-devouring great emperor's divine technique? Who in the world can resist this king? Heaven-devouring great emperor's divine technique? Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao were shocked and took a few steps back. Naturally, they had heard of this famous cultivation method before. It could be said to be the most powerful and evil secret art in the Star Boundaries history. It triggered the War of the Great Emperors and allowed the shattered star sea to take shape. Even now, tens of thousands of years later, many masters were familiar with this secret art. Chen Wenhao frowned a few times and said hesitantly, "Could it be that Your Excellency is?" He didn't dare to continue, even a little afraid of this extremely powerful secret art from tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong proudly said, "Yes, this king is the heaven-devouring great emperor." Chapter 29:31. Gulp. The sound of many people from the emperor realm swallowing their saliva could be heard, and all of them put on a defensive posture. For a moment, sadness came from the bottom of their hearts, and they simply didn't know what to do. Gong Yu had just broken through the demon's sealing ground hidden somewhere in Lingjian Peak and released many demon senses, and suddenly a guy who called himself the heaven-devouring great emperor came. The changes in the Azure Sun Temple on this day were more than what had happened in thousands of years combined. "Where's Wen Zishan? What did you do to him?" Gao Shueting asked in a trembling voice. Wen Zishan should be assisting the great emperors in separating their divine souls. At this moment, Wukong had taken Duan Hongchen's body and ran out, but Wen Zishan was silent. Gao Shueting couldn't help but worry. "Who's Wen Zishan? I just crushed a lot of little bugs to death, I don't know if he's one of them." Gao Shueting's pretty face turned pale, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Wukong glanced at the people from the Emperor realm present with a burning gaze, his fingers kept pointing, and his mouth spitting out numbers. 1, 2, 3, Yang Kai said with a cold face. "Wukong, what are you counting?" Wukong laughed. "Not bad, not bad, there are actually 9 little bugs from the Emperor realm. I've just escaped and am still a little weak. You can give me some nutrition. Although your strength is not very good, you can be considered fat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed dramatically. Everyone present had heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name, and they also knew what this evil secret art was all about. It was a secret art that devoured everything. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor destroyed countless star territory in the hands of the great emperors. Wherever he went, the cultivation stars in the lower star realms all became barren and dead stars. All life was devoured by him, and all life was extinguished. So when they heard Wukong say this, everyone understood what he was planning to do. They couldn't care less about the demon senses that rushed out. Everyone in the Emperor realms secretly urged their Emperor Qi, ready to attack at any time. Wukong's brow furrowed. Suddenly he grinned. "I'm just joking, don't be so nervous. I've just escaped, so I'm in a good mood and don't kill. So I'll let you go." No one responded to him, and they didn't know what he meant by this guy's Wukong's mouth. Wukong's heart. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. His movements were light, but when he opened his hand again, there was a dot of black light in his palm. No one knew where he had captured the black light from. Interesting stuff. The demonic sense that many Emperor Realm Masters were trying to avoid was caught in Wukong's hand, but Wukong was observing it with great interest. The black light obediently stayed where it was, without any intention of corroding him, as if it was dead. "This king was able to escape thanks to your help. Well, I'll lend you a hand." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed somewhere. The void shook as if something had been pierced. It was the sound of the sect protecting Great Array being broken. Qiu Ran had just quietly ordered the activation of the sect protecting Great Array, but it was broken not long after. The entire Azure Sun Temple was like a balloon with a hole in it. All the demon senses trapped in the great array suddenly found a vent and escaped through the hole, disappearing without a trace. Kai Yang and the others could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. Wukong glanced at the crowd again and smiled slightly. See you next time. This king won't be merciful anymore. Be careful, the outside world is very dangerous. He laughed loudly as his body turned into a streak of light. He rushed out through the hole in the great array. It was not until he disappeared from everyone's sight that the people in the Emperor realm breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment, they clearly felt Wukong's murderous intent. Although they did not know why Wukong changed his mind, they felt very lucky to be able to keep their lives. Quick, go to the forbidden area, Gao Shueting whispered. She forced herself to be alert and led the way. Qiu ran and the others were worried about Wen Zishan's safety and hurriedly chased after them. Yang Kai turned to Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming and said, "There is a place where demons are sealed on Lingjian Peak. Please check it carefully." Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me and Brother Feng. You be careful." Yang Kai nodded and hurriedly chased after Gao Shueting and the others. There were several forbidden areas in Azure Sun Temple, but there was only one of them that was the most important, the belly of the mountain where the Divine Ascension Mirror was kept. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Ordinary disciples did not even know about its existence. The last time Yang Kai was able to enter it to train, it was because he had contributed greatly to the temple in the Four Seasons realm. Wen Zishan had made an exception and rewarded him, so he still remembered the location of that place clearly. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up with the group in front of the mountain wall. Gao Shueting opened the mountain wall's barrier and led the way in. The group of people walked down the mountain passageway and soon arrived at their destination. Looking around, everyone's hearts sank. They saw a middle-aged woman leaning against the wall in this cave. Blood flowed out of her mouth and her face was as pale as paper. She seemed to be seriously injured. The Divine Ascension Mirror was placed on a stone pedestal not far away. However, the current Divine Ascension Mirror was different from the first time Yang Kai saw it. It was not as smooth as a mirror and there were traces of black qi spreading across its surface. "Granny." Gao Shueting rushed forward and squatted in front of the middle-aged woman, asking nervously, "How are you?" The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, "I won't die. Let's go see the temple master." Cough, cough. She seemed to be seriously injured. It was obvious that she had been beaten up. After speaking a few words with Gao Shueting, she spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked extremely dispirited. Gao Shueting did not care too much. She was worried about Wen Zishan's safety and immediately rushed in to find Wen Zishan's body. Qiu Ran went forward and took out a few spirit pills and fed them to the middle-aged woman. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged woman's face and felt that it was vaguely familiar. He asked hesitantly, "Are you Granny Yu?" The middle-aged woman raised her eyes and looked at him. "Heh, the brat from back then has already become an elder. You all have grown up so quickly." "You really are Granny Yu?" Yang Kai was shocked. "Granny has changed so much?" He did not know Granny Yu's real name, only that she was the one who guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror. He remembered that when he came here with Xia Sheng and the others last time, Granny Yu had appeared in front of him in the form of an old woman. Her voice was hoarse and extremely unpleasant to the ears. Later, when he was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he was hunted down by Granny Yu's people. Granny Yu controlled a force called the Divine Ascension Country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and had many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai had escaped death several times at that time. Later, when he left the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he heard that Granny Yu had been imprisoned by Wen Zishan. After that, he had not heard any news about Granny Yu. Now, it seemed that Wen Zishan had completely subdued her, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror was still in her hands. This time, Wukong had clearly been the one who injured Granny Yu when he escaped. Gao Shueting's shout came from not far away. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly rushed over. In an isolated stone room, Wen Zishan's body was unscathed, but for some reason he was sweating profusely, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. Granny, the temple master isn't dead, but he seems to be trapped in the divine ascension mirror and can't come out. Do you have any ideas? Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai supported Granny Yu and walked over. One of them was injured, while the other had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them did not look too good. Granny Yu first looked at Wen Zishan's condition, then at the changes in the divine ascension mirror. She sighed. He's not trapped, he's just not coming out. Something must have happened to the divine ascension mirror. What exactly happened outside? There was no time to explain in detail, so Yang Kai simply used his divine sense to transmit all the information he knew into Granny Yu's mind. She fell silent for a moment and reviewed the information, her expression turning cold as she said, "Demon sealing grounds? Demonic sense breaking through?" It seems that the thing that rushed into the divine ascension mirror was a demonic sense. Gao Shueting was shocked. A demonic sense rushed in. Granny Yu nodded. Yes, it rushed into the divine ascension mirror, and then that master suddenly woke up. He injured me and left this place. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, that wasn't the secular master, but the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Granny Yu's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she whispered, so that's how it is. I was wondering why that master would attack me for no reason. Demonic sense can actually corrode the divine ascension mirror? Chiu Rant's expression was extremely heavy as he stared at the divine ascension mirror without blinking. In just a short while, the black light on the surface of the divine ascension mirror had increased, and this black light was clearly emitting the aura of a demonic sense. Yang Kai said, the divine ascension mirror is the world of the soul, so the demonic sense's invasion targets the soul. The divine ascension mirror is the nourishment for its growth. You're right. We have to think of a way to stop it. I wonder how the temple master is doing inside. I'll go in and take a look, Yang Kai volunteered. I'll go too. Gao Shueting hurriedly expressed her opinion. Although Wen Zishan's physical body was fine, Gao Shueting still couldn't relax until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, I'll have to trouble you brothers and senior sister to protect us. Xianxia said, Junior brother Yang, you don't look too good. How about I go in with senior sister Gao? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can resist the invasion of the demonic sense, so I'll be fine. Since he was so insistent, Chen Qian couldn't say anything else, so she could only remind him to be careful. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai and Gao Shueting immediately found a stone room each and entered it, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. After the stone rooms were sealed, Granny Yu forced herself to cast a spell and opened a passage to the divine ascension mirror world. 2 rays of light shot out from the divine ascension mirror and poured into the sealed stone rooms. Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both shook at the same time, feeling as if their souls were being separated from their bodies. This wasn't the first time either of them had entered the divine ascension mirror world, so they didn't resist and allowed this force to pull their souls in a certain direction. Chapter 29:32. It was as if he had passed through an endless space-time tunnel. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in a brand new world. In front of him was an old man smiling at him. Beside the old man was a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. This person had a dignified appearance and was wearing a purple robe. Who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Senior Tianyan. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man. After so many years, Tianyan still looked the same and hadn't changed at all. Speaking of which, Tianyan was a master on the level of the great emperors. Furthermore, he didn't have a physical body and only existed as a soul in this divine ascension world. Naturally, he couldn't have changed much. You're here. Tianyan stroked his beard as if he had expected Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai asked, why did we just happen to appear here? Did Senior help us? This place was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It was unknown where in the divine ascension mirror world it was located. It was obviously not a coincidence that they appeared here. They must have received help. Tianyan shook his head. It wasn't me. He brought you here. Tianyan pointed to the side as he spoke. Yang Kai glanced over and found that there was actually a boy not far away. This boy was chubby and cute, only about 7 or 8 years old, and was currently chasing after a dancing butterfly, clearly having a lot of fun. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know where this boy came from to have such great power. Gao Shueting also came here, but she focused on Wen Zishan and carefully examined him. She confirmed that Wen Zishan was fine. He only seemed to be slightly injured, so she relaxed. She turned to Tianyan and asked curiously, "Junior brother, this senior is?" Although she had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world many times, she had never seen Tianyan in person. She had only heard Wen Zishan mention that there seemed to be an existence comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension world. Yang Kai said, "This is Senior Tianyan." Gao Shueting hurriedly bowed. Tianyan smiled, "Little girl, I remember that you were only 16 when you first came here, right?" Gao Shueting blushed slightly. He whispered, "Senior, you have a good memory." It was so long ago that she did not remember much about it. She did not expect Tianyan to remember it so clearly. "Senior, what happened here?" Gao Shueting wasn't in the mood to spend too much time chatting. She just wanted to figure out what had happened here as soon as possible and why Wukong had snatched the bodies of the great emperors of the secular world and escaped. Tianyan said, "Old friend Red Dust seemed to have encountered some trouble previously, so he came to this old man for help. This old man, and he researched for many days and barely managed to think of a way to separate the two souls. If he succeeded, he would be able to imprison Brother Wu's soul in this world of spiritual ascension, and old friend Hong Chen would be able to regain his freedom. Although everything hadn't gone smoothly before, it was fine after some bumps and bruises, but just now, something had suddenly rushed in and affected the stability of the Divine Ascension world. Brother Wu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He had injured old friend Hong Chen and young friend Wen. Then he escaped. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. If that's the case, Senior Hong Chen is not dead? Tianyan looked at him with a smile. Although Brother Wu's divine technique is vast, it would be impossible for him to kill old friend Hong Chen. Did he tell you that old friend Hong Chen is dead? Yang Kai said, "That's what he said. No wonder he was willing to let us go despite his murderous intent. It was not out of kindness, but because Senior Hong Chen interfered." It was only now that Yang Kai realized why Wukong did not really kill them. Tianyan said, "If he escaped, so be it. With old friend Hong Chen restraining him, he could not do as he pleased. However, I'm afraid that old friend Hong Chen will have to suffer. His body has been taken over and his soul has been suppressed. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about him. The most important thing now is to solve the crisis of the world of spiritual ascension." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. It was a terrifying sight. However, for some reason, although the dark clouds kept rolling, they were unable to rush out of a certain range. It was as if there was some powerful seal binding them. A strong demonic aura fluctuated in the dark clouds. It was obvious that the demonic thoughts were causing trouble. Tianyan said, "The thing that rushed in from the outside world is very corrosive, and the creatures of the Divine Ascension realm are unable to resist it. You also saw that in such a short period of time, such a large area has been corroded. If more time passes, I'm afraid this part of the world will fall." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Even if Tianyan did not say it, he could feel it. He said, "How should we solve this? Senior, do you not have a solution?" "I do have a solution, but I need to borrow your power." Tianyan turned to look at him. Yang Kai was stunned. He never thought that the heavy responsibility of saving the world would fall on his head. Tianyan smiled and said, "Originally, I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to find you for a while, but I didn't expect you to come in so quickly. In fact, dealing with those things is both difficult and easy. You can just use your soul-devouring insects." Yang Kai's expression brightened. "So that's how it is. The heaven-devouring great emperor's technique devoured everything, and the soul-devouring insects also devoured everything. The world of spiritual ascension was eroded by the demonic thoughts, giving rise to a massive demonic chi. To the inhabitants of the world of spiritual ascension, it was a great disaster, but to the soul-devouring insects, it was just a delicious meal. Tianyan knew that Yang Kai had soul-devouring insects because Yang Kai had brought a batch with him when he entered this place. They were the source of the chaos in the world of spiritual ascension. Tianyan had guarded them for countless years until he handed them over to Yang Kai. The soul-devouring insects are not with me. I have to go out and bring them in, Yang Kai said. Tianyan said, go and come back quickly. Little friend Wen and the little girl should also go out. You don't need to intervene in the rest. Gao Shueting gently nodded. She came here to confirm Wen Zishan's situation. Now that she knew that he was fine, there was no need for her to stay. Tianyan waved his hand gently, and a gentle force enveloped the souls of the three people. In the next moment, their vision changed and Yang Kai returned to his body. He quickly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and communicated with it with his mind. He then led the soul-devouring insects in the insect enslavement bracelet into his knowledge sea and placed them on the seven-colored island. The divine ascension world could only be entered with one's soul. Although the insect enslavement bracelet was an emperor artifact, it couldn't be brought in, so Yang Kai couldn't release the soul-devouring insects. However, it was different if he placed these exotic insects on the seven-colored island in his knowledge sea. After such a long time in captivity, the soul-devouring insects had become extremely ferocious, especially after 2 years of fighting in the thousand illusionary dream realm. In the later stages, the soul-devouring insects had performed many miraculous feats. To them, devouring demonic chi wasn't strange, so the crisis in the divine ascension world wasn't difficult to resolve. Yang Kai called out to Grandma Yu and had her cast a technique to send his soul into the divine ascension world again. Soon, he reappeared on the mountain peak. Seeing him come in, Tianyan nodded slightly and turned to the boy who was chasing the butterflies. Boy, stop playing around. Hurry up and help him. Yang Kai had been curious about this boy before and didn't know who he was. Now that he heard Tianyan ask him to help him, he was even more surprised. Senior, he is... Tianyan smiled faintly. He is the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul. It's his ability to restrict those things to a certain area and prevent them from expanding. Mirror soul. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stared at the boy with wide eyes. The boy was obviously uncomfortable with his gaze and walked over shyly, pretending to be fierce as he said, I'm warning you, don't try anything funny. I won't establish any sort of connection with you. Yang Kai chuckled, I'm not trying to establish any sort of connection with you, so don't be so nervous. Who's nervous? The boy was obviously very wary of Yang Kai and slowly walked up to him before raising his head and asking, where's the thing? What thing? Yang Kai was stunned. Soul-devouring insects. The boy sighed, you're already a master, so why are you still so stupid? Yang Kai hurriedly opened his knowledge sea and released all the soul-devouring insects on the seven-colored island. In an instant, a buzzing sound filled the air as a large insect cloud gathered in front of him. The boy shivered and waved his hand with a look of disgust and disgust. The insect cloud suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai keenly sensed that they had been teleported several thousand kilometers away into the demonic cloud. After carefully sensing it, Yang Kai quickly realized that the soul-devouring insect cloud was devouring the demonic cloud that shrouded the world. The demonic cloud was restricted to a certain area by the mirror soul and was unable to expand. As long as this continued, the demonic cloud would eventually be completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects and the divine ascension world would return to normal. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and turned to look at the boy. Little brother, what's your name? The boy rolled his eyes. Zhang Sen, Li Si, Wang Er Ma, whatever. Yang Kai coughed dryly. Do you want to go outside and take a look? Tianyan suddenly laughed and said, little friend Yang doesn't need to waste his energy, he can't leave this place. He obviously knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Having been seen through, Yang Kai blushed slightly and suddenly said in a serious tone, by the way, senior, the flesh incarnation pill has been found. Tianyan raised his brow. Oh? It should be almost done. If senior is willing, you can shape your body at any time, Tianyan said. Tianyan said, little friend Yang is indeed a man of integrity. This old master thanks you here. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior is welcome. I obtained the flesh incarnation fruit by chance and didn't deliberately look for it. The boy frowned and interjected, Are you leaving? He looked up at Tianyan with a somewhat irritated expression. Tianyan was silent for a while before saying, I still want to go outside and take a look. The boy sneered, Go, it's best if you die outside. As he spoke, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, his face full of resentment. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding that he would not have a chance to subdue the mirror soul. Chapter 29:33. Although the soul-devouring insect's devouring speed wasn't slow, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. Yang Kai and Tianyan chatted for a while before sitting down to recover. Although he wasn't injured in today's battle, he had used up a lot of energy to teleport so many people from the Emperor realm, especially his soul. There was no better place to recover soul strength than the divine Ascension Mirror world. While meditating, Yang Kai could clearly feel the world energy being attracted to him and flowing into his soul, making up for his losses. It didn't take long for him to recover. After the mirror soul learned that Tianyan was leaving, it seemed to be a little unhappy. It didn't even try to catch the butterfly and just sat to the side, kicking pebbles in boredom. Tianyan, on the other hand, was constantly paying attention to the movements of the demon cloud. The three of them remained silent for a while. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes. They were no longer as dispirited as before and were now filled with vigor. Looking into the distance and sensing the state of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood that it would take at least half a day to resolve the crisis in the divine Ascension Mirror world. He rolled his eyes and went to the mirror soul's side to talk to it. The mirror soul acted as if it didn't hear him and ignored Yang Kai no matter what he said, causing Yang Kai to eat a nose full of cold air. Helpless, he could only give up and go to Tianyan again to ask about cultivation. Although Tianyan didn't have a physical body and only cultivated the power of his soul, he was still able to understand everything in the world. From his perspective, he was able to see things from a different perspective. Many things that Yang Kai didn't understand, Tianyan was able to give him new ideas with just a few words. For a while, Yang Kai benefited greatly. After half a day, Yang Kai finally woke up from his daze and looked into the distance. He summoned his soul-devouring insects back and said, Senior, I have to go first. The temple has undergone a great change, so there should be some matters outside that need to be dealt with. I'll come find you in a few days to discuss those matters in detail. All right, there's no rush, Tianyan nodded lightly. Yang Kai glanced at Mirror Soul, but Mirror Soul just raised its hand. Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, pushing him out of this world without him being prepared. When his vision changed, Yang Kai had already returned to the forbidden area. He opened his eyes and pushed open the door of the stone room. Chen Qian, who heard the commotion outside, quickly greeted him. Junior brother Yang, you're awake. What's the situation inside? Chen Qian asked nervously. Yang Kai said, everything has been dealt with inside. What about outside? Chen Qian said, let's talk while we walk. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. The two of them chatted as they walked out. 3 days ago, a group of elders from Azure Sun Temple came to the restricted area where the Divine Ascension Mirror was stored, while Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming stayed behind at Spirit Sword Peak to investigate the situation. After searching for a while, he found a place where demons were sealed thousands of feet under the Lingjian Peak. There was an obvious trace of demonic aura. If it weren't for Gong Yu's attack this time, no one would have thought that there was such a place inside Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan established the sect here, he had carefully investigated the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, but he knew nothing about the hidden place where demons were sealed. Now, many of the barriers in the place had been destroyed. It was probably Gong Yu's doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to release those demonic auras. Currently, the elders of the temple were all on Spirit Sword Peak. Firstly, they were checking to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. Secondly, they wanted to completely seal that place. After all, it was a place where demons were sealed. Even if there were no more demonic auras inside, no one could be sure that there was no danger. In addition, the news that the demonic auras had recovered and escaped from Azure Sun Temple had already spread. Countless sects and masters in the Southern Territory were urgently tracking down the whereabouts of the demonic auras that had escaped, hoping to kill them all before they could cause more damage. But no matter who it was, they knew that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. The demonic auras were invisible. They were just a special form of energy. Perhaps they didn't have their own thoughts. They could only attach themselves to living creatures, erode their thoughts, and make them become the demon race. Therefore, this kind of tracking was extremely difficult. But no matter what, this matter couldn't be left alone. In the 3 days that Yang Kai was away, a lot of information shuttled back and forth between the major sects in the Southern Territory. The news of the demonic aura's recovery had become a hot topic, and the whole world knew about it. Not long after, the two arrived at Spirit Sword Peak together. The place where demons were sealed was not at the top of Spirit Sword Peak, but somewhere at the foot of the mountain. The door of a stone cave was wide open, and it was dark and bottomless. Bursts of gloomy and treacherous auras emerged from it, as if it led straight to the underworld. A group of people from the Emperor realm stood outside the cave, all of them staring at it with cold expressions. Wen Zishan's expression was particularly dignified. Hundreds and thousands of demonic auras had escaped from the Azure Sun Temple. As the temple master, he naturally couldn't absolve himself from the blame, especially now that the great emperors of the secular world were in a bad situation. The smile that had always appeared on his face was no longer there at this moment. Gao Shueting and the others stood beside him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming also didn't leave. They needed to know the exact news of the place where demons were sealed below so that they could pass it back to their respective sects. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone silently saluted each other. "How is the situation?" Yang Kai stood beside Yu Kuan and asked in a low voice. Yu Kuan shook his head and said, "The demonic auras have probably all escaped. Now we are trying to find a way to break the remaining barriers and see what the place where demons are sealed looks like. Maybe we can find some clues from it." "But what?" Yu Kuan laughed dryly. "The temple's array masters need some time." Yang Kai roughly understood what Yu Kuan meant. The place where demons were sealed was full of ancient barriers and spirit arrays. Even if Gong Yu had broken some of them before, there would still be many left. The temple's array master's level may not be very good, so the progress of breaking the barriers was a little slow. If it was any other time, it would be fine, but the key was that time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to track down the demonic auras. Thinking of this, Yang Kai looked at Wen Zishan and said, "Temple Master, I know an Emperor Array Master. Do you want me to invite him to help?" Wen Zishan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, "Is he reliable?" "He is from my High Heaven Palace." "Then quickly invite him over," Wen Zishan said hurriedly, suddenly showing a wry smile. "Your High Heaven Palace is far away in the Northern Territory." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'll be right there." As he spoke, he disappeared in a flash and no one knew what he was going to do. Although they were surprised that there was an Emperor Array Master in the High Heaven Palace, after all, distant water could not quench a present thirst. By the time Yang Kai brought him over from the Northern Territory, they were afraid that it would be too late. Yang Kai was very glad that he had arranged a space array across territory at the back of Spirit Sword Peak. His original intention of arranging this array was to connect the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple, so that it would be convenient for him to come and go. There were more similar arrays. It was just that for some reasons, he did not disclose it to anyone, and used the power of many Spirit Sword Peak arrays to hide the array, so Wen Zishan and the others did not know about it. He went directly to the back of the mountain, ready to go back to the High Heaven Palace and bring the South Gate army over. The remnants of the land of sealed demons were all ancient restrictions and array formations. The South Gate army had always been fond of these things, so he shouldn't refuse. When he was about to reach the place where the array was located, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked to the side with a frown. He felt a very weak aura, which he felt familiar with. Seeing it, Yang Kai's face changed, and he urged his Emperor Qi as if he was facing a great enemy. In the woods over there, a small beast was lying on the ground, covered in blood and flesh. From the remaining fur, It could be vaguely seen that it was originally black. It was about a foot long, and its breath was weak. Its belly was bulging high, and it took a while for it to calm down. Return to ruins. It was still alive, and it ran to the back of the mountain. Yang Kai had been in the Divine Ascension world for the past few days, so he did not know much about the fate of the return to ruins. He only knew that during the melee, Feng Ming kicked it away and immediately disappeared. Yang Kai had always thought that it was dead. According to what Gong Yu had said before, this little black dog had a trace of the return to ruins bloodline from the demon territory. He had used an unknown secret technique to activate the power of this bloodline, and with this innate divine technique, it was able to fight against 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm on its own. Yang Kai estimated that if it was not for the fact that its bloodline was not pure or that its bloodline was too weak, everyone present at the time would have been killed. The divine technique that could swallow everything and even bounce back was simply too shocking. Return to Ruins did not die, and after escaping from Gong Yu's control, there was no news of it. Chen Wenhao and the others were also busy investigating the land of sealed demons, so they did not pay attention to its whereabouts, allowing it to live on in the back of the mountain. However, it should not be too far away from death. Yang Kai had only met this little black dog twice, so he did not have much affection for it. He was just a little interested in its strange innate divine technique. After confirming that it was out of breath and no longer posed any threat, Yang Kai slowly walked over to it. Return to Ruins seemed to have noticed something and opened its eyes slightly to look at the figure standing in front of it. It whimpered twice, looking extremely weak. Yang Kai raised his palm and condensed his Emperor Qi. Return to Ruins slowly closed its eyes, as if it had accepted its fate, and a hot breath came out of its nostrils. Yang Kai slammed his palm down, but when it was only 3 inches away from Return to Ruins, he stopped and lifted it up, sighing, "Whether you live or die depends on your own fortune." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins into the sealed world bead. No matter how powerful the divine technique of this strange beast in the demon territory was, as long as it was still inside the sealed world bead, it would be suppressed by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was not worried that it would suddenly attack him after it recovered. Whether it could survive or not was another matter entirely. What's more, Yang Kai always felt that this wasn't its true nature. The first 2 times they met, the Endless Abyss didn't show any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was somewhat intimate with him. Especially the second time, the Endless Abyss was obviously looking for him. Chapter 2934. It could even be said that after Return to Ruins was injured and hiding in the back mountain, he might have been waiting for his arrival. The reason why Return to Ruins became so ferocious should be because of Gong Yu's secret technique. Yang Kai still remembered that when he tracked Gong Yu through the demonic spirit, Return to Ruins bit Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak. The land of demon sealing was hidden under Spirit Sword Peak, and the birth of Return to Ruins bloodline should be related to it. Yang Kai had the ancient demon black eyes and the ancient demonic qi sealed in his body. Return to Ruins might have noticed it, so he wanted to get close to him. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai soon came to the space array and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After a while, a light flashed above the array, and 2 figures appeared. "Palace Master, is this Azure Sun Temple?" Nanmen de Jun looked around curiously and said, "It's not that great. It's not as grand as our High Heaven Palace. And the world energy here seems to be inferior." "Don't talk too much. Don't you understand this?" Yang Kai took the lead and flew in front. Nanmen de Jun smiled and said, Yes. By the way, Little Ho asked me to ask you how you're using the flight-type artifact and if there's anything you need to fix." "No need, it's quite good. Also, Palace Master, the girl from Ice Heart Valley called Yao has come several times. Every time she comes, she will leave after seeing that you're not here. Is that our Palace Master's wife? You're quite talkative, aren't you?" "I won't say it." Nanmen de Jun covered his mouth for a while and suddenly said, "That girl is quite good." "We're here," Yang Kai said as he landed. The group of people below also noticed. When they looked up, they were very curious as to why Yang Kai suddenly brought a stranger here. The Southern Gate Army was like a cat that had smelled fish. They looked at the entrance of the demon's sealing ground with excited expressions. Their eyes lit up as they paced back and forth in front of the cave, their expressions becoming more and more excited. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "Palace Master, I'm going down. Wait for my good news." He ignored everyone. He jumped down and soon disappeared from sight. A group of people looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai said, "That's the Formation Emperor of the Northern Territory. The South Gate Army just happens to be nearby. That's why I asked him to help." When Zishan looked at him with a smile, as if he had discovered something, but did not reveal it. As time passed, more and more news came from below. The Southern Gate Army was truly worthy of being an Emperor Array Master. After entering the land of sealed demons, he quickly cracked many of the remaining restriction arrays and used his own strength to gain dominance. This made the group of array masters of the Divine Hall hold him in high esteem. The breaking of the array lasted for 2 days. During this period, people from various sects in the Southern Territory constantly came to the Azure Sun Temple to inquire about the news. The temple let these people go, and several temple elders took turns to receive them, telling them about the demon's sealing ground and the demonic will. Many people listened with pale faces and were worried. 2 days later, hundreds of people gathered at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak. Basically, they were all strong people from the Emperor realm, waiting for news from the demon's sealing cave. Now that the demonic will had escaped, how to track it was a big problem. It was the first time in the Southern Territory that such a thing had happened. They had no experience at all. Everything could only be hoped that there might be some clues left in the demon's sealing cave. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There were no clues in the demon's sealing cave. The Southern Gate Army and the array masters of the temple had cracked all the restrictions inside, but they could not find any information about the demonic will. Instead, they gained some information from the cracked arrays. It might be useful when the demonic will was sealed again in the future. For a time, everyone was worried. The people from the Star Soul Palace came, led by Great Elder Lei Hong. They brought the demon eliminating order of the Great Emperors, ordering all the sects, families, and forces in the Southern Territory to check the disciples of their respective sects to prevent anyone from being eroded by the demonic will. Lei Hong announced the order of the Great Emperors at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak, and everyone naturally agreed. It had to be said. The demon eliminating order of the Great Emperors made the entire Southern Territory find a backbone, and the mood of many strong people was not as chaotic as before. After all, there was still the Star Soul Palace and the Great Emperors in the Southern Territory. No matter how mysterious and fierce the demonic will was. As long as there were the Great Emperors, they would not be able to make any waves. After the demon eliminating order was issued, many people from the Emperor realm prepared to leave the Azure Sun Temple and return to their respective sects to deal with this matter. At this moment, a red light suddenly rushed in from the outside, as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and rushed to the front of Spirit Sword Peak. Having just encountered the demonic will, many strong people were more sensitive. When they saw that the newcomer was so unscrupulous and went straight to the Azure Sun Temple without reporting, they thought that something had happened. In shock, many people instinctively launched attacks to intercept. A few days ago, many elders of the temple, Chen Wenhao, and Feng Ming joined forces to fight Gong Yu, but compared to the current scene, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Even if only 1/3 of them made a move, the scene was spectacular. What's more than 1/3 of them made a move. The Emperor pressure spread out, and the light of secret techniques bloomed. The power of the Emperor artifacts fluctuated, and all of them were aimed at the red light. The red light that rushed over was obviously a little confused. It did not expect to encounter such a thing at all. After a slight pause in midair, the space where it was located was already surrounded by countless attacks. A dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and the high-pitched sound made people's eardrums tremble. Everyone's face changed drastically because the sound was actually an extremely pure dragon's roar, and not the sound made by the flood dragon monster beast. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, Yang Kai's blood suddenly surged, as if it was attracted by an uncontrollable force. He did not make a move just now, but at this moment he looked forward with wide eyes. The red light shone brightly, and a behemoth suddenly appeared in midair. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had dragon horns on its head, fur claws on its abdomen, and red dragon scales all over its body. It looked like a burning flame. When the dragon tail swung, the wind and clouds changed. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at the behemoth in the sky in a daze, as if they were looking at a high and mighty god. For a moment, many people's hands and feet went soft. Dragon race. The one who came turned out to be a pure dragon race. This was something that no one expected. The dragon pressure spread out, and it was like a tangible force that impacted the emperor pressure gathered by hundreds of the emperor realm cultivators, shattering it into pieces. With a burst of crackling sounds, dozens of the emperor realm cultivators joined forces to attack the dragon's body. The giant dragon roared to the sky, and a burst of fire splashed on its red scales. The dragon's body was strong. Although such an attack would not kill the giant dragon, it still made it feel unbearable pain and anger. The dragon raised its head high, and a dragon's breath was spewed out. Like a volcanic eruption, a scorching flame was directly spat out from the dragon's mouth to spear its sword peak. Before the attack arrived, everyone's skin was burning painfully. The dragon's flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Even the emperor realm could feel a fatal threat from it. Not good. Xianxia's face changed. At the same time, he took a step forward and came directly in front of everyone. The elder's jade plate was placed in front of him, and as his emperor chi surged, he made a series of seals. The spirit sword peak spirit array was activated, directly condensing a layer of protective shield in front of them. This was a defense that mobilized the power of the entire spirit sword peak, but after all, it was rushed and could not fully exert its power. The dragon's flame hit the shield, and the scorching heat suddenly roasted the shield until it was somewhat deformed. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and layers of ripples appeared on the transparent shield as if it was about to melt. Everyone was shocked and almost fled. No one had the confidence to face the terrifying power of the dragon's flame head-on. Lei Hong took a step forward and threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch. However, outside the shield, there was a sudden crackling sound, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket crashed into the flames. It dashed left and right in the flames, reducing the pressure on Xianxia. This blow was the essence of Lei Hong's cultivation. The strength of a veteran third-level Emperor Realm Master was evident. The giant dragon twisted its head, and the dragon's flame became more and more violent, as if it could melt the lightning. Enough! When Zishan suddenly shouted in a low voice. With one hand behind his back, holding a jade plate, he gently waved his other hand, and a light like a waterfall slashed out, directly cutting the dragon's flame in half. The giant dragon raised its head and hovered high in the sky, looking down at everyone condescendingly. Its huge dragon eyes were full of angry flames, and its big mouth opened and closed, as if it could spit out another dragon's breath at any time. Xianxia withdrew the spirit sword peak's protective shield and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. State your identity and state your purpose for coming here. The dragon race. When Zishan looked at the red dragon in the sky with a cold expression, he sighed in his heart. The Azure Sun Temple was really troubled. The demonic sense was broken, the secular world was trapped, the heaven-devouring great emperor escaped, and now the dragon race was coming. He didn't know why he was so unlucky this year. Trouble after trouble, it was a little tiring to deal with it. However, in the face of a pure dragon race, even when Zishan didn't dare to be careless, because there was only one place in the world where a dragon race existed. Behind the red dragon in front of him was a force that even the great emperors couldn't ignore. Who hit me? Who hit me just now? The red dragon didn't respond to Wen Zishan's question. Instead, it opened its mouth and roared, as if it had been greatly humiliated. It was so angry that the deafening roar made the entire Azure Sun Temple tremble. Those from the Emperor realm who had accidentally attacked the red dragon turned pale and shrank into the crowd, lest they be recognized by the red dragon. The red dragon's gaze turned and paused on several people from the Emperor realm. And you, don't hide. I saw it just now. All of you attacked. I didn't. Master, you saw wrong. The person who spoke shrank even more, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Chapter 29:35. Offending the dragon race was no laughing matter. The dragon race was arrogant and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. If they had known that the newcomer was actually a dragon race, no one would have acted rashly. However, the Crimson Dragon had charged at them at such a sensitive time. Who could restrain their instincts to attack? Attacking a dragon race was an insult to the dragon race. This was definitely a big problem. Fortunately, they didn't know who was the enemy just now. Everyone had many scruples when they attacked and didn't go all out. Otherwise, if they injured a dragon race, everyone present would have suffered. You dare to attack but don't dare to admit it? The red dragon roared, "Lowly ants, you will all die." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. The dragon race was not easy to deal with, and a dragon race in a rage was even more unreasonable. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm working together could indeed not be afraid of a giant dragon, but so what if they could beat him? He had Dragon Island behind him. If they really provoked Dragon Island, the entire star boundary would be in chaos. This result was 100 times more serious than the awakening of the demonic consciousness. The red dragon was obviously really angry and was about to attack when he roared. When Xianxia's expression was solemn. He secretly decided that even if he really offended Dragon Island, he couldn't let so many people from the Emperor realm be killed in Azure Sun Temple. He secretly communicated with the temple's sect protecting array, ready to attack immediately if anything went wrong. "Wait!" Lei Hong shouted in a low voice and stood out. "Old thing, you also attacked just now." The red dragon hovered in the sky, his huge body giving a strong visual impact and mental pressure. At this moment he suddenly bent down, his dragon head was less than 3 feet away from Lei Hong, and his dragon eyes, which were bigger than windows, stared at him maliciously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Lei Hong. Lei Hong cupped his fists and said, "May I ask if you are from the legendary Dragon Island in the Eastern Sea?" "So what if I am?" The red dragon breathed out a hot breath from his nostrils. Lei Hong's body flashed with light. His hair was still a little burnt from the heat. "So that's how it is." Lei Hong revealed a look of realization. He smiled and said, "It is rumored that there is a dragon island in the Eastern Sea. There is a giant dragon on the island, but no one can see it. Even so, the dragon island is very famous. It is not inferior to the sects of the great emperors. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes." It was rare to see the great elder of Star Soul Palace flatter someone so brazenly, so the group of people from the Emperor realm were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. However, these words, which were neither painful nor itchy, had a miraculous effect. Everyone clearly felt that the red dragon's anger had weakened a lot. The huge dragon head moved slightly away from Raham. It kept nodding its head and said with a voice as loud as a bell, "Heh, this old thing still has some knowledge. You know about our Dragon Island's reputation. Who in the world doesn't know the name of my Dragon Island? What does a mere sect of the great emperors count for?" Raham let out a dry laugh. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he couldn't show it. He was the great elder of the sect of the great emperors. The word mere from the red dragon's mouth naturally made him uncomfortable, but he knew the nature of the dragon race, so he didn't want to argue about it. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire. The red dragon seemed to be tickled. It was still boasting over there, "My dragon race just doesn't want to fight for fame with you lowly ants. Otherwise, when the elites of my dragon island come out, all the great emperors and great emperors will have to stand aside. Believe it or not, I will drown you all with my saliva." The more he said, the more ridiculous it became. The group of people from the Emperor realm secretly frowned. Lei Ting hurriedly interrupted him and said, "The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. This is also the first time we have seen it. That's why when you flew over, many of us didn't recognize you. We thought there was an enemy coming, so we acted rashly and created a misunderstanding. Yes, we were too impulsive just now. I hope this master doesn't mind. If the master had shown his true form earlier, we wouldn't have attacked you." It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see the true form of a dragon today. The group of people clamored and talked at the same time. Everyone could see that although this red dragon had a bad temper and was not easy to get along with, he seemed to be easily persuaded. Just a few words of pleasantries were enough to appease his anger. This was a common problem of people who were too arrogant. Since they were arrogant, they naturally didn't want to argue too much with people who were too inferior. For a moment, everyone was not stingy with their praise. Hearing this, the dragon felt comfortable and relaxed. The anger that was about to erupt like a volcano just now disappeared. He lightly snorted and said, "Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll let bygones be bygones. The next time I attack, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Everyone let out a soft sigh. When Zishan also dispersed the power he had gathered and cast a grateful look at Lei Hong. The temple had been attacked again, and he himself had been injured in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. At this moment he was distraught. If Lei Hong hadn't dealt with it properly in time, he was afraid that another disaster would have arisen. Once the people from the Emperor realm here clashed with the Red Dragon, no matter who won, Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Lei Hong smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. When Zishan cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Since you are from Dragon Island, may I ask which master of Dragon Island you are?" "This dragon is Zhu Lai." The red dragon shook his head and wagged his tail, his voice traveling 100 kilometers. "So it's Master Zhu Lai. And may I ask why the master has come to Azure Sun Temple?" "I'm looking for someone." Zhu Lai flipped a few times and turned his dragon head to face everyone, his dragon eyes sweeping across the crowd. "Who's called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai was still watching the show when he suddenly heard this guy called Zhu Lai call out his name. He couldn't help but be startled. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Some of the people from the Emperor realm standing near Yang Kai hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from him, as if standing next to him would bring bad luck. When Zishan was also a little stunned. He originally thought that the great dragon had come to Azure Sun Temple because of the awakening of the demon spirit. Although the dragon race prided itself on being the leader of all creatures and thought highly of itself, it was indeed a powerful race that had inherited countless flowing time great emperors. If there was anyone or any creature in this world that understood the demon race's demon spirit the most, it would be the dragon race. Who knew that this guy actually came for Yang Kai and not for the demon spirit? He looked at Yang Kai curiously and found that Yang Kai also had a blank expression. "You're Yang Kai?" There was no need for others to identify him. The gazes and attitudes of the people from the Emperor realm had already allowed Zhu Lai to identify the target of this trip. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered, "Come with me." "Where to?" Yang Kai frowned. "To Dragon Island." Zhu Lai replied impatiently. Everyone whispered. Even if they were from the Emperor realm, they couldn't remain calm when they heard this. It was definitely an honor to be able to set foot on Dragon Island in one's lifetime, but looking at Zhu Lai's attitude, everyone felt that if they really went, it would only bode ill rather than well. No one knew how Yang Kai offended Dragon Island and the dragon race. However, Yang Kai seemed to have understood something. He frowned and said, "Did Zhu Qing ask you to come here?" "She doesn't have the right to order me around." Zhu Lai scoffed. A hint of disdain flashed through his dragon eyes. "Then who gave you the order?" Yang Kai continued to ask. Zhu Lai swung his tail impatiently. The clouds within 100 miles moved as he replied with a buzzing voice, "You don't need to know. Just come with me to Dragon Island." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I do need to go to Dragon Island, but I can't do it now. I still have some things to take care of here. So, Brother Zhu Lai, can I trouble you to go back and tell your superior that I'll visit when I'm free? There's no need to send someone to invite me." He suddenly had his guard up against Dragon Island and the dragon race. Previously, Zhu Qing had repeatedly invited him to Dragon Island. At first, Yang Kai thought that it was because of the Dragon Island token in his hands and the few secret dragon treasures that he had refined. Now, it seemed that things were not that simple. Zhu Qing had gone to the Northern Territory's frozen earth and had yet to return. There was also no news of her. Dragon Island had actually sent another dragon race expert to bring him back to Dragon Island. Yang Kai reckoned that it was related to the Golden Divine Dragon's origin energy. He seemed to have underestimated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin energy's attraction to the dragon race. Therefore, before he figured out the situation, he would not set foot on Dragon Island. He did not want to suffer any losses without knowing. Moreover, the demonic will had just escaped. As a participant in this matter, he could not stay out of it. Zhu Lai's dragon eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Human, did you just reject me?" Lei Hong's and Wen Zishan's expressions changed slightly as their anger showed signs of boiling again. Before Yang Kai could answer, Zhu Lai had already flown into a rage. "How dare you? This dragon came here personally, and you actually dared to reject me. You're courting death." He tumbled in the air as an indescribable murderous intent suddenly filled the surrounding 100 kilometers. Yang Kai's face darkened. "I've already expressed my intentions very clearly. You can either go back to Dragon Island and convey it yourself, or I'll beat you back." Upon hearing this, many people from the Emperor realm turned pale as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. They felt that this guy was too daring. A mere first-order Emperor realm master dared to speak to a dragon race expert like this. Wen Zishan, Gao Xueting, and the others were also stunned, as if this was the first time they had met Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to speak to a dragon race expert like this. Those who did were probably already dead. Lei Hong kept winking at Yang Kai, indicating that he should restrain himself. After all, it was not easy for him to appease Zhu Lai's anger. Yang Kai's words could definitely incite it again. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, he could compromise. Yang Kai was just an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or status, Yang Kai was far inferior to him. What did it matter if he spoke softly? It was too late. Zhu Lai's anger was reignited, and it was several times more vigorous than before. He let out a sky-shaking laugh. "Lowly ant, how dare you provoke a dragon race expert? You really don't know your place." Before he could finish, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him in a flash. His tiny figure was insignificant compared to Zhu Lai's 200-meter body. Chapter 29:36. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and as the golden light shone brightly, a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Yang Kai threw a punch at the dragon's nose. With a loud bang, Zhu Lai's head tilted to the side. The violent force made him feel a little dizzy, and he felt as if his nose had been broken. "Huh!" Yang Kai was a little surprised, because this blow did not have the effect he had expected. After interacting with Zhu Qing for some time, he knew that the suppression of bloodlines was extremely strong for the dragon race. The stronger one's bloodline had the absolute ability to suppress the weaker one, and this had nothing to do with one's own strength. The dragon race's bloodlines were divided into ranks. It was said that the great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, was a 10th order azure dragon. No one below the 10th order dragon race was his match, no matter how strong they were. Another example was Zhu Qing, whose strength was comparable to a 3rd order Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai really fought her alone, he might not be able to guarantee victory even if he used all his means. However, if he used the suppression of his bloodline, Zhu Qing would not be his match at all, and she would not be able to display her full strength. In Yang Kai's opinion, although this Zhu Lai's strength was not bad, the power of his bloodline could not be much stronger than Zhu Qing's. He could use the Golden Divine Dragon Source to suppress Zhu Qing, so naturally, he would have no problem dealing with Zhu Lai. But after this punch, he realized that he was wrong. The suppression of his bloodline did not appear as he expected. Instead, the sturdy dragon scales shook his fist until it was a bloody mess. Zhu Lai was completely enraged by this punch and roared, "Since this dragon dared to come find you, I naturally have a way to restrain you. Do you think you can suppress me?" As he roared, he spat out a stream of flames. Yang Kai was instantly set ablaze and quickly melted in the flames. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Zhu Lai was also a little stunned, his eyes glazed over. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai back to Dragon Island, not kill him. Facing Yang Kai's resistance and provocation, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson and make him behave, but who would have thought that his dragon breath would burn him to death? What should he do? If the great elder found out, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. His head hurt so much that he couldn't help but roar. The figure that had been burned in front of him finally became clear. It was actually just an afterimage that was left behind because it was too fast. Zhu Lai was both excited and angry. He was excited that he didn't miss and kill his target. He was furious because he was fooled by this little bastard. He was completely enraged. As his body swayed, he avoided the attack on his head and clawed at Yang Kai. The huge dragon claw seemed to be able to seal off a large area of space. Energy gathered in the dragon claw, and its power was terrifying. When this energy was compressed to the extreme, it suddenly exploded violently. An unparalleled power rose from the dragon claw and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and a huge moon blade was formed. It cut through space and met the attack. There was a loud boom. Under the collision of the two forces, an extremely strong storm expanded, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Zhu Lai's huge body did not move, and Yang Kai was forced to retreat more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. After a round of confrontation, Yang Kai was at an absolute disadvantage. It seemed that he was not Zhu Lai's opponent at all. What kind of treasure did you bring? Yang Kai scanned Zhu Lai's body. He clearly saw that when he attacked, there was a flash of light on Zhu Lai's body. It was this flash of light that offset the bloodline suppression of his golden holy dragon's origin power. It allowed him to unleash his full strength. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "Surrender obediently and follow me back to the Dragon Island. Nothing will happen. If you dare to resist, you'll have to bear the consequences." "Can you force a cow to drink water?" Yang Kai laughed. He laughed coldly and said, "I'd like to see to what extent this treasure of yours can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and growled. His handsome body suddenly swelled, and traces of pure dragon's might spread. A faint golden light overflowed from the pores of his body. His two hands had transformed into dragon claws, and there were two strange little bumps on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai turned into a monster about 20 to 30 feet tall. His appearance looked like a dragon race, but it was a little too much. It was like trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog instead. "This is..." Lei Hong's eyes widened as he looked at the sky in shock. Wen Zishan and the others were also stunned. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Hundreds of people in the Emperor realm were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen such a secret technique that could make a person change so much. Zhu Lai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Dragon transformation ability, dragon transformation ability. That damned girl taught you the dragon transformation ability. Unforgivable, unforgivable." As if Yang Kai had done something unforgivable, Zhu Lai's voice was extremely angry. "Now you have no choice but to go to Dragon Island. The dragon transformation ability is not taught to outsiders. From now on, prepare to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island." As Zhu Lai roared, he had already pounced forward. His 20 feet long body flashed in the sky and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon's breath. Yang Kai secretly frowned. He countered Zhu Lai's attack as he resisted. He did not expect Zhu Lai to react so violently after he used the dragon transformation ability. From what he said, the dragon transformation ability was a secret technique on Dragon Island. However, Zhu Qing did not mention it when she taught him the secret technique. At that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth to find the remains of the previous dragon race. Before she left, she imparted the pure dragon transformation ability to Yang Kai as if on a whim. Only now did Yang Kai know that Zhu Qing was taking a huge risk by doing this. The secret of cultivating the dragon transformation ability was exposed. Dragon Island would definitely not let it go. If Yang Kai had a hard time, Zhu Qing would not have an easy time either. Any secret technique of a faction cannot be easily divulged to outsiders, let alone this secret technique of the Dragon Island. Yang Kai did not understand why Zhu Qing did this, but he did not have the time to think too much about it. Although Zhu Lai's 20 feet long dragon form could not move freely, every attack had an earth-shattering power. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it carefully. Moreover, he felt that after using the dragon transformation ability, he had the ability to suppress Zhu Lai's dragon race bloodline a little. Therefore, although he was barely able to, he was still able to fight evenly with him. The Golden Divine Dragon's origin source was a huge fortune for Yang Kai, but he did not know how to convert this fortune into his own strength. The dragon transformation ability could solve this problem. The deeper he cultivated, the more comprehensive the Golden Divine Dragon's origin source could be. When cultivated to the extreme, he could even transform into a giant dragon and roam the world. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation time was still short, so he could only transform into a half-dragon body that was 20 to 30 feet tall. Even so, he could still suppress Zhu Lai, who had a rare treasure. The two figures flew around in midair, each using their own unique moves. For a while, they were locked in a fierce battle. Dragon breaths were spat down from midair. Wen Zishan had no choice but to channel the power of the sect protecting array to block these aftershocks. Otherwise, the entire Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Gradually, the battlefield shifted. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought higher and higher. They had already flown into the clouds. Even the Emperor Realm could not spy on their whereabouts. Only the occasional dragon roar from the clouds let them know the intensity of the battle. Everyone was sweating profusely, not knowing how today's matter would end. With the dragon race taking action, Yang Kai would not be able to gain an advantage regardless of the outcome. Azure Sun Temple would also be unlucky. Understanding this, many people from the Emperor Realm did not dare to stay and watch the show. They all found excuses to bid farewell to Wen Zishan, lest they invite trouble. Wen Zishan was naturally not in the mood to keep them and let them leave after a few casual words. The hundreds of people quickly left, leaving only Lei Hong and a group of people from Star Soul Palace behind. Brother Xiao said that this boy is a troublemaker. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems. Lei Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He tried to look up into the sky, but he could only see some faint traces of something. When Zishan said seriously, today's matter is not Yang Kai's fault. The dragon race is too arrogant. If it were me, I would not leave with him. Lei Hong said, the question now is, how do we end this? When Zishan said, the temple has been through a lot of changes. I'm afraid we will have to trouble the great emperors to explain today's matter. Lei Hong pondered for a moment and nodded, I will report this matter to the great emperors. Although the dragon race is not to be trifled with, the southern territory is not to be bullied. Thank you, Brother Lei. Lei Hong waved his hand and said, Temple Master Wen is too serious. You and I should work together to... Before he finished speaking, Lei Hong seemed to have discovered something novel and looked up with wide eyes. Wen Zishan also noticed it and had a look of astonishment on his face. Above the clouds, Yang Kai's body, which was originally 2 to 3 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, suddenly becoming more than 4 meters tall. Such a body was already huge in front of ordinary people, but compared to a giant dragon, it was still not enough. As his body grew, the 2 small bumps on his forehead seemed to have become bigger, and an indescribable aura suddenly spread out. Zhu Lai, who was locked in battle with Yang Kai, turned pale with fright. If he was in his human form, his face would have been filled with fear. As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Yang Kai was also stunned. Just now, when he was fighting with Zhu Lai, he was so focused on suppressing his opponent's dragon race bloodline that he had unknowingly broken through the shackles of the dragon transformation secret technique. This allowed the golden divine dragon source power in his body to be released more, resulting in the changes in his body. Chapter 2937. When he came back to his senses, Zhu Lai had already retreated 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai laughed maniacally, Where do you think you're going? As the space principles fluctuated, Yang Kai caught up with Zhu Lai, clasped his dragon tail with both claws, and pulled fiercely. Zhu Lai, who was rushing straight into the sky, was restrained by this force and his huge dragon body fell down involuntarily. A deafening roar came from his mouth as he turned his head abruptly and opened his bloody mouth to bite Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously as his figure shuttled back and forth, not only avoiding Zhu Lai's attack but also tying his tail into a bow. With the breakthrough in the dragon transformation secret art and the power of the golden divine dragon source was stimulated to a greater extent, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Zhu Lai was not his opponent at all, and he firmly believed that this feeling was correct. It was not that his strength had become stronger, but that the bloodline of his half-dragon body had become purer, and was now able to suppress Zhu Lai's bloodline. Roar! Zhu Lai roared wildly, his voice full of grief and indignation, as if he had been greatly humiliated. The dignified dragon race, the head of all spirits, was actually tied into a bow with his tail. This was simply intolerable. He shook his head and wagged his tail, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control, but under the suppression of his bloodline, he could only exert 70% of his strength at most, so how could he be satisfied? Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Lai's tail that was tied into a bow and refused to let go. With a loud shout, the muscles on his arms bulged as he swung it with all his might. Hoochie. The 200-meter-long dragon was like a toy in Yang Kai's hands, being swung up and down by Yang Kai, spinning like a windmill. The group of people from the Emperor Realm from Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple below watched with twitching eyelids. The soles of their feet were cramping. At first, the spinning speed was not too fast, but gradually, the spinning speed became faster and faster. Zhu Lai's 200-meter body had turned into a full circle, as if he could make countless clones, with Yang Kai as the center, more than a dozen clones spread out. These were not clones. It was just an afterimage that was left behind because the spinning speed was too fast. Zhu Lai was dizzy from being spun around, and he couldn't gather his dragon yuan at all. Feeling the gazes of the ants below him, an indescribable sense of shame welled up in his heart, making him want to faint immediately. Yang Kai released his grip, and Zhu Lai fell to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the 200-feet-long dragon body shook its head vigorously in the crater, trying its best to get up. However, it stumbled as if it were drunk. Yang Kai descended from the sky and sat on Zhu Lai's head, grabbing the dragon horn on his head with one hand. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it toward his head. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a sledgehammer had struck his heart. Each of Yang Kai's attacks made the hearts of Wen Zishan and the others shrink. Zhu Lai resisted, but under the dual pressure of the bloodline suppression and the dizziness, his resistance was extremely childish and laughable. Come, now tell me, how high is the sky and how deep is the earth? Yang Kai said as he punched. Zhu Lai didn't have the time to answer and only cared about roaring. When he heard Yang Kai's ridicule, he felt a burst of sadness, and the blood in his chest churned, almost spurting out. More than 100 punches were thrown in succession. Zhu Lai's head was smashed until his skin and flesh were lacerated. A few of his dragon scales had almost cracked. He seemed to be exhausted as he crawled on the ground. His tongue was hanging to the side as he panted heavily. His huge dragon eyes were filled with flames of anger. If it weren't for the bloodline suppression, he would have jumped up and swallowed Yang Kai into his stomach. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Kai Yang was still riding on top of his head. As he spoke, he slapped him across the face, causing his hand to hurt. Whether you want to or not, you have to go, the dragon race won't. Before he could finish speaking, Kai Yang had already stood up and stomped on his head. Under the immense pressure, Zhu Lai's dragon head fell to the ground with a bang. He almost bit his own tongue, so he quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak. I'll ask you one more time, do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. After suffering once, why would Zhu Lai care about him? You think I can't take care of you? Yang Kai sneered, and his eyes searched Zhu Lai's body. He had found something in the battle before, but he wasn't too sure. Now was the time to check it out. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at a dragon scale on Zhu Lai's neck. At first glance, that dragon scale didn't look too different from the other dragon scales, but if one looked closely, they would be able to tell that this dragon scale was different. Its color seemed to be a little deeper, and its aura was a little different as well. Yang Kai's dragon claws reached out and grabbed the wash-basin-sized dragon scale. "What are you doing?" Zhu Lai was shocked. He turned around and roared. When he saw Yang Kai's action, he struggled with all his might. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually wanted to fly into the sky. Yang Kai ignored him and only grabbed the dragon scale with both of his claws. With a roar, he used all the strength in his body to pull it out from Zhu Lai's body. With a light tearing sound, dragon blood splattered, and Zhu Lai's painful howl resounded through the 9 heavens. The giant dragon's body also shrunk rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a red-haired young man. Zhu Lai, who turned into a human, looked like he was only in his early 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. He had a good appearance. With this kind of appearance, no matter where he went, he would be pursued by countless girls. However, after being beaten up by Yang Kai, Zhu Lai looked more miserable at this moment. His fiery red hair was messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it for more than 10 years. His whole body was covered in bruises, his clothes were messy, and there was a small wound on his neck that was bleeding. After losing the dragon scale, he no longer had the strength to resist the suppression of the golden holy dragon's origin power in Yang Kai's body. He couldn't even maintain his dragon body. He jumped up from the ground and pounced crazily at the dragon scale in Yang Kai's hand, shouting, "Give it back to me. This is mine." However, at this moment, he was as laughable as a child in front of Yang Kai, who was 40 feet tall and half a dragon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped down, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Zhu Lai was directly slapped to the ground. Yang Kai stepped on his head, making him unable to move. Then, he carefully observed the dragon scale in his hand and asked, "This is what you relied on to find me?" Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to answer. "Without this, how are you going to bring me back to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai grinned and looked down at Zhu Lai. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems that girl Zhu Qing revealed a lot of information about me." He was annoyed. Zhu Lai obviously came prepared this time. If he didn't make a breakthrough in the dragon transformation art at the crucial moment, it was hard to say who would have won this battle. And the information on his side must have been leaked by that damned girl Zhu Qing. This made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, Zhu Qing was from Dragon Island after all. She had invited him to Dragon Island several times and was rejected. It was normal for her to leak some information. "Tell me, how can it offset the suppression of the bloodline?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Previously, he thought that this dragon scale didn't belong to Zhu Lai. He thought that it was a dragon scale from a higher-level dragon on Dragon Island. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that he was wrong. This was indeed Zhu Lai's dragon scale. The reason why the color was a little darker and the aura was a little different was probably because some kind of secret technique was applied on it. Yang Kai was a little cautious about this secret technique. 2 dragon race members had looked for him one after another. He might have to deal with more dragon race members in the future. He couldn't rely on the dragon transformation art and the golden divine dragon's origin power to make breakthroughs every time. If he could figure out what kind of secret technique this was, it would be better for him to be prepared. "Just kill me." Zhu Lai straightened his neck and put on a posture as if he was facing death calmly. He then sneered and said, "Do you have the guts to slaughter a dragon race member?" Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, "I can't stand it when people provoke me. Once I'm provoked, I'll be a little impulsive. Once I'm impulsive, I might do anything. So, young man, don't try to be smart. Your life or death is in my hands." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said no more. Suddenly, Yang Kai crouched down again and looked carefully at the side of Zhu Lai's face. He frowned and said, "What's your relationship with Zhu Qing?" "No comment." Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. He just felt that this guy and Zhu Qing were a little similar in appearance, and they were both red dragons. There should be some kind of relationship between them, so he just asked casually. But since the other party didn't want to answer, he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. When Zishan and Lei Hong flew over side by side and stopped about 10 feet away from Yang Kai, their expressions were a little complicated. No one thought that things would get to this point. At the beginning, when Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought, they all thought that Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. They wanted to wait for the dragon race to vent their anger before dealing with it, but who knew that Yang Kai would be so strong and brave that even a dragon race would be defeated by him and trampled under his feet. This was going to be difficult. Great Elder Lei, you came at the right time. Yang Kai glanced at Lei Hong and his eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior. Lei Hong's figure suddenly froze, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He suddenly regretted that he didn't leave just now and foolishly followed when Zishan here. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yang Kai said, I caught a dragon race. This guy is too arrogant and despotic, so I'll hand him over to you to take back to Star Soul Palace and let the great emperors deal with him. Kill him or scrape him, it's up to the great emperors. I have no objections. The corner of Lei Hong's mouth twitched and he refused to move forward, acting as if he didn't hear Yang Kai at all. He turned around and cupped his fists to Wen Zishan. Temple Master Wen, this matter is over, so this Lei will take his leave first. I'll need Wen Zishan's help in eliminating this demon. My Star Soul Palace will do its best to hunt him down. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible. Chapter 2938. When Zishan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lei Hong's figure flickered, and with a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning appeared where he was standing, wrapping around the members of Star Soul Palace as he turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Lei Hong, come back here! Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, his voice spreading in all directions. How dare a cultivator in your southern territory treat the dragon race like this? My Dragon Island will never let this go. Lei Hong ran even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to ask Yang Kai about the dragon transformation secret technique, but now he didn't have the time to think about it. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. Yang Kai stared in the direction Lei Hong left and laughed for a while, but then he stopped laughing and turned his head, only to see Gao Shueting, Wen Zishan, and the others looking at him speechlessly. What do we do now? Gao Shueting asked. I don't know. Yang Kai had an innocent expression, but with his half-dragon body at the moment, his expression looked particularly ferocious. Why don't we let him go? Chen Qian suggested in a low voice. She was still very afraid of Dragon Island's reputation, and seeing Zhu Lai beaten so miserably, she couldn't bear it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, Yes, let me go quickly if you know what's good for you, otherwise you will definitely not have a good ending. Yang Kai stomped his foot again and snorted, Understand your situation before you speak, boy. I'm a member of the dragon race, how dare you treat me like this? Zhu Lai looked humiliated. So what if you're a member of the dragon race? Aren't you still crawling under my feet? Zhu Lai's face turned red, and he buried his face in the ground. It was as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He would never come out to see anyone again. I can't let him go, and I can't kill him. When Zishan smiled bitterly, Boy, you've really given me a big problem. A proud creature like the dragon race was humiliated like this by Yang Kai. If he really let him go, he would probably immediately send a message to Dragon Island, and soon a large number of dragons would come to kill him. Killing them was definitely out of the question. If he really killed Zhu Lai, then he would completely become enemies with Dragon Island. The wrath of Dragon Island, even the sects of the great emperors may not be able to withstand it, let alone Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Forget it. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it myself. Gao Shueting asked, What do you plan to do? Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, If we can't kill or release them, then we can only imprison them. What else can we do? Zhu Lai was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head and shouted angrily, How dare you? Yang Kai sneered, Open your dog eyes and see whether I dare or not. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and threw out a small ancient bell in front of him. It spun as it fell from the sky, and the small bell rapidly grew in size. Zhu Lai clearly sensed the danger as well. This small bell didn't look remarkable at all. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave him a feeling that it was impregnable. If he was really trapped by this thing, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. He struggled hard but was met with a beating from Yang Kai, causing him to grimace in pain. The mountains and rivers bell fell and suppressed Zhu Lai. Yang Kai jumped out in a flash, and Zhu Lai's curses and fierce attacks immediately came from the bell. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and made a hand seal. The commotion died down. After all, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient treasure that could suppress all things. The phoenix true fire had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and could not escape. Although Zhu Lai was a dragon race cultivator, there was nothing he could do. This is not a long-term solution. When Zishan sighed, Yang Kai said, "Temple Master, you are busy with the demon will and the great emperors. Leave him to me. I can guarantee that he will be obedient within a month." "It's good that you are confident, but you have to know when to stop." When Zishan said and left with the others. If there were no waves before, he would definitely find a way to solve Zhu Lai's problem first. But now, for the temple and the entire southern territory, the most important thing was to track down the whereabouts of the demon will and the great emperors of the secular world. Wukong had occupied Duan Hongchen's body, and no one knew what he would do. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors poisoned living creatures. Countless lives withered because of him. Compared to him, the anger and pursuit of the Dragon Island were secondary. In just a few days, the entire southern territory was operating in a high-profile manner. The great emperors gave the order to eliminate the demon will, and hundreds of millions of cultivator in the southern territory were mobilized. Yang Kai did not participate in it. He stayed on Lingjian Peak for the past few days. Although Lingjian Peak had a place where demons were sealed, the demon will that was sealed in it had already escaped. The ruins left behind were not dangerous or special, so Lingjian Peak was still Yang Kai's Lingjian Peak. The mountains and rivers bell had been moved to Lingjian Peak by Yang Kai. Zhu Lai's cursing never stopped for a moment, disturbing the peace. Every day, Yang Kai would go and teach him a lesson. After losing that special dragon scale, Zhu Lai was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. In front of Yang Kai, who used the dragon transformation art, he did not even have the ability to reveal his dragon form. The dragon race was resistant to beatings. No matter how hard Yang Kai beat him, Zhu Lai could return to his original form the next day. He was also a tough guy. He probably knew that Yang Kai could not kill him anyway, so no matter how miserably he was beaten, he never said a word of mercy. More often than not, he just stared at Yang Kai fiercely with his unruly eyes, with a posture that said, "What can you do to me?" After half a month, there were gradually reports of success. Many of the demon wills that escaped from Lingjian Peak had been found. After a battle, most of the demon wills were destroyed, and the southern territory also suffered a great loss. However, with the gradual understanding of the demon wills, there were many ways to restrain the demon wills, and they would not be easily eroded by it again. However, whether it was Yang Kai, Wen Zishan, or the other people in the Emperor realm in the southern territory, they all knew that these destroyed demon wills were not all. The remaining hidden ones were the most troublesome. No one knew who these demon wills were hiding in, and no one knew when they would reveal their true forms. There was still no news of the great emperors of the bustling world and Wukong. Ever since Wukong took over Duan Hongchen's body and left Azure Sun Temple, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one had seen him since. Just like those hidden demon wills, he had become a thorn in the flesh of the southern territory and was in danger of being infected at any time. According to Gao Xueting, even the great emperors of the Bright Moon sect were unable to find any useful clues. The great emperors of the Bright Moon sect even left Star Soul Palace to find the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, hoping to seek help from him. Yang Kai entered the Divine Ascension Mirror again and spent 3,000 Elder Contribution Points to retrieve Tianyan's soul. It was time to fulfill the agreement between him and Tianyan. Ji Ying had already refined the flesh incarnation pills. When Yang Kai sent the Southern Gate army back to High Heaven Palace, he went to Ji Ying's place and brought all the Emperor pills he had refined back to Azure Sun Temple. It was with these Emperor pills that Yang Kai was able to quickly gather enough Elder Contribution points to use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Divine Ascension world again. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the high platform of Spirit Sword Peak, there were layers upon layers of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai had even activated the peak protecting array in case of any accidents. Tonight was the day that Tianyan would reconstruct his body. When Zishan, who had received the news, also came to protect him. He stood at the center of the array with a serious expression. This array was set up by the Southern Gate Army and had the ability to gather and protect souls. After all, Tianyan was only a soul and didn't have a physical body. This was the first time he had left the Divine Ascension world and was brought to the star boundary by Yang Kai. If he didn't have a place to stay, his soul would soon dissipate. The law of heaven and earth in the Divine Ascension world was completely different from the law of heaven and earth in the star boundary. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He calmed his mind and concentrated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said slowly, "Senior, it's time." It was the time of the day when the yin qi was the heaviest. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A little light bloomed, then spread out and condensed into Tianyan's appearance. Yang Kai had brought Tianyan's soul out of the Divine Ascension world with the help of the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus. If it weren't for the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, Tianyan wouldn't even be able to leave the Divine Ascension world. The figure was illusory and translucent, like a yin soul. When the wind blew it away, it was just a soul avatar. As soon as it appeared, Tianyan frowned, as if he felt something uncomfortable. There was a faint pained expression on his face. The heavens and earth buzzed, and a thunderclap exploded. There seemed to be a strong will and power coming from all directions, ignoring the many spirit arrays and the power of the Spirit Sword Peak's great protective array and exerting pressure on Tianyan. An existence comparable to the great emperors had inexplicably appeared between heaven and earth. If the heavens could not tolerate it, there must be a repulsion. Tianyan had obviously expected this. He made a gesture with one hand, and a mysterious force spread out, forming a layer of protection visible to the naked eye outside his body, resisting the repulsive force between heaven and earth. In an instant, thunder roared on Spirit Sword Peak, and electric snakes danced wildly. It was a scene of doomsday, which was extremely terrifying. This movement didn't last long. No one knew what magical means Tianyan used, but the thunder gradually disappeared, and the lightning soon disappeared. The omnipresent repulsive force also dissipated completely. There's not much time, and the heavens are not easy to deceive. Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Give me a spirit pill and protect me." Yang Kai had been waiting for a long time. When he heard this, he flicked his finger without hesitation, and a milky white spirit pill flew straight toward Tianyan. Tianyan did not open his mouth, but the spirit pill fell into his mouth. The milky white light emitted. At first, it was not obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more dazzling. The entire Spirit Sword Peak seemed to be shrouded in the milky white light. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and used his eyesight to observe carefully. He saw that the body incarnation pill had melted in Tianyan's body, turned into countless tiny white lights, and melted into every part of his soul avatar. A faint trace of vitality suddenly emerged, like a candle in the wind and rain, and seemed to be in danger of being extinguished. Tianyan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, motionless. Chapter 29-39. The milky white fluorescence continued to wander in his divine soul, like countless stars in the sky. After a while, his body solidified a little, and the vitality coming from his body gradually became stronger. At a certain moment, Tianyan's gradually solidifying body suddenly transmitted a strong suction force, and the entire Spirit Sword Peak's heaven and earth spirit chi surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured by him. An even stronger suction force came out, and the wind and clouds on Spirit Sword Peak roared. The spirit chi in the distance quickly flooded over, but it still could not meet Tianyan's needs. His body, which was formed by the spirit pill, seemed to have become a bottomless pit at this moment. No matter how much spirit chi came, it could be completely devoured. When Zishan noticed this and immediately took action, he communicated with the Azure Sun Temple's great protective array and gathered the spirit chi of the entire Azure Sun Temple to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even took out his Elder Jade Plate and controlled the spirit chi that was pouring into Spirit Sword Peak into Tianyan's body. The two divided the work and cooperated intimately. With the influx of spirit chi, the vitality in Tianyan's body became more and more exuberant. If there was a trace of unnaturalness in this vitality just now, then this trace of unnaturalness was slowly being eliminated. Tianyan's body was transforming into a real body of flesh and blood. The omnipresent heavenly ways seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, there was an indescribable heavenly might condensing on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was very weak and had not even taken shape, Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were still shocked. The mighty force of heaven and earth. Yang Kai clearly perceived a trace of the mighty force of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth in each world were different, and the only thing in common was the mighty force of heaven and earth. That was the origin of the world. It was the power of the entire world. Therefore, the Emperor realm controlled the laws of heaven and earth, while the great emperors had glimpsed the mighty force of heaven and earth. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Tianyan's existence was not tolerated by the star realm. Previously, he used the divine technique to conceal himself and avoid the heavenly way, but as time passed, this deceptive method gradually revealed itself. This allowed the heavenly Tao to sense his existence. Indeed, there was not much time left. If he did not let Tianyan create his physical body before the heavenly Tao revealed itself, he would definitely be expelled from this world and banished into the endless void. When that time came, even if Yang Kai had the rainbow soul warming lotus, he might not be able to save him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan's faces were solemn as they quickly channeled the world energy of the entire Azure Sun Temple into Tianyan's body. This was the only thing they could do. The rest would depend entirely on Tianyan's own efforts. Time passed slowly, and the spirit chi in the Azure Sun Temple never stopped surging for a moment. The sound of wind and thunder constantly came from the Spirit Sword Peak. Tianyan's body became more and more solid, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. The power of the Way of the Heavens condensed on Lingjian Peak was also getting stronger and stronger, like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. It could be chopped down at any time. It made people feel anxious and uneasy. At a certain moment, Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands made a few mysterious gestures that seemed to be fast but were actually slow. His newly created physical body seemed to be able to absorb all the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. The milky white light that had been swimming in his body suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moon was still bright in the sky, and the stars were few. Lingjian Peak had somehow regained its tranquility, and the heavenly Tao's power that had been condensing and lingering inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes darted around, looking at Tianyan from time to time. He looked at Wen Zishan, then looked up at the sky, looking a little confused. "Congratulations, senior." Wen Zishan suddenly spoke, cupping his fists and smiling in the direction of Tianyan. Tianyan also smiled. "It's all thanks to both of your help. This old man thanks both of you." When Zishan smiled, "I just used brute force." Senior was able to create a physical body because Yang Kai found the life incarnation pill. Yang Kai said, "Senior, did you succeed?" He also heard some things from the conversation between the two. If Tianyan did not succeed, he would not be so relaxed. Tianyan smiled, "It's done." "That's great." Yang Kai was overjoyed. It was only now that he released his divine thought to scan Tianyan's body. At first glance, he could not help but be stunned. This was because the current Tianyan actually gave him an extremely weak feeling. This kind of weakness was not the kind of weakness that came from a lamp that had run out of oil, but a very natural kind of weakness, or it could be called weakness. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from his body. Tianyan was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. "Senior, you are?" Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Tianyan smiled slightly. "The heavenly Tao is not easy to deceive. Even if I can hide it for a while, I can't hide it forever. I can only follow the heavenly Tao. At this moment, I should be equivalent to a newborn baby." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide. This situation was a little different from what he had expected. He originally thought that Tianyan would still be a master at the level of the great emperors after his physical body was formed. Who knew that the final result would be like this? But thinking about it, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Tianyan was indeed at the level of the great emperors in the astral ascension world, but that was only for the power of the soul. His physical body was formed by the flesh incarnation pill. Even if he swallowed an endless amount of world energy, it was impossible to reach the level of the great emperors in one go. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved. He felt that his previous considerations were too naive. When Zishan said, "With Senior's foundation, even if you cultivate from the beginning, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to return to your peak." "I hope so." Tianyan chuckled, "but before that, this old master needs to stay in the temple for a few days." When Zishan laughed, "As long as Senior doesn't mind my temple's simplicity, you can stay as long as you want. Do you need me to arrange a spirit peak for Senior?" "There's no need. This place is good. I see that little Yang is also a busy person. This place is remote and quiet, suitable for me to rest and recuperate. Moreover, this is the place where this old master was born. Cultivating here is like a baby in its mother's womb. If it were somewhere else, it might be a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, then I'll do as Senior says. I'll have someone send some cultivation materials over tomorrow. If there's anything Senior needs, just let me know. Then send some ancient books over. Anything the more the better." "Okay, then this one will take his leave first." When Zishan cupped his fists slightly, then glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before disappearing. Tianyan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled. "You seem a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's not that I'm disappointed, but it's a little different from what I expected. Hey, slow down, I'll support you." As he spoke, he walked up and supported Tianyan, who was about to stand up. Tianyan was obviously not used to his own body. When he stood up, he staggered a few times. Fortunately, Yang Kai was beside him, otherwise he would have fallen. As he said, at this moment, he was like a newborn baby who had to learn everything from the beginning. There was a palace on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was not big, it was enough for 2 people to live in. Yang Kai and Tianyan chatted as they walked into the palace. After a few steps, Tianyan suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not know what he was doing. When he turned his head, he saw that Tianyan's expression was blank and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost consciousness. Yang Kai was shocked and thought that there was an accident. Just as he was about to investigate, Tianyan's eyes moved again, and his consciousness returned to his body at this moment. The fusion of body and soul was not very successful. "My soul left my body just now," Tianyan explained, shaking his head in annoyance and walking more carefully. "It won't be like this forever, right?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Of course not, it will be fine in a few days. It's just that I'm afraid it will be a little difficult these days." Along the way they stopped 3 times. Each time, it was because Tianyan's soul had accidentally left his body. Yang Kai put him in a room with great difficulty, feeling more and more that what Tianyan said was right. Right now, he was just a newborn baby. The next day, when Zishan sent people to deliver a large number of jade slips with a wide variety of contents, all of them were sent to Tianyan's room. Tianyan had not come out of seclusion since yesterday, so Yang Kai did not disturb him. He just flew to the platform at the top of Spirit Sword Peak. With one hand, the mountains and rivers bell flew up. When the roar of a dragon came out, Zhu Lai, who was suppressed in it, suddenly turned into a 20-foot-long dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously, urging the power of the golden divine dragon in his body to display the dragon transformation's secret art. his body suddenly grew taller, and a burst of crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. A short horn grew on his forehead, and his whole body was covered in scales. The giant dragon that had just arrived in front of him couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as its 20-foot-long body burst like a bubble. Zhu Lai awkwardly appeared in his human form. He had just flown in front of Kai Yang and met Kai Yang's iron fist head-on. It looked like he had taken the initiative to welcome the beating. With a bang, Zhu Lai was sent flying and hit the mountainside of a mountain not far away, sinking more than a few feet. He felt dizzy for a while, and when his vision cleared, he looked up and found that Yang Kai was already standing in front of him. Yang Kai's 4-meter-tall half-dragon body was exuding a strong suppressive force that made him feel uncomfortable. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Yang Kai sneered, stretched out a dragon claw, and pulled Zhu Lai out of the crack in the rock like a chicken. Zhu Lai struggled hard but to no avail. Such a scene had happened countless times in the past half a month. Every time Yang Kai opened the mountains and rivers bell, Zhu Lai would fiercely sneak attack him, but without that special dragon scale, he could not resist the suppression of Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret art. Even though his real strength was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, he was beaten until he could not fight back. Almost every time, it ended with Zhu Lai being beaten up. Chapter 2940. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Kai beat Zhu Lai up in the air like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhu Lai was battered and exhausted. But no matter how badly he was beaten, Zhu Lai never had the thought of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. On the contrary, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes became. It was as if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death, he would definitely repay the pain 100 times over. The pride of the dragon race was evident. Even if Yang Kai transformed into his 4-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. With another loud bang, Zhu Lai was knocked down from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Before he could bounce back up, Yang Kai had already stepped on his face. "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go right now." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and shouted, "What's the point of relying on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, let's fight in our human forms." Yang Kai chuckled, "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Don't you dragon race decide who's better and who's worse by bloodline? You're not part of the dragon race." Zhu Lai sneered. "That's not right. In your human form, you have the strength of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. I'm just a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master. If I fight in my human form, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage?" Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "Do I need the cultivation of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master to deal with trash like you? This dragon will suppress his cultivation to the 1st-order Emperor Realm," Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you're very confident. Let me be frank, what if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? That's impossible." Zhu Lai wanted to shake his head, but his head was firmly stepped on by Yang Kai's big foot. He couldn't even shake his head. He could only sneer contemptuously. Under the premise of the same level, no one is a match for the dragon race. "That's hard to say." Yang Kai sneered. "How about this, as you said, we'll both fight in our human forms, no bloodline suppression, but you'll have to suppress your cultivation to the 1st order. If you lose, we'll forget about everything that happened before." "What if you lose?" "Do whatever you want with me." "Are you serious?" Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. "For real? All right, if you lose, I want you to return to the Dragon Island with me. Moreover, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. This is a great humiliation for you humans, right?" Yang Kai laughed out loud. "Not to mention 3, even 3,300 are up to you." As he spoke, Yang Kai took a few steps back and released the subdued Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai leaped up. Anger surged on his face, as if he was ready to pounce on Yang Kai for revenge at any time, but he suppressed the impulse in his heart and just said with a cold face, "If you're a man, don't let others look down on you. I hope you can keep your promise." Yang Kai snorted lightly, "You'll have to beat me first." As he finished speaking, he took the initiative to disperse the dragon transformation art. His 4-meter-tall body quickly shrank. He regained his original appearance. At this moment, Zhu Lai rushed over and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Although he didn't transform into a giant dragon and couldn't use most of the dragon race's secret techniques, he had no problem spitting out a few mouthfuls of dragon flame. He did keep his promise with Yang Kai and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm, so the power of this mouthful of dragon flame was weaker than when he transformed into a giant dragon. Even so, this kind of dragon flame was not something that just anyone could withstand. It contained an extremely scorching power. After the dragon flame, he threw a punch at Yang Kai with a look of excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being ravaged by him. He didn't put a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. The reason why he was ravaged by Yang Kai these days was entirely because of the suppression of his bloodline. After Yang Kai used the dragon transformation art, Zhu Lai couldn't even use 70% of his strength, so how could he be his opponent? But the situation was different now. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger first, then bring him back to Dragon Island and hand him over to the Great Elder. Zhu Lai's fist arrived first, smashing directly into the dragon flame, and miraculously produced some unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to burn, and not only did it not reduce the power of the dragon flame, but it also increased its power. Rip! A sound was heard. A sword light flashed, and a wide longsword slashed at Zhu Lai's fist, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The dragon flame wrapped around Zhu Lai's fist was cut apart and became extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. What? Zhu Lai was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He had been ravaged by Yang Kai these days, so he had some understanding of this human strength. He knew that he was much stronger than an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't expect his attack to do anything to his opponent, and it was just a test. But he didn't expect his opponent to be able to take it so easily. Looking up, Zhu Lai's expression changed again, because he found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be struggling at all, and there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "You're just pretending!" His other fist blasted forward like a thunderbolt, and it looked like he was going to smash Yang Kai's face into pieces. Yang Kai spun his myriad sword and patted it lightly in front of him, hitting Zhu Lai's second fist. An irresistible force suddenly hit him, and Zhu Lai actually felt pain. This turn of events really made him feel a little incredulous. He was a member of the dragon race, and his physique was as strong as an emperor artifact. But this human's casual attack made him feel pain. How strong did he have to be to do this? Was he a member of the dragon race, or was he a member of the dragon race? While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had already chopped down with his myriad sword with a cold look on his face. A chill came from the top of his head, and Zhu Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a sizzling sound, the myriad sword cut through Zhu Lai's body, and sparks flew everywhere. After Zhu Lai retreated 1,000 meters, he looked down and saw a long white scar from his abdomen to his crotch. It was extremely dazzling. You should be glad you're a member of the dragon race, or else you would already be dead. Yang Kai's voice came from the front like a ghost. Zhu Lai raised his head and saw that he had unknowingly appeared 15 meters away from him. The wide sword had disappeared, and with a clap and pull of his hands, a 3-meter-long black crescent-like attack suddenly formed and slashed directly at him. Zhu Lai wanted to move, but he found that the space around him had become extremely viscous, giving him the illusion that he had fallen into a swamp. No matter what, he could not avoid such an attack. With a low roar, his aura skyrocketed, and dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, preparing to take it head-on. The pitch-black crescent blade pierced through the air, causing Zhu Lai's heart to palpitate. He did not know if he could withstand such an attack with his strength. This attack contained very clear fluctuations of space principles, completely condensed from the power of the void. Wherever it passed, even space was swallowed. If such an attack landed on his body, it would likely devour a part of him. For the first time in his life, Zhu Lai felt powerless. Even when he was suppressed by Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, He did not feel this way. Just as Zhu Lai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the crescent blade had already arrived in front of him and shattered with a bang, only an inch away from him. A palpitating feeling of escaping death enveloped his heart and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhu Lai's face was ashen as he looked up at Yang Kai, only to see the other looking at him with a smile. "You lost." Zhu Lai's face darkened and he did not say a word. He had indeed lost, but he had not lost to that crescent blade-like attack. He had lost to himself. In the instant before the crisis, he had raised his strength to the third-layer Emperor realm and displayed some of the characteristics of the dragon race, breaking the agreement between him and Yang Kai. He had not even figured out the true level of Yang Kai when he was not using his dragon transformation art, so he had lost in a daze. An indescribable sense of shame and frustration welled up in his heart, making him look incomparably gloomy. His lips opened and closed a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. The dragon race had always been the one to look down on other creatures, but only now did Zhu Lai realize that there was someone else on the dragon race. "You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Lai. "We agreed before that if you lost, our grudges would be written off. Can't you afford to lose the dragon race?" These words provoked Zhu Lai, and his arrogant nature made him respond, "Who said I can't afford to lose? A loss is a loss. Just as you said, the grudge between us is written off." Yang Kai immediately smiled. "That's good, that's good. And, since that's the case, you can go back to where you came from. By the way, tell Dragon Island that I will go there when I have time. Don't send people here every few days." Zhu Lai said with a serious face, "I will pass on your words to Dragon Island, but I don't know what decision they will make." Yang Kai nodded. "It's fine. Tell Zhu Qing as well. You two should be able to contact each other, right? Tell her not to look for me in the future, it's very dangerous." Every time he was with Zhu Qing, Yang Kai could not control the throbbing in his blood. The desire hidden in the depths of his heart seemed to be about to erupt at any time. This made him feel very uncomfortable and very dangerous. Yang Kai knew that this was the dragon's nature, and as he cultivated the dragon transformation art, this dragon's nature would become stronger and stronger. One day, he would not be able to suppress this desire. That was why he felt that it was better for Zhu Qing to stay as far away from him as possible. It would be best if she could not contact him at all. "Zhu Qing is probably already dead. I can't pass on your message." Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared. "What do you mean by probably?" Chapter 2941. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "It probably means that I'm not sure. Are you stupid?" Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he was speechless. His mood suddenly became terrible. Zhu Lai looked at him and chuckled. "You care about her very much. Do you want to know her news?" Yang Kai sneered. "I'm not familiar with her. Why should I care about her? Whether she's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. That's your Dragon Island's business. Don't talk nonsense here." Zhu Lai said, "The last time she contacted Dragon Island was 2 months ago. It was because I was sure that she was in danger and most likely to die there that I came out of Dragon Island to find you." "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Zhu Lai said, "Her task was not completed. Naturally, someone needs to complete it for her." He shook his head and sighed. "It just seems that I can't bring you back to Dragon Island. But remember, Dragon Island will not give up. You won't be so lucky next time." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Go back and tell the dragon race that if anyone dares to disturb this young master again, I'll kill one if one comes, 2 if 2 come, I'll kill both. I just don't know how many dragons there are on your Dragon Island for me to kill." Zhu Lai's face sank. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless boasting. Farewell, I won't see you off." Yang Kai flicked his sleeves. He turned and entered Lingjian Peak. Zhu Lai stood in place and stared coldly for a long time. Then his figure shook and turned into a stream of light to fly away. No one intercepted him. Now that the temple was busy with the Demon Slayer Order and the search for Wukong, most of the powerhouses in the sect had been dispatched. Naturally, no one would intercept a dragon race. Zhu Lai's speed was very fast. In a moment he flew out of Azure Sun Temple and just left Azure Sun Mountain Range. Zhu Lai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he stared coldly at a figure in front of him. It was Kai Yang. Zhu Lai didn't know when he ran in front of him. At this moment he was standing there with his hands behind his back. He was irritated and shouted angrily, "What else do you want? Are you going back on your word? I'm not going to trouble you. If you dare to break your promise, don't be nervous." Yang Kai interrupted him with a cold smile. "I just want to ask how Dragon Island is going to deal with Zhu Qing." "Zhu Qing is dead. What else can we do?" Zhu Lai frowned. Yang Kai said, "Didn't you just say that you're not sure? How can you be so sure that she's dead?" Zhu Lai said, "Even if she's not dead, she won't be able to live for long. She went to the frozen earth. You should know how dangerous that place is." "Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have known. A dragon race couldn't have fallen there. I just wanted to ask, isn't your Dragon Island going to save her?" Zhu Lai sneered and said, "She is a rank 8 red dragon. If even she is trapped there are not many dragons on the island that can guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed. Dragon Island will not risk the lives of other dragons just to save a fellow dragon that does not know the difference between life and death." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Even if she is dead, you should go and collect her body. She is still one of your people." Zhu Lai sneered, "She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why should others take the risk with her? If she dies, then so be it. No one will save her." "Is this your idea or Dragon Island's idea?" Yang Kai's face was gloomy. "It's my idea. It's also Dragon Island's idea." Zhu Lai tilted his head and didn't look at Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he said softly, "I really want to beat you up." Zhu Lai sneered, "Haven't you had enough these days? The shame you gave me, this dragon will definitely return it 100 times in the future. Wait until you can beat me." Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, turned around and flew back to Azure Sun Temple. He was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had returned to Lingjian Peak and went straight to the back of the mountain. Although Lingjian Peak had experienced the demonic will seal breaking, the back of the mountain had not suffered much damage, so the territory crossing space array that he had arranged here was still intact. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly returned to his senses. Just now, his mind was full of other things, and he didn't notice his own movements. When he reacted, he was already here. "Following my heart." Yang Kai whispered softly and said helplessly, "It's really troublesome." Although he said so, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a firm color. A sound of breaking air quickly came from afar. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a fiery red light flying over. It seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's location and went directly to the back of the mountain and landed not far from him. "What are you doing?" Kai Yang stared at Zhu Lai, who had just returned, looking like he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, "Do you want to go to the frozen earth? To find Zhu Qing?" "It's none of your business." Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Lai's face was a little unnatural. He turned his head and said, "If you want to go, count me in." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Lai with interest. He said lightly, "Give me a reason. Don't say that you have found your conscience. I won't believe such a naive reason." Zhu Lai touched his nose and said, "Zhu Qing is my sister." Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Before, he vaguely felt that there was some blood relationship between Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing because the two had some similarities in appearance. However, he didn't get an answer after he asked once, so he didn't ask anymore. Now he knew that his previous guess was right. These two red dragons were really brother and sister. Is this reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. It's enough, it's enough. Yang Kai nodded. He stepped onto the spatial array and said, "Come on up." Zhu Lai frowned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't feel any malice from him. He was bold and daring, so he jumped onto the array. "Don't resist." At the same time that Yang Kai shouted, the laws of space fluctuated. The void seemed to collapse at this moment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's warning, Zhu Lai would definitely resist a little. He might even fall into the endless void because of this. There was a flash of light, and the two disappeared together. At the same time, in the High Heaven Palace of the Northern Territory. At the spatial array, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. The two disciples who had been guarding at the side saw them and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded. He took out the communication compass and poured information into it. After that, he stood at the same spot and waited. Zhu Lai had already recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across the territory. He turned his head and looked around. He frowned and said, "Where is this place?" Yang Kai answered without turning his head, "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace." Zhu Lai was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head and looked at the spatial array. He said absent-mindedly, "Zhu Qing said that you have a spatial array across the territory. So it's true." Yang Kai was furious. "Why does that damned woman report everything to the Dragon Island? Do I have no secrets on the Dragon Island?" Zhu Lai said with a sullen face, "Watch your words, human. That's my sister." Yang Kai sneered. "Sister? I didn't see you take the initiative to save your sister. If I had a brother like you, I would have strangled him to death. What's the use of having him?" "What do you know?" He didn't know that Yang Kai's words had touched Zhu Lai's sensitive nerves. He was furious in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I don't want to save her? Do you think I want to see her die there? Then why don't you go? As a cultivator, we should follow our heart and move forward bravely. We are afraid of being overcautious and indecisive. If she is really your sister, you shouldn't go to the Azure Sun Temple to find me. You should go to the frozen earth to find her. Even if you die, you should die with her. Now that time is delayed, maybe her only chance of survival was cut off by you." Zhu Lai's lips opened and closed. He seemed to be extremely angry. Both of his eyes were about to spit fire. But for some reason, he suddenly gave up and became dejected. He sighed and said, "What the heart moves, what the body moves. Is this why you want to save her?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What else? I'm not close enough with her to risk my life to save her. I can't wait for her to die as soon as possible. Since I have the thought of saving her, if I don't act on it, I'm afraid this thought will linger in my heart and become a heart demon in the future." Zhu Lai said, "No matter what, I thank you on behalf of Zhu Qing. No need to thank me. Just don't bother me in the future." Yang Kai snorted coldly. A beautiful figure flew over and landed in front of them. It was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. She cupped her fists and said, "Palace Master, you are back." While speaking, she glanced curiously at Zhu Lai, who was standing beside Yang Kai, but didn't ask much. Zhu Lai was naturally too lazy to say anything. The dragon race was a proud race. If he hadn't suffered so much at the hands of Yang Kai before, he wouldn't look at Yang Kai differently at this moment. "We are leaving immediately." Yang Kai had an energetic expression. "Where are you going?" Hua Qingxi asked. "I have to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Palace." "Have we connected to the space array at the Fire Dragon Palace?" Hua Qingxi replied, "I did have this suggestion before, but Li Jiao wasn't too willing, so I didn't force him." "Of course he wasn't willing." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Although the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were old top sects in the Northern Territory, they had all suffered great losses at the hands of Yang Kai. They owed the High Heaven Palace a huge debt that couldn't be paid off even after a few decades. Who would be willing to connect to the space array with their creditors? Wouldn't this make it easier for others to come and collect their debts? Fine, I will just fly over directly. Point me in a direction." Hua Qingxi hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "The Fire Dragon Palace is over there. Palace Master, you can reach it in about 3 days. Would you like me to accompany Palace Master? I've been to the Fire Dragon Palace once before." "No need." Yang Kai waved his hand and changed to a sound transmission. "How are things going with the Thousand Illusions dream world?" Hua Qingxi's expression turned serious. "It's all been dealt with. Qi Yu and the others entered once and gained quite a bit from it. However, the scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world is too large, so it will take some time to figure out a pattern. I'm preparing to send some of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples in the next batch to enter. Chapter 2942. More than half a month ago, when the Southern Gate army returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai gave him the 1,000 illusionary butterfly. Yang Kai attached great importance to the 1,000 illusionary butterfly because he had benefited a lot from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to it, the Heavenly Sound Temple with the Heavenly Sound Treasure Box as the hub was much less useful. However, the 1,000 illusionary dream world was not unchanging. Every cultivator who entered it might encounter different illusions. The illusions were enough to pass off as real, but they were born from reality. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the benefits obtained from the illusions could improve the cultivator by a lot. Especially the 1,000 illusionary dream world's magical effect of extending time, which was very precious. Qi Yu and the others were Yang Kai's friends and relatives, so Hua Qingxi chose them as the first batch to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world. Facts proved that each of them had gained something from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world was a huge treasure. It was impossible to extract it all at once. It could only be explored step by step. After chatting with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai set off. The flowing cloud shuttle was extremely fast. One man and one dragon flew through the air. Zhu Lai was puzzled by Yang Kai's behavior. Zhu Qing is trapped in the frozen earth. Why do you want to go to the Fire Dragon Palace? Yang Kai looked at him while controlling the flowing cloud shuttle and asked, "Have you been to the frozen earth?" Zhu Lai shook his head. "Since I was born, I have rarely left the Dragon Island. The dragon race is not allowed to appear outside often. I have only heard of the frozen earth. I have never been there." "I haven't been there either." Yang Kai chuckled. He asked again, "Then do you know where to find your sister?" Zhu Lai continued to shake his head. "I don't know. I have been trying to contact her these days, but I haven't gotten a response. I'm afraid she is really—" Yang Kai said, "If she is alive, I want to see her. If she is dead, I want to see her corpse. Don't jump to conclusions before seeing her." That being said, but no buts. Yang Kai glanced over at him sharply. "You and I have never been to the frozen earth, let alone know where to find your sister. But there is one person who can help." Zhu Lai thought for a moment and asked, "Is that person in the mythical dragon palace?" "You are quite smart." Yang Kai grinned. "If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Although going to Li Long Palace to find that person will take some time, it's better than blindly searching for him in the frozen earth." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "But that person's status is somewhat unusual, so I may need your help when the time comes." Zhu Lai. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not a matter of who is strong or weak, it's a matter of courage. I want that person to accompany me to the frozen earth, but he will not be willing. If I use force, I am afraid I will have to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. It will not be beneficial to finding your sister, but if you can come forward, things may be easier to deal with." Zhu Lai was curious. He didn't know what kind of person Kai Yang was talking about, but he didn't ask too much. In any case, he would know when they met. Fire Dragon Palace. It had been established for more than 10,000 years. In the Northern Territory, it was once one of the top 4 sects, along with Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion Sect, and High Sky Sect, because each of these 4 sects had a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao, was a half-monster master with a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. In its heyday, Fire Dragon Palace once suppressed the other 3 sects. However, after the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, Fire Dragon Palace's days were not so good. No one knew how their palace master offended High Heaven Palace. Since last year, 80% of the sect's annual income had to be handed over to High Heaven Palace, leaving them with only 20%. Fire Dragon Palace was a big family with tens of thousands of disciples. A mere 20% of the sect's income was only 10 million high-rank source crystals. How could this amount be enough? In the palace, from Li Jiao to the ordinary disciples, all kinds of benefits fell from the sky to the ground. Everyone had to tighten their belts to live. Because of this matter, many elders in the mythical dragon palace were extremely dissatisfied with the Lingxiao palace. From time to time, they would blow wind and ignite the fire in Li Jiao's ears, wanting him to bring them to the Lingxiao palace to wash away their shame and take revenge. Li Jiao didn't have the guts. The elders and disciples below didn't know the background of High Heaven Palace, but he was very clear about it. Last time, he went with Jiying to join in the fun, but the result was that he almost lost his family business. Now, when he heard others mention High Heaven Palace, his heart would beat like a drum. How could he dare to visit? Fortunately, the Fire Dragon Palace wasn't the only one who was unlucky. The High Sky sect's situation was similar. The two top sects were now brothers in distress, so they could only hug each other for warmth. On this day, in the Fire Dragon Palace's main hall, many elders gathered. As usual, the hall was noisy. Many people in the Emperor realm didn't have the corresponding cultivation and calm temperament. The entire main hall was as noisy as a market. This situation wasn't common in the past, but since last year, it often happened. Many elders couldn't compete for more than one thing: benefits. The Fire Dragon Palace's annual income was about 50 million high-rank source crystals. With such a large amount of income, if there weren't any special circumstances, the entire sect would definitely not be able to spend it all. It was enough to satisfy the needs of every elder, and there was still some left over to expand the sect's inventory for future needs. But since last year, the number of 50 million had plummeted to 10 million, and the problem was exposed. Every elder wanted to fight for more benefits for the Spirit Peak Hall they controlled. Alchemy required source crystals, artifact refining required source crystals, and cultivation required source crystals. Who would be willing to suffer losses? But there were only 10 million source crystals in total, and they had to be maintained for a year, so when it was distributed to the subordinates, it became even rarer. If there was still some left in the sect's storehouse, it would be fine. At worst, they could open the sect's storehouse and transfer source crystals to alleviate the crisis, but the problem was that the Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was basically empty. The sect's many years of accumulation had already been given to the High Heaven Palace as repayment for the debt, and there wouldn't be any improvement in the next 50 years. Because of this, the elders gathered in the main hall were naturally more and more unwilling to take half a step back. All of them were arguing until their faces were red with anger, wanting to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, listening to the noise with a gloomy expression. He didn't say a word, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. He only hated himself for going to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying. Even if he went, he actually made a bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, but he also bet so much of his sect's business. He was obsessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At some point, the noise below stopped, and an old man with white hair and beard cupped his fists and said, "Palace Master, the disciples' cultivation cannot be separated from pills. The operation of my alchemy room is the most important thing for the entire sect. I ask Sect Master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals as the alchemy room's expenses for this year." 3 million? Elder Su, aren't you being too greedy? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available every year, yet you want 3 million at once. What do you want us to do? Drink the northwest wind? Yeah, 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 is enough. Even without pills, we can still cultivate. It's just that our cultivation speed will be a bit slower. We'll just have to endure these 50 years. 50 years? After 50 years, the younger generation will be crippled. Without enough pills to support them, how will they be able to dig out their potential? There will definitely be a huge gap in the younger generation of my Fire Dragon Palace. When the time comes for the sect to weaken, who will be able to bear this responsibility? Brother Su, don't be so serious. It's only 50 years, which one of us hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? Did you already have plenty of pills when you were young? Didn't you still cultivate to the Emperor realm? That's why this old master is only at the first order. If I had enough pills when I was young, this old master would definitely not be at this level. After a short period of calm, a new round of quarreling broke out. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily slapped the chair he was sitting on, turning it into dust. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down as pairs of eyes focused on Li Jiao. Since the palace master was angry, they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Enough. Li Jiao's eyes swept over the crowd as he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "Every day, I hear you all make a ruckus here, but you still can't come up with a solution. You are all elders of my fire dragon palace, the Emperor realm. If you all make such a ruckus here, where is your dignity?" Everyone was embarrassed by the scolding and lowered their heads. Elder Su from the pill room pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace Master, the source crystals need to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise, do you think I don't know?" Li Jiao glared at him angrily. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that little thief, implicating everyone in my fire dragon palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master doesn't need to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me also didn't see any flaws that day. You can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as the Palace Master of my Fire Dragon Palace still exists, there will be a day when we can make a comeback." The group of elders nodded in agreement. Li Jiao said, "In short, things have already come to this. This king has a proposal that I hope the elders can do their best to cooperate with. If it can be carried out, my Fire Dragon Palace will definitely be able to overcome this crisis." Elder Su said, "What kind of brilliant plan does Palace Master have?" Li Jiao looked around and lightly coughed before saying, "Everyone here is from the Emperor realm and has been an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace for more than a year or two, so you all must have some savings on hand. This king means everyone should first take out your savings and use it for public use. Even if the palace borrows it from you, after 50 years, we will return it to you with interest. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. What do you all think?" No one responded. Wherever Li Jiao's gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted, "You all don't have any savings? Could it be that everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace is poor?" Chapter 2943. It's not that we don't have any savings, but compared to the sect's lack of funds, it's just a drop in the bucket, Palace Master. Elder Su looked at Li Jiao timidly with a troubled expression. "That's right, Palace Master, even if we old fellows take out all our savings, we won't be able to last long. We'll hold on for as long as we can." Li Jiao persuaded earnestly, "We'll just have to get through this temporary crisis. Once the sect has enough funds, we won't be short of you." Since Li Jiao had said so, the elders were too embarrassed to continue to refuse. After all, what Li Jiao said was true. Everyone had been promoted to the Emperor realm for so long and had some savings on hand. If they could take out this amount, it could indeed alleviate the sect's crisis. Everyone looked at each other, but Elder Su was the first to speak. "Sect Master's words are reasonable. Since that's the case, this old master will set an example. This old master will contribute 5 million. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Li Jiao stared at him with a burning gaze. Elder Su smiled awkwardly. "Mid-rank source crystals. This is almost all this old master has." Li Jiao's face suddenly darkened. 5 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 50,000 high-rank source crystals. What could he do with such a small amount? Moreover, it was impossible for an elder of the Emperor realm who had been in charge of pill recipes for over 100 years to only have so little. "That's not right, Elder Su." A burly man with a dark face jumped out and shouted, "I saw that the 10,000 flower wine you served to guests a few days ago cost 30,000 high-rank source crystals. That is a top-grade wine from Medicine Pill Valley. If you only have so little money, how could you possibly afford it?" He was exposed right in front of his face. Elder Su's face flushed red. He tried to defend himself. That wasn't what this old master bought. It was brought by my friend who specially invited this old master to taste it together. How could it be that I bought it? This old master's elder contribution is only so little every year, and it's barely enough for my own cultivation. How could I have so many source crystals to buy some 10,000 flower wine? Don't slander me." The burly man with a dark face coldly snorted, "Elder Su doesn't have source crystals? Who would believe that? Elder Su, you are in control of the entire Fire Dragon Palace's alchemy room. Every year, countless source crystals were taken from the palace master. Not to mention anything else, just the year before last, they had taken 6 million high-rank source crystals, 7 million 3 years ago, and 8 million before that. The sect's annual income is no more than 50 million, and the alchemy room directly consumes 10% to 20% of that. Elder Su flicked his sleeves and said, "This old man has already said that the pill chamber is the most important place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Among the tens of thousands of disciples who cultivate, which one of them can do without pills? It's normal to consume a lot of energy." The black-faced big man sneered, "If those source crystals were really all used to buy herbs, then so be it. Can Elder Su guarantee that the source crystals you asked for from the palace master were all used to operate the pill room?" Elder Su was instantly enraged. He shouted, "You? What do you mean?" The black-faced man snorted, "You know what I mean. When the sect was rich, you secretly embezzled and filled your own pockets. Now that the sect is in trouble, shouldn't Elder Su do something?" "Embezzling and filling my own pockets?" Elder Su suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His emperor chi surged. It was obvious that he wanted to immediately fight with the black-faced man to prove his innocence. Turning his head to Li Jiao, he angrily said, "Palace Master, someone is slandering this old man. I ask Palace Master to uphold justice for me." Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear Elder Su's words. Elder Su turned his head and sneered at the black-faced man, "My pill chamber's financial income and expenditure are all in the books. This old master will not argue with you here. Whether or not I secretly embezzled and filled my own pockets is up to Palace Master to decide. As for your artifact chamber, I don't know if it's clean." "Old thing, how dare you bite back?" The black-faced man flew into a rage. "How dare you call me old thing? Bastard! So what if I call you old thing, old thing, old thing?" The two immediately quarreled fiercely. Some of the remaining elders wanted to help, while others wanted to keep the peace. The hall instantly fell into chaos, and if it weren't for Li Jiao still being here, a fight would have broken out already. Li Jiao coldly looked down, wishing he could sweep all these annoying people out of the hall and end this once and for all. However, he was still the palace master, and his decision was related to the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to solve the current crisis first. With a creak, the door to the hall was pushed open and a disciple walked in. The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone turned to look at the disciple. This disciple obviously didn't expect such a wonderful thing to happen in the main hall. What he saw was that the high and mighty elders were all flushed with anger, and the palace master was standing at the very top with a sneer on his face. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "What's the matter?" Li Jiao asked impatiently. "Reporting to palace master, someone wants to see you." The disciple replied while trembling with fear. "I won't see him." Li Jiao's mood was in a mess, so he refused without thinking. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. However, Li Jiao opened his mouth again and said, "Who wants to see you?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person calls himself Yang Kai." What? Li Jiao was shocked when he heard this, and the group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su said, "Yang Kai? Could it be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then it will be interesting." The eyes of the black-faced man who was quarreling with Elder Su just now flashed with a dangerous light. He raised his head and said, "Palace Master, why don't you let that Yang Kai come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? We can discuss the debt with him." This person came at the right time. "Let him come in, Palace Master. What do you think?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, he didn't think their idea was a good one. Li Jiao sighed and said, "High Heaven Palace can't be provoked, and that Yang Kai can't be provoked either." The group of elders was very unconvinced because they had heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was only a first-order emperor realm master. Last time, their own palace master and the High Sky Sect's sect master had suffered a big loss in their territory. This time, he dared to take the initiative to deliver himself to their door. They really didn't know what their palace master was afraid of. As long as he entered the hall and closed the door, the huge debt would be settled in an instant. Tell that person that this palace master is out traveling and is not in the palace. Li Jiao waved his hand. The disciple nodded, but just as he was about to turn around, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Li is really arrogant. This palace master has personally come to visit, but you don't even want to see his face? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared in the hall. Before these 2 people appeared, no one in the Emperor realm in the hall noticed them, as if they had always been there. Both of them were young men. One had a frivolous expression, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, while the other had fiery red hair, a cold expression and arrogant eyes. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he gave off a feeling of being in the clouds, as if he wasn't in the same world as everyone present. All the elders were shocked and their faces paled. Li Jiao's figure flickered and he almost turned around to flee, but he suppressed the conflict in his heart with great difficulty and looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Yang Kai looked up with a smile. Brother Li wants to go out traveling? Li Jiao chuckled dryly. I do have such plans, but it's not a big deal. It's just a whim, but since Palace Master Yang is here, this Li naturally can't leave. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, still in the mood to go out traveling, it seems that Palace Master Li is doing quite well these days. Li Jiao's expression suddenly became bitter as he said, Palace Master Yang must be joking, this Li's days are worse than death. Hearing this, the group of elders lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Li is really interesting. Fire Dragon Palace is a big family and Brother Li's authority is monstrous, so how could you be living a life worse than death? Li Jiao thought to himself, isn't it all because of you? But he still smiled and said, I wonder why Palace Master Yang has come here today? Yang Kai didn't answer and just looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, This Palace Master Yang isn't here to collect money, right? How could such a small matter trouble you personally? Just let the servants do it, and my Fire Dragon Palace hasn't forgotten about this year's payment, so I need some time to prepare it. Once it's ready, I will immediately send it to High Heaven Palace without any delay. What's more, it's not the deadline yet. When is the deadline? How come I don't know? I feel that today is the deadline. The cold sweat on Li Jiao's forehead became even more severe. Palace Master Yang is really here to collect money? He simply couldn't believe it. Although the Fire Dragon Palace did owe a large amount of source crystals to High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai personally coming to collect it and entering without notice was a bit excessive. Surnamed Yang, don't be so arrogant. The dark-faced man rushed out from the crowd and poked Yang Kai with his finger. Although I don't know what means you used to deceive the palace master and cause my Li Long Dragon Palace to be in such dire straits, but since you are still the palace master of the Li Long Dragon Palace and a comrade of the Northern Territory, in the future, we will surely meet again. As long as you can sign a written agreement here, the debt between our 2 sects will be nullified and we can let you go, but if not, Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. After seeing Yang Kai with their own eyes and confirming that he was really just a first-order Emperor realm master, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong the High Heaven Palace's heritage was, as long as they could control Yang Kai here, it was equivalent to controlling the High Heaven Palace. The so-called debt would be a joke. Li Jiao sweated profusely and almost fainted. Yang Kai glanced at the dark-faced man, then looked at Li Jiao and asked, Is this your elder? Li Jiao immediately denied. Chapter 2944. The group of people from the Emperor realm stared at him dumbfoundedly. The dark-faced man obviously didn't expect his palace master to give such an answer, his mouth wide open and his expression sluggish. Li Jiao said, I don't know when this piece of trash got in here, but he dared to pretend to be an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace. Master Yang, please don't lower yourself to his level. Yang Kai said coldly, since he's trash, he should be cleaned up. Li Jiao hurriedly said, Palace Master Yang is right. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up a storm in the hall. When the huge palm fell, the dark-faced man obviously didn't react, but even if he did, with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Li Jiao's opponent. With a scream, the dark-faced man was slammed to the ground, his bones broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Fire Dragon Palace elders were dumbfounded. They never thought that their palace master would actually attack an elder of his own family. For a moment, their hearts and bodies turned cold. Li Jiao wasn't a temperamental person. Every elder of the Emperor realm present had followed him for at least 100 years and had contributed greatly to the Fire Dragon Palace. However, in order to please an outsider, Li Jiao actually attacked his own family. This kind of action inevitably made them feel disheartened. Even if the dark-faced man didn't die from this blow, he was seriously injured and would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Under everyone's gazes, Li Jiao raised his hand again and directly threw the dark-faced man out of the hall. He looked around coldly and sternly. Snorting lightly, he said, "If you don't have eyes at home, you'll only lose your face, but if you don't have eyes outside, you'll lose your life. I hope you all remember this." When these words of warning reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but shiver, and their expressions changed. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a dry smile. "I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied." Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Li is handling his own family's matters. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not." Only then did Li Jiao feel relieved. Exhaling lightly, he asked, "May I ask why Palace Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Collect the money. Didn't Brother Li guess it? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Li Jiao turned pale with fright as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke, please don't joke. Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Li Jiao wasn't sure why Yang Kai had come here. Logically speaking, the annual debt of 40 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't worth Yang Kai coming here personally, but his expression didn't seem to be joking. This made Li Jiao's heart beat like a drum. Owing such a huge sum of money to the other party, he always felt that he was inferior to the other party. He didn't even have the confidence to speak. If the High Heaven Palace didn't have such a huge background, the Fire Dragon Palace might have resisted a little. However, Li Jiao, who knew the background of the High Heaven Palace, couldn't even think of resisting. The other party had a relationship with Grandmaster Ji Ying. Not to mention there were 3 monster kings. There was even a dragon race. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare with such a lineup? If he really provoked the other party, the Seeking Passion sect's fate would be the Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao smiled, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Li, you can't take it out?" Li Jiao said embarrassedly, "I asked Palace Master Yang to extend the deadline for a few more days." "How long is the deadline?" "Half a year." No. 3 months, 3 months will do," Li Jiao hurriedly said. 3 months? Palace Master Li's request is too low. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How about this Palace Master give you 3 years?" "What?" Li Jiao was stunned, not understanding Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai said, "This Palace Master will give you 3 years. During these 3 years, your Fire Dragon Palace will no longer need to pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace. After 3 years, everything will return to normal. With these 3 years as a buffer, your days in the Fire Dragon Palace should be much better." Li Jiao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. Instead, he looked frightened and hesitantly asked, "Palace Master Yang, what request do you have?" There was no free lunch in this world, and it was impossible for the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master to be so kind. Li Jiao had lived for so many years, so he should have some common sense. Yang Kai smiled gently, "I need Brother Li to accompany me to a place." Li Jiao immediately became vigilant, his expression constantly changing. "Where?" Yang Kai quietly sent a message and spat out 2 words. Li Jiao's expression changed greatly, as if he had heard some shocking bad news. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "Palace Master Yang, it's not that this Li doesn't want to help you, it's just that, then pay me back right now." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and stretched out his hand. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he angrily said, "Palace Master Yang, this Li treats you sincerely, so don't go too far. I, Li Jiao, am not someone who can be scared." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why is Brother Li so unreasonable? I just want you to accompany me to that place, not take your life." Li Jiao shook his head and said, "Anywhere else is fine, but that place." He seemed to have thought of something in the past and couldn't help but shiver before continuing, "Palace Master Yang, if you have any other requests, this Li will definitely satisfy you if I can." "You really can't?" Yang Kai's face sank slightly. Li Jiao answered with silence. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, "Forget it, a melon forcefully picked is not sweet. Since Brother Li is unwilling, then this palace master won't force it. It's just that this palace master originally planned to resolve a crisis for Brother Li, but since Brother Li is unwilling to cooperate, then you can only pray for yourself." Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked in surprise, "Crisis? What crisis?" Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Lai, who had been standing silently to the side, said, "Does this guy know where Zhu Qing is?" "No one knows better than him," Yang Kai replied. The reason why Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth was because of this Li Jiao. Many years ago, Li Jiao had accidentally obtained a dragon blood flower from the frozen earth and brought it back to the fire dragon palace to cultivate with his own blood. According to him, the reason why the dragon blood flower appeared in the frozen earth was because a giant dragon had fallen there, and the dragon blood flower had absorbed the essence of that giant dragon's flesh and blood, allowing it to survive. Zhu Qing had previously inquired about the location of that place from Li Jiao and had gone to the frozen earth in order to bring back the dragon race's source left behind by the giant dragon. So, if there was anyone in this world who knew where Zhu Qing was in the frozen earth, then only Li Jiao would know. Letting him lead the way was the fastest way. "That's good." Zhu Lai nodded when he heard this and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's heart tightened as he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had been paying attention to this red-haired young man before and had sensed his strength, so he had tolerated Yang Kai's deliberately making things difficult for him. Now that there was a disagreement, Li Jiao naturally became even more vigilant. He asked in a deep voice, "How should I address sir?" Zhu Lai sneered, "Reptile is not qualified to know my name." "Reptile, reptile." Li Jiao flew into a rage. He was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind Yang Kai that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. That was an existence he could not look up to. Although this red-haired young man was powerful, it was not to the extent that he feared him. He was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and there were not many people in this world who could defeat him. "I can't stand a despicable bloodline like yours. It should have been exterminated long ago." Zhu Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. This sentence completely angered Li Jiao. His impure bloodline was a thorn in his heart, and anyone who mentioned it would be unlucky. So with a roar, Li Jiao prepared to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not great emperors, they would not be his opponent in this fire dragon palace. He had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he could display a strength far greater than his own. The roar came to an abrupt end, and the Emperor Qi surging in Li Jiao's body also calmed down. Standing on the high platform, Li Jiao looked down with trembling eyes, his whole body trembling as he almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon race!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was walking towards him step by step, a giant red dragon phantom suddenly appeared, hovering above his head, its huge dragon eyes staring emotionlessly at Li Jiao. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Li Jiao felt all the strength in his body disappear, his blood almost solidifying, and his Emperor Qi not circulating properly. Now, even if a Dao Source Realm cultivator appeared, they would be able to easily kill him on the spot. A resounding dragon roar rang out at this time, deafening everyone, causing the entire hall to tremble. The faces of the many elders of the Li Dragon Palace turned ashen as they panicked for a while. All of them stared at the gigantic dragon figure behind Zhu Lai in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority and insignificance in their hearts. It was only at this moment that they realized how wise and powerful their palace lord was. When Li Jiao had knocked out the large dark-faced man and tossed him out, they had felt that their palace master was a bit heartless, and their hearts had turned cold. But now, they understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was a coward, but that he had foresight. Not to mention the strength of the High Heaven Palace's palace master, just this dragon race was enough to wipe out everyone present. If there was any conflict at that time, only the Fire Dragon Palace would be unlucky. A dragon race, a real dragon race, a dragon race that had always only existed in legends and ancient books, had suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone an extremely unreal feeling. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they understand how weak the descriptions in ancient books were. The strength of the dragon race was not something that could be summarized in a few words. When the dragon race was angry, who could face it head-on? Clashing with the dragon race was tantamount to going against the entire Dragon Island. The Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage or ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lai had already walked up to the high platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao's neck, lifting him up. Despite his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, completely unable to resist. Although he struggled, he still couldn't break free from his shackles, his face quickly turning red and his breathing labored. Chapter 2945. Save me. Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's restraint, he only felt that his neck was about to be crushed. The cold, murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes made him even more terrified. He could only tilt his head and ask Yang Kai for help. Since the two of them came together, then Yang Kai's words must have some weight. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Brother Li, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this matter." Li Jiao's throat made a gurgling sound. He was already unable to spit out a word. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were even more anxious. They couldn't do anything as they watched their own palace master being humiliated like this. They couldn't do anything, it was extremely awkward. I forgot to tell you, this dragon race is Zhu Qing's younger brother. He also came from Dragon Island. Do you still remember Zhu Qing? She is the female dragon that went to that place. Speaking of this matter, Brother Li also has to bear a lot of responsibility. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Zhu Qing went to that place and hasn't returned yet. She seems to have encountered some danger. Then, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island, wanting to save his sister. They say, the affection between siblings is really touching. However, when he found out that this matter was caused by you, his impression of Brother Li isn't too good. Li Jiao's eyeballs were about to roll out, leaving only white kernels. Ah, that's right. Yang Kai continued to pour oil on the fire. This brother seems to dislike those with impure bloodlines. He kills one when he sees one, two when he sees two. I did mention Brother Li's situation to him before. I don't know if he listened to me. In short, this is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Until now, Li Jiao finally understood what Yang Kai meant by crisis. This was indeed a huge crisis. He couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. The dragon race was rarely seen by ordinary people. Why would one appear in front of him every few days? And it was all related to this High Heaven Palace's palace master. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Island was behind Lingxiao Palace. In this situation, even if this dragon race really killed him, he had no one to reason with, let alone count on his subordinates to avenge him. He wanted to speak. However, no matter what, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no choice, he could only raise one hand and raise 3 fingers, continuously shaking them. Brother Li, what do you mean? I don't understand your hand signals. Yang Kai was at a loss. Li Jiao continued to sway. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. The 3 fingers turned into 2, and finally, it turned into 1. Only then did Kai Yang say, I understand a little. Since Brother Li is so sincere, I think it's not impossible to discuss. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, let him go first. If you really kill him, don't expect to find your sister. Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a rag sack. There was a loud boom. Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. He hurriedly got up and coughed violently. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he didn't even have the courage to look at Zhu Lai, avoiding his gaze. He was terrified to the extreme. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator here, he wouldn't have behaved so miserably, but facing a pure Dragon Clan cultivator, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance or resentment. He only felt that he was inferior in every way and deserved to be abused. Brotherly, there's no time to lose. We have to set off now. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao and said. Li Jiao nodded weakly. Yang Kai smiled. Don't look so wronged. I don't want your life, I just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you didn't earn anything. This palace master can give you a year to repay the debt. Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai would bring a dragon race over, he would have agreed to everything and wouldn't have haggled with him. Now, the original 3-year deadline had been reduced to 1 year, and it was he who asked for it. Li Jiao turned around and ordered the people of the Emperor Realm, I ask everyone to take care of the palace. This Li will be back soon. All the elders nodded and looked at Li Jiao sympathetically. They also knew about Li Jiao's situation and knew that he wasn't a coward. It was just that he had encountered a nemesis and couldn't do anything about it. Embarrassed to stay any longer, Li Jiao urged Yang Kai to hurry up and set off. Summoning the flowing cloud shuttle, the three entered and turned into a streak of light as they rushed north. Among the 4 great territories of the star boundary, every territory had its own dangerous and forbidden areas. The southern territory had the southern swamp, the eastern territory had the wild lands, the western territory had the western desert, and the northern territory had the frozen earth. These were only the most famous places, and there were countless other large and small dangerous areas. However, in terms of danger and mortality, if the Northern Territory's frozen earth was ranked second, then there was no other place that could be ranked first. The frozen earth was publicly recognized as the most dangerous place in the star boundary. Even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter a forbidden area. Other places, such as the southern swamp and the wild lands, had many hidden life forces. Although they were extremely dangerous, there were also many hidden opportunities. However, within the frozen earth, there was only death and ice, nothing else. No one knew what the frozen earth was like, because those who entered had all died. Li Jiao was able to escape from the frozen earth by luck. Firstly, his luck was good, and secondly, he didn't go too deep. The place he went back then was only the edge of the frozen earth. That was several hundred years ago. At that time, Li Jiao had just broken through to the 3rd-layer Emperor Realm and was in high spirits. He acted recklessly, thinking that the world was so big that he could go anywhere. On a whim, he went to the frozen earth. That trip was a narrow escape. After that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the frozen earth again. It was at that time that Li Jiao brought the dragon blood flower back to the Fire Dragon Palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again after several hundred years. Even though it had been a long time ago, Li Jiao's memory of that experience was still fresh. Along the way, he had revealed a lot of information about the frozen earth to Yang Kai and Zhu Lai. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. According to Li Jiao, the biggest characteristic of the frozen earth was its cold. That kind of cold wasn't just cold in the ordinary sense, but cold that could extinguish all life. It was a kind of cold that was indescribable and irresistible. That damned place seemed to have a natural restraining effect on all life. Any existence with vitality couldn't survive there for long. This information was quickly verified. The further north the flowing cloud shuttle flew, the colder the environment outside became. Everywhere they looked was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers constantly fluttered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Apart from white, no other color could be seen. Even though they were hiding inside the flowing cloud shuttle, the 3 of them could still feel the cold. Although it was weak, it was still extremely rare. Although the flowing cloud shuttle was a flight-type artifact, it was still an emperor artifact. Moreover, It came from Hou Yu and had many defensive functions. Even such an emperor artifact couldn't resist the erosion of the cold, so one could only imagine how harsh the environment outside was. Li Jiao's expression became uglier and uglier. If it weren't for Zhu Lai's deterrence, he would have already retreated. 10 days after setting off from the Fire Dragon Palace, the three of them barely reached the edge of the frozen earth. Li Jiao still remembered the location where he had found the dragon blood flower, so he had been leading the way. 2 days later, Li Jiao suddenly said excitedly, over there, do you see that 3 Fingers Mountain? It's right there, that's where I found the dragon blood flower. Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai, who frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. He and Zhu Qing were siblings, and they were both red dragons, so they could more or less sense each other. If Zhu Qing was still there, he would definitely be able to detect her. However, at this moment, he couldn't feel any aura belonging to Zhu Qing. Regardless, Yang Kai still controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly towards the 3 Fingers Mountain. There was a hollow between the mountain peaks, so the flowing cloud shuttle slowly descended and the three of them walked out. As soon as they left the protection of the flowing cloud shuttle, a chill that penetrated deep into their bones and souls rushed towards them from all directions. The three of them couldn't help but shiver and circulate their emperor qi to resist. This was only the edge of the frozen earth, but it was already so cold. An ordinary first-order Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last long here, so it was hard to imagine what the situation inside the frozen earth was like. Zhu Lai's dragon breath seemed to have a restraining effect on this kind of cold. Seeing this, Li Jiao couldn't help but move closer to him, but Zhu Lai just looked at him coldly, so he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and take 2 steps back. Yang Kai released his divine sense, covering an area of 100 kilometers. After a while, he retracted it and couldn't help but shiver. In that short period of time, he felt that his divine sense was almost frozen. If he hadn't retracted it, he was afraid that it would have been damaged. Are you sure this is the place you pointed out to Zhu Qing that day? Yang Kai turned to look at Li Jiao and asked. Li Jiao hurriedly said, yes, I remember this place. Unless there is another place in the frozen earth that is exactly the same as this place. The 3 Fingers Mountain was a very good landmark. Although it had been a few hundred years, Li Jiao's memory wouldn't be wrong. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, I remember that the dragon blood flower was found in this direction. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai followed him. After a while, Li Jiao stopped at a certain place and looked up at the direction of the 3 Fingers Mountain. After silently calculating for a long time, he nodded and said, it's here. It's definitely here. Zhu Lai also said, I can feel a very weak dragon breath. As he spoke, he raised his hand and flames spurted out from his palm, turning into a lifelike fire dragon that crashed into the snow on the ground. The hot flames melted the snow, and soon, a gully more than 100 meters deep appeared on the ground, revealing the soil buried under the snow. The soil was frozen hard, even harder than steel. However, there was a very obvious mark on the soil, which seemed to be a huge claw print. Li Jiao said excitedly, see, I was right. This is the place where the giant dragon fell. The huge claw print was obviously left behind by the giant dragon's claw. Even after several hundred years, it was still well preserved under the cover of the snow. Chapter 2946. The three of them worked together and quickly removed all the snow that covered the area. The huge mark left behind by the giant dragon's fall appeared before their eyes. Just as Li Jiao had said before, there were only marks here and no corpse of the giant dragon. This was because the essence of the giant dragon's flesh and blood had become nutrients, nurturing a dragon blood flower. There was no information left behind by Zhu Qing here, so no one knew if he had come here before. Yang Kai silently sensed for a long time before shaking his head and saying, the source is not here. Although he was not a member of the dragon race, ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art that Zhu Qing had taught him, the golden divine dragon source had begun to truly fuse with him. His bloodline and body were gradually transforming into the dragon race, so if there was a source of the dragon race here, he would definitely be able to sense it. Zhu Lai glanced at him and said, I want to use the dragon race secret technique, protect me. Yang Kai nodded seriously and walked to the side. Li Jiao's expression changed as he looked at Zhu Lai with curiosity and desire. The dragon race secret technique was a very mysterious secret technique that could only be used by those with the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai could suppress Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing with the power of his bloodline, but without systematic learning, even he could not use the dragon race secret technique because it involved the use of the dragon yuan and the incantation of the dragon language. Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race bloodline, so he was naturally curious and yearning for it. Zhu Lai closed his eyes and calmed his mind. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slid his other hand like a knife. His sharp nails cut into his palm, and the air was immediately filled with a thick smell of blood. Zhu Lai clenched his wounded hand and raised it high. The dragon yuan in his body surged, and a low incantation came from his mouth. The incantation was profound and complicated, and it was very awkward to listen to, as if Zhu Lai's mouth was stuffed with something to speak. Li Jiao, who had pricked up his ears, had a blank expression on his face as he anxiously scratched his head. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a pure dragon race that was displaying the secret techniques of the dragon race in front of him. Naturally, he had the intention of secretly learning from it. Unfortunately, he couldn't even understand what it was saying, so how could he learn it? Yang Kai didn't understand either. However, he felt that when Zhu Lai used the Dragon Clan's secret technique, it was somewhat similar to the witchcraft that the ancient witches used. Both of them required chanting. Under the gazes of the two, drops of blood dripped from Zhu Lai's palm. His dragon blood was different from normal blood. It was like a burning flame, emitting a scorching aura. After landing on the ground, there was a crackling sound as it melted into the ground and disappeared. Zhu Lai's incantation grew louder and louder, gradually becoming similar to a dragon's roar. It also sounded like rolling thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. His red hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The world seemed to be completely filled with this dragon's roar. Suddenly, Zhu Lai's voice stopped. His aura, which had risen to its peak, was like a deflated balloon. It withered quite a bit in an instant, and even some sweat seeped out of his delicate face. Although he didn't know what kind of dragon race secret technique this was, this move undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao both looked at him anxiously, but Zhu Lai's gaze was lowered as he stared at the ground. The ground was soaked in his blood, and at this moment, it was completely red. The scorching energy collided with the cold air here. Steam was rising from it. At a certain moment, Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao also felt a slight change. The ground, which was soaked in blood, was squirming. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Under the gazes of the three people, a dark red dot bloomed from the ground and quickly rose. Its branches and leaves spread out, and in just a moment, there was an extra foot-tall plant on the ground. The plant was bright red, as if it was soaked in blood. At first glance, this thing looked like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked up the foot-tall blood coral and held it in his hand. A dense red light gathered on the crown of the tree and floated in a certain direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red ribbon hanging on the crown of the tree. Strangely, the direction in which this red ribbon floated was completely different from the direction in which the wind was blowing. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red ribbon was pointing and said, "Zhu Qing is over there, still alive." Although he didn't know how he came to this conclusion, there was no doubt that it was related to the dragon race secret technique he had used. Yang Kai didn't say anything else and summoned the flowing cloud shuttle, shouting, "Let's go." Li Jiao stood in place and looked at Yang Kai fawningly. "Palace Master Yang, this Li has already brought you to your destination. The rest of the journey." "Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. This Li is still." Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Lai picked him up and threw him into the flowing cloud shuttle, leaving him with a bitter and resentful expression. He didn't know why this dragon race master was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his mission and brought Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. What happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to the Fire Dragon Palace, but things just didn't go as he wished. As a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, he hadn't tasted this kind of powerlessness for many years. He secretly made up his mind that if he could return alive from this trip, he would never have anything to do with the dragon race in the future. This was simply going too far. The flowing cloud shuttle tore through the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. After using the secret technique, Zhu Lai had become very weak. Yang Kai held the blood coral in his hand and used the red light to guide him in the direction of Zhu Qing. Less than 2,000 miles into the frozen earth, the drift cloud shuttle, which was flying in the air, suddenly shook violently. Then, it plummeted down. Yang Kai was slightly startled, thinking that it had been attacked, but he soon understood what had happened. Kicking Li Jiao away, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was meditating and recovering. Immediately after, he put away the flowing cloud shuttle and stood in the air. A biting cold wind blew, enveloping everyone in it, as if it could freeze one's soul. In such a dangerous environment, even a master who cultivated the ice attribute principle wouldn't be able to stay for long. Li Jiao trembled as he flew over, a gloomy expression on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, hiding in the flowing cloud shuttle had provided him with a layer of protection, but now that he was directly in contact with the frozen ground, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly draining away. Although it wouldn't be a big problem for the time being, staying in this place for too long would shorten his lifespan. "It's nothing, we'll probably have to walk the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flight-type Emperor artifact like the flowing cloud shuttle was actually frozen to the point of being unable to operate normally in this place. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't experienced it themselves. Zhu Lai's expression didn't change, but Li Jiao's face paled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai stared at him, his expression even colder than the cold of the frozen ground. Li Jiao's words suddenly changed. "This Li can bring up the rear." "Very well." Yang Kai smiled lightly, holding the dragon blood coral in one hand as he took the lead and flew forward. Zhu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Jiao, and threw him forward, having him follow closely behind Yang Kai while he walked at the back. Flying in the frozen ground was definitely not a pleasant thing, but Yang Kai soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The higher he flew, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the life-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down and stayed close to the ground, so the resistance he felt was much less. However, as a result, his speed was much slower, but it was also much safer. After an entire day, the three of them had only traveled a few hundred kilometers. This was simply inconceivable for a group of people from the Emperor realm. After a day, the three of them were shivering all over, their hair and faces covered in ice. No matter how much they circulated their Emperor Qi, they couldn't resist the cold that invaded their bodies. Li Jiao wanted to leave several times, but every time he met Zhu Lai's eyes, the courage he had tried so hard to accumulate suddenly collapsed. He couldn't say a word and could only desperately keep up with Yang Kai's pace. He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he last so long? Logically speaking, a first-order Emperor Realm Master like him should have frozen to death here long ago, but among the three of them, he seemed to be in the best condition. In this regard, even Zhu Lai, who was a dragon race master, couldn't compare. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and listened. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified look, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked past Li Jiao and said to Zhu Lai, "Something is coming." Zhu Lai nodded slightly. He had also sensed that something was coming. The surrounding air and chill were emitting an abnormal fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was lifeless, so what could be here? Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Lai both seemed to be serious, he couldn't help but feel worried. "It should be that thing." Yang Kai looked up into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Li Jiao followed his gaze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw that on the horizon, a black mass had appeared at some unknown time. It was like a giant curtain that covered the entire sky and was quickly moving towards them. "Cold wave!" Li Jiao seemed to have thought of something and quickly retreated as he cried out in alarm. On the line between life and death, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way he came without looking back. He only wanted to get as far away from the cold wave as possible. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai chased closely behind him. The fear of death offset all unfavorable factors. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. What is a cold wave? Yang Kai asked as he ran. Heaven's wrath. Li Jiao replied with a ferocious expression. He hated his parents for not giving birth to him with 2 more legs, running so slowly. The heaven's wrath unique to the frozen earth. Chapter 2947. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The 3 of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life and death crisis. Yang Kai tried to use space principles, but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the 3 of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, Yang Kai, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, he said angrily, You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your High Heaven Palace. I would have wiped out your entire High Heaven Palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about. He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race? This king's bloodline is impure, so what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me. Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You too, Jinx. I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you. He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The 2 of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late. Yang Kai curled his lips. You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the First Order, what trump cards could I possibly have? Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed. Fine, since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it. Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, Master, Do you have a way to get out of this crisis? Zhu Lai said coldly, You can try. Li Jiao immediately said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, Master, you must take me with you. Just now. I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart. He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, a giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Yang Kai even cried out involuntarily, The law of space? He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage in the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up, and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave, so if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. An hour later, Yang Kai indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. Zhu Qing's situation seemed a little strange. She was still a member of the dragon race, and her cultivation was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no reason for her to faint on the ground for no reason. Perhaps it was related to being swallowed by the cold wave. After all, after being swallowed, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, felt nauseous for a while. However, this was not the main reason. Yang Kai felt that her body was very cold, like a block of ice. Even her vitality was extremely weak. Chapter 2948. Helping Zhu Qing up and letting her lean on him, Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, pouring his emperor qi into her body to investigate her condition. After a while, Yang Kai frowned. The aura in Zhu Qing's body was extremely chaotic. This kind of chaos did not seem to be the result of serious injuries, but more like a misfire that had become the demon race. This puzzled Yang Kai. He did not know what happened to Zhu Qing in the frozen earth that caused her to be in danger of becoming the demon race. After all, she was a member of the dragon race. In addition, Zhu Qing's body was also in an extremely bad condition. She had probably stayed in the frozen earth for too long, so her vitality had been eroded by the cold. Most of her physique had lost its vitality, and if she was not treated soon, her body would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a cave nearby, picked up Zhu Qing, and quickly ran into it. This cave was probably left behind by some kind of wild beast as there was a pungent smell inside, but it had been abandoned for a long time. It seemed that no living creature had entered it for a long time. In order to avoid any unnecessary interference during the treatment process, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and brought Zhu Qing into his sealed world bead. In an environment filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, Yang Kai placed Zhu Qing flat on the ground, took out a large number of pills from his space ring, opened her mouth, and stuffed them in without any explanation. Zhu Qing's current situation was a bit tricky. Affected by the cold of the frozen earth, her body was seriously damaged, and the dragon yuan in her body was in chaos for some reason, so if Yang Kai wanted to save her, he would have to force the cold invading her body from the outside. Only then would she be able to control the dragon yuan in her body. Most of the pills in Yang Kai's hands were high-quality spirit pills, so if he stuffed them into her mouth, at least 1 million source crystals would be gone. However, the effect was also extremely significant. With the help of Yang Kai, the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills quickly spread through Zhu Qing's limbs and bones, gradually emitting bursts of bone-chilling cold. This cold was similar to the pervasive cold of the frozen earth, overflowing from her body. The surrounding flowers and plants quickly withered. Gradually, a trace of warmth returned to her cold body, and some vitality appeared on her snow-white face. Yang Kai kept calling her name, even breaking into her knowledge sea with his divine sense in an attempt to wake her up. But even so, Zhu Qing did not respond. She seemed to be unable to perceive any information from the outside world, her eyes tightly closed, as if she was already dead. Yang Kai could only continue to urge his Emperor Qi to alleviate her crisis. After an unknown amount of time, the situation did not improve much. After the Emperor Pill's medicinal efficacies took effect, the cold in Zhu Qing's body became vigorous again. This cold seemed to have a life of its own, able to divide and multiply in her body, and as long as a trace of it remained, it could rise again. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and sighed, staring at her delicate face. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and reached out his hand. A ball of dark green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Although it was just a ball of light, it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. The essence of the immortal tree. This time, Yang Kai did not pluck the leaves of the immortal tree because there were not many leaves left. If he plucked any more, the immortal tree would become bare. Extracting the essence of the immortal tree like this would inevitably cause some damage to the immortal tree, but with his life at stake, Yang Kai could not care less. You're on your own now. If this can't save you, then your life has indeed come to an end. Yang Kai muttered to himself, pinching open Zhu Qing's mouth with one hand and stuffing the green light into her mouth with the other. The green light turned into a drop of tree sap and rolled down Zhu Qing's throat into her stomach. A dazzling light burst out and Zhu Qing's body suddenly became green, as if moss had grown all over her body. At the same time, her weak vitality suddenly erupted, like a basin of oil being poured into a raging fire. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk traces of cold leaked out of Zhu Qing's pores like tiny insects, melting with the green light around her body, creating a series of crackling sounds. Yang Kai watched quietly, his divine sense constantly monitoring Zhu Qing's situation. With the passage of time, the cold leaking out of Zhu Qing's body became less and less, and the green light around her body became weaker and weaker, as if the cold and the essence of the immortal tree were about to run out of energy. Zhu Qing's body gradually regained its vitality, and her exposed skin slowly turned dark red. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. At a certain moment, when the last trace of cold in Zhu Qing's body was expelled, the green light that enveloped her body also slowly disappeared. The essence of the immortal tree was not exhausted, but it would become the capital for Zhu Qing to become stronger in the future, hiding in her flesh. She lay on the ground, as if she could sleep until the end of time. Yang Kai crossed his arms and stood beside her, looking down at her from above. His eyes swept over her from head to toe in an unscrupulous manner, and he could not help but feel a little excited when he held her in his arms. As expected of the dragon race, this chest, these thighs, tiske. Yang Kai commented, as if he was admiring a work of art. Suddenly, a trace of evil spread in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, shouldn't he collect some interest? In any case, it was not like he had never taken advantage of this girl before. The first time was strange, the second time was familiar, and the third time was a walk in the park. If it were not for her, he would not have taken the risk to come to the frozen earth, and he would not have been inexplicably swallowed by the cold, causing him to not even know where this place was. Perhaps he would not be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. He would have to live here with her and give birth to a bunch of little dragon people. An excited voice in his mind clamored, collect interest, I must collect some interest. As soon as he thought of this, Kai Yang was startled. He knew that it was his suppressed desire causing mischief. He hurriedly tried to suppress the impulse in his heart, but his hands suddenly felt a lingering softness that made him forget to return. Looking over, Yang Kai could not help but be stunned. His two hands had unknowingly covered Zhu Qing's perfectly round chest, and it was the towering fullness that transmitted amazing elasticity that made him involuntarily pinch twice. His breathing became heavy, Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil, and the clamoring voice in his mind became even louder. His eyes were firmly locked below Zhu Qing's slender white neck, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for several months who saw a basin of clear water, and wanted nothing more than to plunge his head into it. The person in front of him suddenly opened her eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an expressionless face. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his whole body instantly sobered up. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "If I told you, this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not respond in the slightest, and those clear eyes were still coldly staring at him. Yang Kai stood up, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then put on a troublemaker's posture. "Well, I did touch, so what? I won't lose a piece of flesh from touching a few times, and speaking of which, I saved your life. If I didn't come to the frozen earth to find you and save you from the fire and water, I'm afraid you would have already died. So just treat what happened just now as a thank you gift from me, and we are even. I think this is very fair. What do you think?" Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai said with an annoyed face, "Can't you give me some reaction?" As if in response to Yang Kai's endless chatter, Zhu Qing really did give a reaction, but it was a little different from what Yang Kai had expected. She opened her mouth, and a very painful groan came from her throat, as if she was about to die, and then her whole body suddenly curled up, and at the same time, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Yang Kai was shocked. It's still not enough? He thought that the essence of the immortal tree had not dispelled the cold that had invaded her body, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This kind of cold was not the cold of the frozen earth. Although it was cold enough, it was somewhat different from the cold of the frozen earth, and they did not come from the same source. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and then a giant dragon phantom rushed out from Zhu Qing's body. "Huh!" Yang Kai looked at the giant dragon phantom in a daze, and wondered if he had seen wrongly. Zhu Qing was the red dragon of the dragon race, so her dragon race origin was the same as Zhu Lai's. If she revealed her true form, it would definitely be a red dragon, but at this moment, what appeared in front of Yang Kai was actually a snow-white crystal dragon phantom. At first glance, the giant dragon looked like a lifelike ice sculpture, and there was not the slightest flaw, but it was completely different from the red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the cold aura that was emitted from Zhu Qing's body was exactly that of this ice dragon. Yang Kai wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Did Zhu Qing have a twin sister or something like that? There were many people in the world who looked alike, but as a member of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a mistake. At this moment, another high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a red dragon phantom appear. The second dragon that appeared actually came from Zhu Qing's body. Yang Kai's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. Two origins? There were actually two origins in Zhu Qing's body, and the two origins were of opposite attributes. The red dragon that appeared later was clearly Zhu Qing's origin power, and the ice dragon that appeared first was just an invader. The two origins clashed in Zhu Qing's body, causing her dragon yuan to become chaotic and showing signs of becoming the demon race. Although Yang Kai had checked her situation before, he didn't notice this. It wasn't that he didn't check carefully enough, it was just that Zhu Qing's source was hidden too deep. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Qing's body was seriously injured, he had overlooked it. No wonder Zhu Qing did not wake up even though her body was fine. It turned out that the real problem was not her body, but the conflict between the two origins. Then the question was, where did this ice dragon's origin come from? You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.